Oversaturation is without a doubt a very integral problem that creators have to overcome in regards to any kind of media format. Sometimes, the mere repetition of a once original concept can drag down a genre or subgenre entirely, and for me, the video game format holds some of the best examples in that regard. Now, don't misunderstand, it's not purely about fans being fickle. There'll always be a subset of any popular game's player base that's merely hopping on because of the popularity alone. Just take a look at a game like Helldivers 2 for example. The number of players that are still playing every day is nothing to be scoffed at, but we've obviously seen a significant decline in its player base after its initial boom onto the gaming scene. And it's undeniable that a large number of these players who are no longer interested in the game would have more than likely been enticed with factors like how popular the game was, what streamers were playing it, how much media coverage it was getting, and so on. Not everyone, remember, but in my view, a significant percentage. But in terms of an oversaturated genre of video game, it's important to understand that the genre itself more than likely becomes oversaturated because of an effective original concept that lies at the core of the genre. A great example to look at in this case being the Battle Royale genre, creating an impact with the Battle Royale mode in H1Z1, but becoming overwhelmingly popular with the release of games like Fortnite and PUBG. I can very much appreciate what these games have done for the gaming industry, and I can appreciate how they've been designed. But understand, taking one look to gaming fans all around the world, you'll find a game like Fortnite is now oftentimes the butt of a joke. A game that was once loved by many, now is usually described in a way that represents it as a children's game, which should mainly be played by young children, and being mocked for the several different collaborations we've seen across the game's tenure. For the most part, the game's not badly designed. It looks pretty good, it plays quite well, so where is this stemming from? My answer, oversaturation, or at least that's one big part of it. The Battle Royale genre is now seen as stale, overdone, and as a result, it's actively tainted games that people once enjoyed, despite the formula ultimately being the same one they enjoyed years ago. This leads us into the game series that we're talking about today, as despite being part of a very oversaturated market in the video game scene, that being zombie games, this series in particular still appears to hold a significant amount of reverence and admiration, despite there being many different games created past this series that are very clearly inspired by the foundations that were initially set up here. And of course, what I'm referring to is Valve's Left 4 Dead series, one of the 4 different game series in Valve's catalogue they seem determined to not make a trilogy as of right now. However, it's also yet another series that simply shows off how fantastically diverse, creative, and unique Valve's output was during a certain period of time, as although you can ultimately boil this down to another zombie game where you go around blowing the heads off mindless undead creatures, it's the mechanics of this game and how the multiple bold creative decisions that are taken within it ends up resulting in a series that essentially deserves every bit of praise it gets. Much like many of Valve's other immensely successful projects, Left 4 Dead's origins don't actually spawn from Valve itself. As much like Portal's Narbacular Drop demo, the concept was initially established by a team called Turtle Rock Studios. Unlike Portal, however, Turtle Rock were actually working with Valve during this point, co-developing Valve's Counter-Strike Condition Zero, the game where this concept was initially conceived. This was done in the form of a mod they created for the game, being referred to as Terror Strike, a mod that I'll note wasn't widely accessible up until very recently, with the release of Half-Life's 25th Anniversary Edition. And taking a look at this demo, just like Narbacular Drop, it's pretty amazing just how set the foundations were for this game even all the way back here. It's something that should definitely be taken into account when it comes to the creation of most things in my opinion. No matter whether you think or actually have spawned a fantastic concept in your mind that will resonate with a wide audience, time is still a key component when it comes to refining this concept and allowing it to reach its full potential, or at least as close to it as possible. If you try to rush this process, I believe that even though the end product might still be good in its own right, the lack of additional time the concept's allowed to marinate and have new ideas spawn from that initial idea will result in a product that, as I said, merely isn't allowed to reach its true potential. And in the case of Left 4 Dead, I think it was perhaps the strong adherence to this initial idea, as well as a matter of circumstance that leads us to the first game. Looking at the Terror Strike mod, on the surface, it may not appear to have anything in common with what we eventually see years down the line. However, there's predominantly the mechanics of this mod, as well as several rather minor inclusions, that I think end up presenting a noticeable sense of direction from Turtle Rock. As we're still working within the confines of Counter-Strike, there's of course elements here like the shop which don't get carried over, but it's more the relationship between you, your AI teammates, and the enemies that has the most striking resemblance to what we see in the future. And just like normal Counter-Strike, you've got the terrorist and counter-terrorist teams. In Terror Strike, however, the terrorists are the survivors, and the counter-terrorists are the zombies. The survivor team is only allowed 4 teammates, while the zombies are allowed to have up to 24, with what balances everything out being the fact that the zombies aren't allowed to use their weapons, only knives. This is one of the key factors to observe when looking at this demo, as it's the dynamic that's presented from this balance which is translated over heavily into the actual game. You've of course got the team of 4, something which the literal title of the series makes reference to, but it's also the behaviour of the zombies that we have to take into account. Unlike your regular slow-moving zombies from games like Resident Evil, the bots move the same as they normally do in Counter-Strike, a pretty fast-paced run towards your position, and with several of the zombies in this map map coming towards your position from multiple angles, it's very likely that you'll find yourself overwhelmed at some point and succumb to the horde. So there's two things to observe there: the amount of zombies you're facing in comparison to your 4-man team, and the speed in which they move at, with their lethal knife evening the odds in contrast to your range weaponry. As you may have noticed, the zombies in this mod don't actually appear like zombies at all. They're just the standard counter-terrorist models. And although it may have already been implied by the title, these were really supposed to represent some kind of monster, it's the sounds these guys make that also informs us it's specifically the idea of zombies they were focusing on, with many different growls and guttural sounds being created. Reloading! So while Terror Strike may not particularly look like the final product we eventually end up receiving, like at all, it's in how the mod functions where we can really start seeing how this would have laid the foundation for what was to come. It's a true proof of concept, but one that I'm glad we can now experience for ourselves. It doesn't have any snazzy environments or anything all that unique about it at all really, but you've got these core ideas of a group of 4 going up against a horde of fast-paced zombies, and even in terms of the environment I just mentioned, the map itself is called Zombie City, which as we'll see when looking at the environments of the first game is actually quite fitting. We talked about Portal's Narbacular Drop demo earlier, as in many ways the parallels between the creation of these two projects are actually quite similar. But whereas Narbacular Drop was picked up by Gabe Newell himself after hearing about it from co-worker Robin Walker, Terror Strike was initially not given the same degree of attention, with me arguably thinking this comes down to how much more unique Narbacular was in comparison to Terror Strike. The mod we see in this case works off far too many foundations that were already set up in pre-existing games, whereas Narbacular had its one big USP, that being the portal mechanic. But admittedly, I think this could have potentially been a blessing in disguise, as what Turtle Rock were initially trying to do was get Valve to publish a version of Terror Strike as its own game. However, when pitching it to people, no real interest was garnered. That's up until the prototype was shown to writer Chet Falashek. Yes, the same Chet Falashek who helped write the stories of Half-Life and Portal, in which, just like Narbacular Drop, he showed it off to Gabe Newell, where the project was then given the green light, with development commencing on what we now know as Left 4 Dead somewhere around mid-2005, and with the game eventually being released in November of 2008, with a massive amount of interest being garnered, not only from the game's attachment to the legendary Valve, but also some fantastic marketing in the way of the cinematic trailer that was created for the game. And jumping into Left 4 Dead, it actually starts off with this very same cinematic sequence, a cinematic that I think still remains as one of Valve's very best, if not for the fact that they just don't create many, despite always being excellent whenever they do. As we're shown straight away, we're taking a very big leap from what we saw in the Terror Strike prototype. This is now a zombie game through and through, with our group of 4 initially inspecting, and throughout the course of this cutscene, coming into contact with many of the different undead creatures that reside in this post-apocalyptic world. One of my favourite things about this opening does also lead into one of my biggest negatives as well, and that's in relation to the brilliant writing and amazing potential this cast of characters hold pretty much right from the off. We're taken directly 2 weeks into some kind of zombie infection that spread across America, and potentially the entire world, with the game taking the approach of having the player themselves be dropped into the world with no real idea of what's happened, whereas the characters on screen are a lot more clued up. None more informed than the group's leader, Bill, where a brilliant rapport and sense of chemistry is created immediately from his interaction with the character Francis.
Jesus, don't let that stop you from smearing it all over yourself.
They're changing.
God damn it, Bill! Oh, it stinks!
Don't let it be understated. Moments like these, while being very simple, were integral in developing a connection between the player and characters in a very rapid manner. While the characters Lewis and Zoe seem a tad more binary throughout the course of this cutscene, with this mostly translating to how they act in-game as well, it's Bill and Francis who are the standout highlights to me, taking on 2 key roles we see in many types of post-apocalyptic games and films, with Bill being the leader, who's adapted very fast to this new zombie-ridden world, and Francis being the brute, who doesn't even really care to understand and just wants to survive. The style of this opening is just fantastic, creating a brilliant horror atmosphere straight away, with aspects like the lighting, shadows, and intense film grain that are present, making the scene feel very cinematic. While not looking as realistic as it would have once appeared, I still think it all holds up really well. Something else this cutscene does effectively is lay out several core foundations that lie at the heart of the gameplay, the first of which being the team's encounter with a witch, the lighting and sound working in tandem to make this creature appear genuinely frightening, while simultaneously telling us that when we encounter this thing in-game, we need to to keep our distance and never shine a light in her face. What follows on from this is an action set piece that just continues to crank up the intensity until we reach the conclusion, presenting several of the special enemies we'll be going up against, the fast-paced undead horde, some of the equipment we'll be using, and once again, just developing a great amount of chemistry between the four characters, with how they help each other out over the course of the scene. The rising intensity keeps everything engaging from start to finish, and as I said a second ago, I think it just looks absolutely phenomenal. I have no idea why Valve never really attempted to pursue a game past this point that has these same kind of cutscenes interspersed throughout the endurance of an entire game. Yes, I get that Valve has always been very gameplay focused. It says a lot that this is quite literally the first opening cinematic they've featured in any of their games. But let's just say that if this cutscene's anything to go by, there could be a lot of potential for a Valve game that adheres to a more conventional route by today's standards, and decides to be a bit more cutscene heavy. What I also love about this cutscene is that it's not merely an introductory piece that never gets referenced again. As jumping into the first map, referred to as No Mercy, we actually see that we pick up right where the cutscene left off, with all the characters finding themselves on a rooftop. Before we get to that, however, it should also be noted that much like how we're deferring from Valve's usual formula when it comes to something like an opening cinematic, getting to the title screen, we're also presented with a set of options that aren't all that conventional either. Unlike a game like Half-Life or Portal that first and foremost give the player the option to start a new game, Left 4 Dead immediately pushes the online component of the game by having the very first option be one that has the player entering a cooperative campaign, with the single player option actually being at the bottom of all four options we have here. This sets a precedent which tells us that although this game can be experienced by yourself, it's also a game that's been crafted to adhere more to a group of 4 players, and as we'll see, that's very much the case. Where despite me thinking this game is still very much fun when playing on single player, there's nothing that quite truly matches playing online with your friends, and in a far more impactful way than a lot of other online games. There's an argument that gets thrown around where a game will always be more fun to experience when you're playing with friends, and while that may be true in some instances, because of how Left 4 Dead's been designed, there's aspects of the experience that elevate to an immense degree when playing with friends that simply wouldn't be the case for many other online games. It's not just that, however, we've also got the option to play the versus mode, giving players a more competitive option in a game that's very based around working together, and alongside that, we also have a survival mode, both of which we'll talk more about later on. When going to start the campaign, however, you'll see that although the campaign is always set to No Mercy to begin with, and lists out each individual campaign in chronological order, there's no restrictions placed on this stuff. Although No Mercy is the map that takes place right after the intro, you're not forced to play it. You can play literally any of the campaigns listed whenever you want. Now, I've always been somewhat conflicted on how to actually feel about this, because on one hand, it's ultimately fine. As we'll see, Left 4 Dead isn't the kind of experience where continuity and cohesion is absolutely essential, but it's something that I feel merely adds to somewhat of an issue I've always had with this game series that I'll get more into a bit later on. In this case, my only issue would be somewhat a lack of direction. While being sparse, you'll see this game does have a storyline of some kind, predominantly being able to be appreciated when observing the minutiae, but in a more conventional sense, most outros of a campaign lead directly into the intro of the next one. It's just the ability to pick whatever campaign you want right from the very start, however, which might be my biggest problem. With Half-Life and Portal being two of Valve's biggest projects, both of which being known for their finely crafted single-player experiences, I can't help but feel that some players would have been thrown off guard from how these elements are laid out in this game. There's a sense of progression that's noticeably missing, or at least segmented in this game, that I feel does make certain parts feel lesser, especially when comparing them to the direction of some of Valve's other work. Getting into the actual game, however, we're placed into the boots of one of the 4 survivors we saw at the start, those being Bill, Francis, Zoe and Lewis, being able to pick whichever character we want from the menu screen, as well as also having a random option if you don't mind who you play as. No different traits between each of the 4 characters, merely a difference in appearance, which I think is ultimately fine. Left 4 Dead stays close to its core values, and as a result, never stretches itself too thin, abstaining from inclusions you could imagine cropping up in a game like this, like individual skills and upgrade trees.
To anyone who can hear this, proceed to Mercy Hospital for evacuation. Repeat, proceed to Mercy Hospital for evacuation.
From the start, we hear from a nearby helicopter that we need to head to Mercy Hospital to be evacuated, but as you can imagine, the absurd amount of zombies that lie ahead of us aren't going to make that an easy task. Now, let's just pay close attention to what we're encouraged to do when taking control of our character, as it actually represents what we do in between each part of our campaign. I think outside of a fully online game like Team Fortress, Left 4 Dead has a formula that works on a very cyclical routine, with deferrals being fairly sporadic over the course of the whole experience, which as a result does lead way to some particularly memorable moments. What I'm referring to here, here, however, is the process of gearing up and getting ready for action. This is one of 2 set safe zones that are featured in every single level, with there always being one right at the start and one right at the end. These safe zones serve 2 purposes. The first one, as I said, being a pit stop in our journey, giving us an opportunity to stock up on ammo, acquire new weapons and get some health back. The other function's fairly simple, a loading screen, with each campaign in this game being split up into several different levels, the majority of which are capped off by entering a safe house and being transported to the next level. Kind of like the loading screens we saw in Half-Life, but in this case working far better contextually with the game. The sheer scope of all the levels combined would simply be far too much to cram into one unbroken campaign, but as we see, there's a payoff that's received when transitioning to the next level. That actually makes the safe houses totally worthwhile in their own right. So much so, that having the campaign be entirely continuous would only be a downside for me in comparison to what we already have. The gearing up process is quite satisfying starting off, being given the option of a shotgun or submachine gun, on top of also giving each survivor a medkit, which, as you could assume, heals a large chunk of your health. And moving our gaze more to the individual level of No Mercy, we start things off by making our way inside the apartment building, and dealing with the mass amount of zombies housed inside.
Reloading!
There's many things to talk about here in terms of the environment, our weapons, how the zombies act, so let's just take things one at a time. I think the location for a start is a fantastic choice for what I'd assume many people's first experience will be when picking up this game, unless they've chosen a different campaign of course, placing us in this extremely claustrophobic environment, and pairing that up with zombies that are not only high in numbers, but are also significantly fast, ramps up that horror atmosphere from the get-go. Adding to that, the environment itself is designed immaculately to represent both the impact of the zombie invasion on regular people's homes, while simultaneously keeping in line with the time period in which it's taking place. So for example, in the several apartments we enter, there's tons of zombies filling up almost every single one, something I already find to be inherently disturbing due to the invasion aspect being heavily reinforced. Having these undead freaks wandering around what used to be homes, likely being lived in by mothers, fathers and children, with those mothers and fathers likely making up a few of the zombies we see here. But then we've also got the broken down doors, the busted up fridges with all kinds of groceries lying on the floor, walls which have been knocked down. The damage we see appears to be impactful, yet still recent enough to where these areas aren't a complete wreck, if you see what I mean. They don't look like environments that have just been left to rot away, which might sound like a given when taking into account the 2-week invasion period, but I still appreciate the close adherence to it, as it makes everything feel a lot more authentic, with this same level of detail and finesse pretty much being applied to every other area, as you'll see for yourself. Making our way out of the apartments and onto the city streets, the area becomes a lot more open, as you can imagine, but the threat of the zombies still remains the same, due to not only how they function, but how they're made to appear as well. I think the stylistic choices are a factor that oftentimes get overlooked when people talk about this game, as in my opinion, what makes these guys so great doesn't solely lie in their AI. If we take a look back to the opening cutscene, the way they're presented during a certain point where they swarm the group gives the zombies a silhouetted look. There's an ambiguity that's created from the dark surroundings that are featured in tons of the areas in this game, and that's seen several times within the gameplay as well, giving us these horrifying, yet very cinematic moments where these fast-paced dark figures make a beeline towards us. However, if you want to talk about pure functionality, I actually find the most intriguing moments come from when they aren't aware of your presence. Observing their behaviour when they're in a hostile state is about as you'd expect. They've pretty much got nothing else going for them except their sheer speed. They're zombies, they're not worrying about what we're firing back at them. They're trying their very best to get close to us and start swiping. And looking at them on an individual level, that's really all they have. But it's of course the sheer number of them that makes them a large collective foe to be reckoned with. This ties directly into our weaponry, with damage outputs being a strong topic of debate for those who are both fans of the series and those who are also somewhat opposed to it. But staying just on the zombies' behaviour for now, I think looking at these guys when they're not going hell for leather at you starts presenting some of the more unique characteristics these guys have. We've seen so many different incarnations of the undead over the years that zombies have admittedly become quite by the numbers and standard, but when done right and putting a more unique original spin on them, we're left with a monster that I still find to be one of the most entertaining to watch on screen. And what I'm referring to in Left 4 Dead's case is the strange humanistic angle we see in these guys. We already kind of see that when they're chasing after us, unlike your typical zombie which usually has restrictions of only being able to walk slowly, or only being able to create deep groans instead of being able to talk. The zombies in this game are a bit different. We've got the running of course, which at least shows us they're a lot more functional than your standard zombie, but their behaviour is a lot closer to something animalistic than something that's purely brain dead. When they hear loud sounds for example, they cry out and head towards the location where the sound's being generated. The deep groans I mentioned before are nowhere to be seen here, instead being replaced with these more twisted screeches and frantic cries. In terms of how they go about hitting you, we even see somewhat of a thought process occurring, as you'll find that oftentimes they'll try to actively flank your position and cut you off. All that stuff is fantastic, mechanically and in a stylistic sense. But coming back to what I said about their more natural state, we end up seeing the zombies performing some pretty strange actions that we're not typically used to seeing. While being unaware of any human's whereabouts, it's not uncommon to see these guys holding their heads, puking their guts up, lying around on floors. Thinking about the possibilities of what these actions actually mean once again makes what may seem like just a zombie into something a lot more unique, and in some ways quite sad. Looking at this stuff, it wouldn't be a far out concept to presume the humans that have been infected may still very well be aware of the situation they find themselves in, being unable to control their actions, but still physically feeling the effects of what's happening to their mind and body. And with the somewhat primitive intelligence we see these zombies take on, we start diving into perhaps some of the more philosophical questions that I think lies at the core of many pieces of zombie media, that being the question of what humanity actually is, especially in the case of Left 4 Dead, where we see the zombies taking on this herd mentality. The four of you have now become alien to the thousands upon thousands of them. Despite technically being the humans, one could argue that humanity itself has now transitioned into a different kind of life form, and now we are the outliers. All interesting stuff, and once again, these are elements we can garner from merely observing the zombies on their own, even despite there being elements within the game's lore that do throw these questions at the player in a more blatant manner. Coming back to No Mercy, however, the first stage of the campaign is a wonderful introduction for how the vast majority of this game is going to play out, with several different mechanics being showcased that we'll talk about in a sec, and many different enemy types that will surely throw first-time players off balance. Despite only being the first part of the 5-part campaign as well, the scope of these levels shouldn't be underestimated purely because they're segmented. As I mentioned, the level of detail we see is unprecedented, not only within the apartment buildings, but also in the city streets we see on the outside. The exteriors alone are fantastic, with many different types of destruction we see, from busted up cars, buildings, and lampposts. But there's also multiple different types of interiors to explore as well, which, while sometimes being a bit barren, presents a level of exploration that is oftentimes capitalized on, with many different useful items oftentimes lying around, which you'll only find if you actively defer from the route to the safe house. And talking of the safe house, when we finally reach it and close the door, the first stage comes to an end, in which you'll see that, as I was talking about earlier, we're presented with a loading screen that presents a host of information, the most integral one being the stats which flash up in the center of the screen, detailing things like how many zombies each player has killed, who took the least amount of damage, and so on. Now obviously, this is yet another component of the game that's heavily enhanced when you're playing with an actual team. Although the stats are rather interesting in themselves, you can see from how the names are listed, as well as having the top player's portrait be shown on the left hand side. This presents a kind of friendly competition element to the game that I think is great. It doesn't impact anything, you don't get any reward for coming top. It's something that was clearly added for the sole basis of having teammates gloat over how much better they are in regards to certain aspects. Not everyone will be doing this, of course, but merely telling a player they've done the best or worst out of everyone else lends itself well for some jabs to get thrown around, hopefully engaging everyone into the experience even further. There are also things we can see like our health bars and some helpful tips at the bottom of the screen, but the stats are definitely the highlight. The idea of competition in a cooperative mode is something that I think works fantastically, as ultimately, if all players get on board and try their hardest to be the best, your team as a whole will likely end up performing even more effectively. The subway level we enter after this feeds more into what we saw in the apartment section, having the players travel through a dark and confined subway system, which once again pairs up well with the massive amount of zombies we still see in these areas. A new concept that ends up getting introduced in this one, however, which gets repeated quite a few times throughout the game, is the idea of a brief defensive period where you're basically locked in place until you're allowed to progress forward. In this case, it comes in the form of a door we need to open, and as you can see from the notification that pops up on screen when going to activate the switch, whenever you enter one of these lockdown phases, a massive horde of zombies will immediately flood the area. I love these survival-based moments. It once again works directly into the core values of the experience, by ramping up the intensity and not even giving players the chance to run away. I also really enjoy the planning aspect that comes with these areas, becoming increasingly more impactful the higher difficulty setting you play on. There's once again this intentionality that I find is present with a lot of other Valve games, where despite appearing fairly simplistic, just can't be ignored because of how well it works functionally. Just look at how this area is set up and you'll see what I mean. By the door, you've got a couple gas cans lying around, almost begging you to set these up at the entrance points where the zombies will start being funneled in from. Then you've got the mounted minigun, which, while being effective, is only able to turn 180 degrees, leaving you completely exposed from behind. And as a result of that, wouldn't you know, they've set up a large opening directly behind this minigun where zombies are able to enter from. Many different elements to think about, many of which push players to work as a team, perhaps having two survivors cover the rear, one mounted on the minigun, and the other perhaps directing more of their attention to shooting those gas cans you've got set up. Again, all this stuff flows into the gameplay experience so naturally that many won't think anything of it, but I almost see Valve achieving these basic principles in a way that's just so refined that I can't help but acknowledge these things. Entering the next stage, we start off by making our way through some back alleys, eating establishments, and warehouses that we've been in so far. This is where I feel the gameplay structure will become set in stone for newer players, as we essentially start repeating a few gameplay concepts we've already seen throughout the past 2 levels, with nothing except the environments actually being changed. It's like we're doing the same thing, but in a different context. And while I get that is very obviously the intention in most cases, I can perhaps understand some players wanting a bit more out of the experience, compared to what they actually end up receiving. Don't get me wrong, there are some new things of note. There's a sort of set piece moment that we can activate by shooting a gasoline pump at one point, where as you could assume, the entire station ends up exploding, leaving a burning pile of rubble in its place. And while I'd like to say we see more of this stuff later on, we unfortunately don't. A shame in itself, as I would have liked to see more destructible elements when it comes to interacting with the environment, but also a shame in the fact that even with there being this inclusion, it just feels a bit too scripted for my liking, perhaps because of there being so little moments like this throughout the game. More dynamic environmental destruction does still exist in this game, where just like this gas station, Valve's physics engine is oftentimes put to great use by having boxes break into individual pieces, bottles, cans, and cartons lying around that we can shoot on the floor. I'd argue the main one to note is arguably the doors, however, which we can either shoot ourselves to blow open an increasingly wide hole, or merely watch the zombies bust the doors down on their own. This being my favourite addition due to the effect it has in terms of making the horde look even more terrifying, with doors oftentimes working as a barrier for tons of zombies to get funneled into and temporarily stopped, before they all flood out in one go. The sewer part of this level is the only bit that I perceive somewhat as a miss, to be honest. It has this kind of weaving design, with multiple different entrance points we can make our way into, and with every part of the sewer system looking near identical, but I don't find it unlikely that some people will perhaps get lost and become a bit frustrated in this area. You can see the level designers would have been aware of this, however, as they do end up employing a very common technique in video games to more subtly guide the player to their destination, coming in the form of the lights that are strung up around the sewers. I've always enjoyed when games do this. It gives the player a sense of direction without resorting to a more external form of guidance, like objective markers or waypoints. Just look at this Soul room, for example, and you'll see exactly what I mean. Notice how the high beam light is being shone directly onto the entrance that leads to the next part of the sewer system. When thinking about this decision in a game design sense, you do already have one light source in this room in the form of a lamp, and admittedly, due to how dark most other areas in the game have been so far, it's quite unusual to have a room lit up to this degree. However, what we've essentially got here is a spotlight, one that's highlighting the way forward while also making sense in terms of the environment. No player's gonna stop and think, what are these lights doing here? So the additional assistance to help the player make their way forward essentially comes with no downsides. The players are being subtly guided forward while still being engrossed in the world. And this is merely one example. They pretty much do this throughout the whole game, using beacons of light amongst the overwhelming darkness to let players know where they should be heading. Reaching the hospital, the main thing that stood out to me in this stage came from the zombies once again. Nothing to do with their functionality this time, but merely their appearance. You would have noticed so far that all the zombies which we see have been dressed up in various different outfits. Some wearing work clothes with a tie, others wearing shirts and shorts. And in terms of the zombies' character models outside the clothing, while perhaps not being as varied, we do see differences like different colours of hair, different kinds of hairstyles, male and female zombies. And ultimately, I think it's that hair which I mentioned, as well as the clothing, that are the two most important parts to varying up their look. Understand, the speed in which the game moves at will already lead to a situation where all the enemies are simultaneously blending together, yet also seeming varied because of how little time we actually get to inspect them while fighting. Now, if you take the time to actually observe all these guys, perhaps after they're dead, you will end up seeing a lot of repetitions. Surprise, surprise, a game with absolutely tons of zombies being thrown at you has some familiar faces amongst them. But the reason I bring this up in relation to the hospital level is that, as you can see, the appearances of these guys change to fit more in line with the hospital environment. Zombies now wearing gowns, surgical scrubs, things you can imagine both doctors and patients wearing. Spread amongst them, you get the same zombies we saw in the streets before this, making even more sense as we can assume there would have been many visitors here coming to see their family members. But it's the intentionality I'm paying attention to once again. We don't see a single one of these guys right up until the hospital level, so bear in mind, even though I think we've already got quite a wide amount of variation in the zombies' appearances, you've even got cases like the zombies we see here, where they're primarily reserved for individual levels. Anyways, the hospital was about as you'd expect, featuring a very authentic design, with many different kinds of signs, x-ray scans, and full room layouts that make the place appear pretty realistic. I do also love the detail when it comes to the different parts of the hospital, mainly the quarantine part, in where you're able to see where the infected civilians would have been initially segmented from people with regular injuries, being locked up in rooms with biohazard signs and yellow tape stopping others from entering. Much like the sequence where we had to wait for the door to open previously, this moment is repeated repeated again, however this time in relation to an elevator. This being a far more refined sequence compared to the other one, as it's given a lot more time to play out and has several escalating degrees of intensity, compared to the more one and done horde we saw with the door. Starting the sequence, we're already presented with a panel above the button we press, which shows us exactly what floor the elevator is on, and with us being on floor 4 and the elevator starting all the way at floor 30, we get this anxious wait throughout the endurance of our waiting time, where we'll be getting increasingly overwhelmed by the zombies heading towards us, and consistently checking how much further away the elevator is to our floor. And then when looking at the zombies themselves, new variables are thrown in several times throughout our fight, which ensures that we can never sit back and simply coast. Not only are there entrances coming from several different angles, some of which, like the wall that gets broken down to our right, feeling really dynamic and unexpected, but on top of that, as we continue to fight, even more entrances are added, like the vent the zombies start coming in from that's directly in front of the elevator. Everything's being employed to throw the player off balance, and I think it all works really effectively. It's promoting the act of teamwork once again, where you can imagine people planning out on the fly which teammates should cover which areas, and the manner in which the zombies in this part almost work in waves presents some pretty terrifying imagery, like in my case, where I check to my right, look back to the main hallway, and then am presented with this. From here, we reach the final stage of No Mercy, that being our escape, completing the routine for what most other stages follow on from after this point. Hearing someone over the radio saying they'll come to save us, answering, and then having to sit and wait until they arrive. And while it's a fine way to cap off the campaign in practice, you can begin seeing what I was saying about this game being very cyclical, and for some, perhaps a bit too cyclical. Over the course of this one campaign, we've had 3 different moments where we're made to sit and wait for something as zombies pour into our general area, and you best believe that doesn't just stop at No Mercy. The whole idea of these intense survival-based moments becomes one of the cornerstones of the Left 4 Dead experience. So just like you find yourself taking part in high-speed car chases in the GTA games, or liberating camps in the Far Cry games, Left 4 Dead makes the player take part in essentially the same cycle of events from beginning to end. There's no vehicle sections like we see in the Half-Life games, or escape sequences like in Portal. This is what the game wants to do, and that's fine. But understand, I think this may become a little tiring if being played in quick succession. There's nothing wrong with this kind of approach inherently, and in a lot of cases, I tend to find working off a formula that's repeated several times can actually benefit a gaming experience, so long as that formula is satisfying, I might add. Something like the camps in Far Cry, which I just mentioned, is a formula I mainly don't find satisfying, despite ultimately being the same as Left 4 Dead in that we're performing relatively the same actions that we do throughout the rest of the game. There's hardly anything distinguishing each of these camps, they all blend together. Whereas in this game's case, you can already tell from the several campaigns we've got on offer that elements like the environments we travel to and how they've been designed in different ways ends up playing a large part as to why the gameplay loop remains satisfying and doesn't become stale. Another big factor towards that being how the game handles AI, but we'll talk about that in a second. But of course, while the evacuation's still fun to experience, as our prolonged wait for the helicopter leads way to the same positives in relation to planning, teamwork, and straight up intense action, it leaves little to be talked about due to the gameplay concept remaining near identical. From my own personal experience, however, I think it says a lot that I still get totally engrossed in these scenarios even when coming back to them now and playing on my own. After playing all the campaigns enough times, Left 4 Dead became a series for me where I'd go on with friends more to have a conversation, as opposed to focusing 100% on the action taking place on screen. But understand, I define that as an actual positive, despite it perhaps not initially seeming like one, because ultimately, out of the many other online games that follow a similar kind of gameplay loop, there's elements about Left 4 Dead's design that just keeps drawing me back. And judging by the amount of players that still hop on every single day, I appear not to be alone in that regard. So yes, the crew eventually escape, with each campaign being capped off with a jamming track and credit sequence. With the whole idea of these campaigns representing movies being quite heavily reinforced in certain aspects, despite me never really feeling that way. I understand the influence from movies might have been quite integral when it came to actually creating the game, and there are cinematic aspects that are definitely on show during multiple moments. But I've never really understood the whole movie angle, as aside from the posters and credit sequences we see at the start and end, Left 4 Dead is just about the gamiest game you could possibly ask for. Although I do just want to add that I love the style of all these different posters, featuring stylized renditions questions of each character, as well as always having a corny tagline that ties into the title of the campaign. Up next is Crash Course, where from the very start you can see what I was talking about when saying despite having no kind of conventional story, the narrative of these 4 characters heading from location to location is one that at least holds a sense of continuity, with the intro here showing us that our helicopter ended up crashing, leaving us stranded in a place which is crawling with zombies once again. Now it should be noted, this map wasn't actually part of the base game, but instead was one of 3 DLCs added after the game's release, the other 2 being the Survival Pack, which brought along the Survival mode, and the Sacrifice, which added a final campaign that shares the same name. In terms of the fans' reaction, however, Crash Course is the DLC that fails to impress, with many people touting this one as not just the worst campaign in this game, but the worst campaign in the series. That's a pretty big statement to make, but ultimately, I find that similar to most of Valve's other work, describing something as the worst doesn't really give you the full story, purely because of how quality their work is across the board. It's like when people say Episode 1 of Half-Life 2 is the weakest part of the experience. Yeah, that may be true, but in no way does that mean Episode 1 is bad. It's still fantastic. And I kind of see Crash Course as a similar situation to that, with people's main complaints in relation to this one being its length and lack of safe rooms, with this campaign only having 2 different parts, meaning there's only one safe room segmenting the bulk of the level and the escape sequence. For me, the quality is still very much there with Crash Course, with us heading through the same kind of areas we saw in No Mercy, tearing down hordes of zombies, with the only real difference being how the length of both segments are quite a bit longer, a problem that on normal difficulty might not be much of an issue, but for those who want to play on perhaps advanced or expert will be a lot more frustrating, as there's now a lack of pit stops and checkpoints where you're able to refill your supplies. Adding to that, however, while the levels themselves might be more drawn out, but it's still the shortest campaign by far, with Crash Course landing in a bad in-between, where you've got players on one side complaining about how the levels are too long, but also another argument where the campaign still feels too short and inconsequential. As it's one that still follows the same pattern of fighting undead and eventually escaping, however, I want to take a minute to talk about the weaponry for a second, because as you've been seeing, our weapons play an integral role towards making the zombie killing action satisfying, which as we'll see, doesn't solely apply to the weapon's functionality, but also how the zombies react to these weapons. Now, when people think of the broad range of weaponry in the Left 4 Dead games, I'd estimate they're predominantly thinking about Left 4 Dead 2, and to be honest, I'd assume Left 4 Dead 2 is pretty much the only game that people associate with the franchise anymore, because of how all the maps from Left 4 Dead 1 are literally in Left 4 Dead 2. But anyways, I say this to set up the point that while we're certainly not lacking in terms of the arsenal of weaponry that's on offer, I'd argue that it's also not diverse enough to where you're truly given the chance to experiment with many different kinds of varying weapons. Starting off, we have to establish that Left 4 Dead isn't like the Half-Life games. It works far more off the model of your standard shooter, where you're only allowed to hold 2 weapons at once, one primary and one secondary. The secondary in this game's case can't ever be changed, only added to, that being the pistol, or pistols, depending on if you manage to find an extra one to dual wield with. I've always really enjoyed the feel of the pistol in this game, and although some additional secondary weapons might have been nice, the weight, punch, and impact from the pistol was pretty satisfying for me. Looking at the primary weapons, you've got 5 in total to choose from, with there being 2 tiers of effectiveness. Tier 1 are the lower band of weapons, these being the submachine gun and pump shotgun. And even though these aren't as effective as the weapons we see in Tier 2, it should already be pretty obvious from the footage you've been seeing, that essentially any weapon can tear these zombies apart in a matter of seconds. That's arguably one of the biggest criticisms I hear coming from the game's detractors, and while the criticism is rendered somewhat insignificant to me due to the intentionality of this decision, I can still very much understand where people with this point of view are coming from. The zombies in this game, despite looking and behaving great, are very much lightweight. When you fire your weapons at these guys, it can oftentimes feel like they're made out of paper. Any kind of resistance they do have is hardly noticeable, with the insane amount of zombies that get thrown at you, but I couldn't see any way round this without either reducing the number of enemies we go up against, thus making the game far less of a spectacle when pretty much killing what the game is all about, or upping their resistance, in which you've then got the issue of a huge number of zombies getting thrown at you that would more than likely feel unbalanced due to how many there are. And of course, doing both just leaves us with a game that wouldn't particularly have any sense of difficulty, due to your team being able to focus on individual threats more, instead of the more sprawling output that's given towards a large horde coming from several directions. As I said, I can understand where people are coming from, and to be honest, I've sometimes felt that same kind of way. The act of killing zombies can sometimes become more of a process. The satisfaction that's garnered can occasionally fall into the bracket of merely overcoming an obstacle, instead of just killing zombies. And in a game where killing zombies is basically all you do, you kind of need that part of the game to stay say satisfying. If we want to look at an extreme example, let's just look at the contrast that's presented between Left 4 Dead and, say, Resi 1. The zombies in Resi 1 are of course far more sporadically placed compared to Left 4 Dead, with each one being a challenge in themselves. And it's that inherent challenge which they present that's a large factor as to why they're so satisfying to take out. They're heavily resistant and can deal a high amount of damage to you, so when you're backed into a corner on the brink of potentially being killed, if and when you manage to blow their heads off, accompanied with a brutal visual and explosive headshot sound, it leaves a zombie encounter that feels a lot more memorable. Now, Left 4 Dead obviously isn't trying to do that. This game's not about 1 or 2 slow, tough zombies in a cramped environment. It's about 100 paper-thin zombies in a cramped environment, all charging right at you. In my opinion, the satisfaction comes predominantly from the immense amount of gore and blood that's generated from shooting these guys. Not only is a huge amount of blood generated when landing a shot of any kind on the zombies, it's the attention to detail that I find to be the most impressive. I love how the blood accurately lands on surfaces, depending on where you've shot them in the environment. You shoot a zombie just standing around, you'll see the blood fly through the air and land on the ground. You shoot a zombie standing nearby a wall, you'll see a huge blood splatter end up being created accurately on the wall itself, with factors like the lighting only making this crimson red blood appear even more authentic. And not to mention as well, we've also got a dismemberment system and ragdoll physics, a recipe that I'd argue is almost impossible to go wrong, with us being able to shoot certain parts of a zombie's body, like their arms and legs, and watch them fly through the air. This also applying to the zombies themselves whenever they're killed, with one good blast from a shotgun launching these guys a pretty good distance. And if we're making comparisons to a game like Resi 1, sound is something that's also quite important in that game's case, especially when it comes to landing a good headshot. And while there are sounds to accompany the zombies being shot, they oftentimes can't really be heard, because of how loud everything else like our weapons, teammates, and the music is. So to summarise, although what someone considers satisfying will always be a fairly subjective argument, I think there's enough elements we witness to say that Left 4 Dead zombies fit pretty much perfectly with the type of game it's trying to be. Yeah, you might not have the truly visceral and relieving impact of killing zombies in Resi 1, but in Left 4 Dead's case, the quantity is the quality. Putting the fantastic visual elements to the side, simply taking several zombies out with one big shotgun blast, quite literally frying them with fire, and tearing them apart with a minigun all feels great to indulge in. And talking of guns, let's get back to those primary weapons that I was initially talking about. The shotgun and submachine gun, as we've been seeing, are damn powerful in their own rights. Although we've established there's 2 tiers to these weapons, make no mistake, one shotgun blast from this thing will absolutely obliterate any zombies in front of it. And same goes for pretty much all the weapons, to be honest. As we talked about with the damage outputs, whether it's the sheer power of the weapons or low resistance of the zombies, it really doesn't matter. There's not a single bad weapon in this game, which I think on the surface lends itself to a rather big criticism. If every weapon deals so much damage to the point where it's rather negligible which one you pick up, how are we able to actually attach to the weaponry in this game? On the surface, it might sound like a bit of a strange statement, but understand that when you're using your favourite weapon in COD, Fortnite, Destiny, and so on, customizing it the way you like, adding paint jobs to it, that is you inherently attaching to a particular weapon. And that's something I feel you really need in games that have a heavy emphasis on shooting. If you find one weapon that you absolutely love to use, that's something that will elevate the combat immensely, with the use of the weapon itself being one aspect of the game that will end up making you return to it. I always think about this in the context of the web swinging from the recent Spider-Man games. Just like how I and many others found themselves hopping onto the game to just swing around the city, you could find people loading up a Call of Duty game just to utilise one of their favourite weapons because of how it functions. And while I'd say Left 4 Dead's weapons don't have anywhere near the same kind of draw as the examples I just mentioned, I do enjoy them more on a functional basis compared to how they differ from each other. The weapons here remind me of what we see in games like GTA 5, a range of different weapons that all kill things with one shot to the head. And in Left 4 Dead, that usually goes for one shot over a zombie's entire body in most cases. But of course, there are some noticeable differences, the biggest ones being cosmetic in my opinion, with all the different appearances each weapon has. But as you could assume, a shotgun isn't made to function like an assault rifle, so there's things you have to take into account when using both of them. That contrast can be seen between the submachine gun and pump shotgun, the submachine gun arguably being the weakest weapon in the game, but obviously having the benefit of being fully automatic. The sub oftentimes can be used as a preventative, knocking zombies off balance and stopping incoming damage, whereas the shotgun, while being able to be reloaded pretty fast, takes a lot less shots before you have to reload, with the biggest difference being the rate of fire. You miss with the shotgun and you're going to be open for a period of time when pumping it again, whereas with the submachine gun, you can miss several shots and still end up hitting your target. The reload is actually quite integral towards the flow of combat, which I think is made apparent within the game itself, with how all the characters will oftentimes call out and inform each other they're reloading. Because although the reloading isn't all that slow, we've obviously got incredibly fast enemies heading towards us, creating
creating a situation where we have to time our reloads carefully, as to not get caught out by any approaching enemies. This being a dynamic that creates another difference between the two weapons, with the shotgun being able to stop halfway through a reload to unload more shots, whereas the submachine gun's clip has to be fully reloaded before you can start firing again. These are the weapons we're given at the start of every game, and although I think it would have been nice to see a bit more variety, as to not make the initial stages of combat in each campaign so similar, I can't particularly complain that much. They look great, they're powerful, and the sound of these things is just downright beastly. This being the case for all the weapons here, to be honest. I think I'd go as far to say that Left 4 Dead arguably features some of my all-time favourite weapon sounds, due to how loud and ferocious all of them are. And then we have the tier 2 weapons, those being the auto shotgun, assault rifle, and sniper rifle. This is where I start to have a bit of an issue, however, as although these still hold a lot of the same positives I just mentioned in relation to the tier 1 weapons, brilliant designs, great sounds, different pros and cons, I'm not that big a fan of having weaponry that's more or less effective in this game. It's a weird back and forth that's hard to explain. I don't retract what I said about every weapon destroying the zombies, but if you were to offer me the choice between the assault rifle or submachine gun, I'd pick the assault rifle every time, with the same going for the pump and auto shotgun. Although I'm sure I could use the first two and get through levels just fine, there's no real incentive to, and I mean that literally and also in how they function. The assault rifle undeniably has a higher damage output compared to the submachine gun, and in the case of the auto shotgun, there's absolutely no reason to use the pump after acquiring the auto, because all you have in the pump's case is a weapon that now shoots slower and holds less ammo. That's it. I think it's more disappointing compared to anything else, as the weapons in this case are treated more like a one-time upgrade, whereas leveling all the weapons out would have meant there's 5 unique weapons that all have their individual pros and cons. The tier 2 weapons make the tier 1 weapons look entirely inferior, thus having 2 primary weapons that are very similar to their tier 1 counterparts, with the addition of a sniper, which is the only weapon that I feel mixes things up a bit. It is the sniper, however, that I feel brings together another team-based part of the experience, and that's the idea of assigning different players separate roles depending on the weapons they're using. The sniper, for example, I always think would be an effective role for someone working as a medic, keeping their distance and taking out zombies in a more cautious manner, thus having them keep more of their healing supplies intact, which they can then use on other teammates who are taking on the brunt of the action. And looking at it from that angle, we can then perceive those who are using the shotgun to be someone who goes headfirst into the horde, at the risk of taking some hits along the way, and those using the assault rifle as more of an all-rounder. Now, these would all be self-imposed roles, of course. There's nothing stopping someone with the sniper from diving into the zombies head first, but I feel the sniper fills in a role that isn't really met by any of the other weapons. It would have perhaps been nice to have an additional 4th weapon in this tier that the 4th member of the team could use in a more unique manner, but it is what it is. Overall, the weapons are just fine in this game. The biggest highlight of them for me will always be the sound, as quite literally every single one sounds essentially perfect to me. But while I do have my reservations about some of their functionalities and the relative uselessness of tier 1 weapons the further you get into a stage, I can't really say that I have too many issues, which I'd argue is partly down to the fairly simplistic gunplay that's featured in this game. The only thing you're really having to wrestle with when it comes to getting shots off on a target is the weapon spread, with the automatic weapons in particular becoming a bit more inaccurate when continuously firing and moving around. But this is about as far away from something like Counter-Strike as you could possibly get. This is a game where you point at your target, fire, and 9 times out of 10 you're gonna hit what you're aiming at. Up next is Death Toll, the first campaign that I feel switches up the environment to a more substantial degree, taking us away from the city atmosphere and once again showing the gang being left completely stranded, this time in the middle of nowhere basically, with our surroundings being primarily filled up with trees, rocky terrain, and busted up cars. This first stage is a lot more open than we've been used to compared to the previous campaigns, with these open areas actually presenting a different kind of threat when it comes to the zombies, while the more claustrophobic environments leave you with little room to maneuver, giving the zombies a better opportunity to pile up and get you trapped in a corner. Because of how fast they are and how spread out they become in these more open areas, we're left in yet another precarious position where we have to perhaps be even more aware of our surroundings. Whereas in the hospital, for example, you had tons of zombies running down one straight corridor. Here, we've got zombies scattered all over the place, lessening their chances of creating a pylon, but having a greater chance of getting some swipes off in my view. I do like the immediate contrast when it comes to the look of this place. Everything's still very dark, just like in the city. But as I say, there's an openness now, where we can start appreciating things like the dense fog that oftentimes clouds our view of the zombies, the vegetation that's presented from shrubs that are on the ground, the hundreds of trees all around us that are so densely packed they end up creating a sort
sort of claustrophobic feeling in themselves. I will say, the one thing I would have maybe liked to see more of in this stage is the outside environment, because ultimately, once we made our way past the broken down bridge, we find ourselves fighting in dark underground areas yet again. And although the gameplay never falters in these moments, I do think because of how it lacks a certain amount of depth, you are kind of needing to keep things like the environments and gameplay scenarios constantly varied. When you spend enough time killing zombies, it's not that the shooting itself will get old, you just want the context of the shooting to present something new. And when we get a situation like here, where we're once again surrounded by darkness, with our only way to head forward being this one long corridor basically, I don't see an issue in wanting things to be spiced up a little bit. And this trend unfortunately continues in the next stage, being given yet another sewer that we need to make our way through, the emphasis this time round coming from the tight drainage systems. The key things I'd pick out from this stage are more based in the cinematic set piece based moments, like the one point where we have to lower a bridge, with a tsunami of zombies flooding out the nearby pipes, with me feeling this rather repetitive level design is being inadvertently spawned from the mechanics of the zombies. Don't get me wrong, all the areas look great individually, but I sometimes feel like that part of these levels is what's being focused on a lot more, and I can somewhat understand that, as when you've got your main enemy of the game having literally one sole way of attacking, in terms of a level's design, you are ultimately going to be attaching to the few key ideas that prove themselves to work the most effectively. In a game like World at War, for example, there's a very strong adherence to giving players lots of different cover to hide behind, different routes to head forward, but understand, I feel like these things are implemented more in that case because of how they work off human enemies that are actively firing at you from range. There's several points in many of the levels where you're usually given the choice of fighting indoors or outdoors, with the indoor areas leaving you more open to close quarter attacks, and the outdoor areas leaving you open to ranged attacks because of the longer sightlines. There's no dynamic like that in a game like Left 4 Dead. As I said earlier, tight and open areas do present their different challenges, but not to the same degree. You do ultimately still just have zombies running after you. I find it quite hard to describe. When thinking about it, I'm not sure whether my issue lies more with the levels themselves, or purely from how the zombies interact with them. Observing them on their own, I do see genuine similarities to games like Half-Life 2, and in some of the warehouses, I can't help but get the feel of games like Fear out of my mind. In those two games that I just mentioned, however, you've got AI systems that are far more aware of their surroundings, oftentimes retreating and ducking behind cover. Not to mention as well, with them retaliating via weapons of their own, you yourself actively interact with the level more as you scramble around for cover of your own. Describing these areas as merely shooting galleries would be wrong, as there's far too many redeeming factors when it comes to their visual design. But in a gameplay sense, levels like this once again leave me in a position where I'm wanting the gameplay loop to be switched up to a certain degree, and I feel like the level design would be the only way to go about that, as I think how all the enemies are designed is near perfect. Funny enough, however, despite the discussion we just had, I find the next level to be designed brilliantly, initially starting the level off in a rail yard, where it should be said that verticality is something that's utilised incredibly well throughout most of the levels in this game. In this instance, having quite a few zombies placed up on elevated positions, where just like the open environment, we're left in a position where our aim is getting directed towards even more positions that aren't directly in front of us. As lest we forget, getting rid of the zombies that are charging right for us isn't the only concern. By the time you've dealt with them, you might have to reload your weapons, and if there's no one free to shoot, those zombies who weren't paying attention to you previously are more than likely to be running straight at you. But the verticality in terms of our play also works really well for me. It's oftentimes used to add a bit more diversity towards our traversal, having us climb upstairs with zombies coming at us from both angles, making our way across makeshift platforms to reach the next area. But as we've seen in some of the previous levels, height has also been frequently employed to give us a wider view of the general area. One good example being when we entered the sewers in No Mercy, always being stopped by some pipes that we land on, elevating ourselves above the zombies, and being able to pick them off far more easily before jumping down. After this rail yard section, however, we eventually reach a graveyard and a church, with us seeing the first interaction with another unknown survivor.
Is someone there? I've got a bell in here. Go away! No one gets in!
Mister, if one of us gets killed out here, I'm gonna shoot my way in there and beat you to death with my gun!
Trying to intimidate me? Get help! Ding dong! Ding dong!
The guy doesn't appear to be all that friendly, however, ringing the church bell and taking us to another survival-based moment. Having all this action take place in a graveyard is already very fitting, and much like we saw during the elevator sequence at the hospital, elements like the destructible environment and massive zombie onslaught truly make this a sight to behold. Remember what I said about variety though? This is exactly the kind of thing I was talking about. When you boil this down, we are ultimately just killing zombies again, but having this slaughter be painted out in the form of another human's betrayal gives the encounter quite a bit more depth. It's got all the action action we're familiar with, while also including a minor story beat, and some unique differences, like cutting out all the music, and merely having us hear the bell chimes ringing out over and over again. Whereas before, it was usually the zombies discovering us by themselves. Having this fight be a direct result of another human draws us even further into the encounter. We want to survive the horde so we can bust into that safe room and teach the guy a lesson. And talking of that, when we do eventually get into the safe room, the guy ends up turning into a boomer, with this pretty hilarious surprise capping off another great level. The key thing I take away from this being the characters' interactions here. For a set of characters that are all rather unique, I do find it a bit of a shame how little we see them both interact with each other and other survivors they find, like the guy in the church. It'd be like if after the introduction of Alex Vance from Half-Life 2, she hardly ever talks to us again. And this all basically comes back to the game's almost complete lack of focus on a proper story. I feel it's an example where intentionality doesn't negate a negative. There's many games that have this same lack of emphasis on a story. Let's just use Risk of Rain 2 as an example. There is lore to that game, which people can dig up for themselves, just like in the case of Left 4 Dead. But unlike Risk of Rain 2, Left 4 Dead sets its world and characters up in a way where it's almost begging for more character interactions, begging for more story moments. We can very much see that's predominantly not what they were going for, but as all the elements are in plain view for a storyline to be created, regardless of how simplistic and conventional it may be, it feels more like wasted potential, not merely something they didn't want to pursue. And as we'll see in some of the very few story instances that are presented in both games, I think fans can agree with me that when they do start linking events and do utilize gameplay to convey a certain narrative, it's really great to see play out. The story's not non-existent, don't get me wrong, things like the world building are pulled off incredibly well when simply observing the walls of all the different safe rooms, with many other survivors writing notes and messages to each other, commenting on numerous different things, while also establishing organisations like CEDAR, a government organisation, which many survivors theorise were actually responsible for this outbreak, the infection itself being referred to as the green flu. But we'll talk about the implications of this stuff a bit later on. The penultimate town level mainly has us going through many different structures and areas we've already experienced. The only real things of note I can pick out coming from some of the environmental storytelling, being able to witness military jeeps and news vans laid out on the streets, as well as fences blocking off different parts of the area, giving us an insight on how the population reacted to the initial outbreak, and feeling quite ominous when you realise all these heavily armed reinforcements are more than likely part of the zombie horde we're currently fighting. Something I do feel we should focus on, however, are the zombies themselves. Not the regular ones we've been talking about so far, but the special infected, that are a big component of what makes the gameplay loop in this game so satisfying. You would have seen quite a few of them so far, and there's 5 in total, all possessing different unique threats to impede our progress, and all looking utterly freakish in appearance. Again, this is where we're starting to get onto aspects of the game that ended up creating a proper ripple effect on the gaming industry, namely zombie games obviously, but also many other shooters as well. You've got things like the 4-man team, the idea of hordes being your biggest foe, and most prominently, a way of handling the AI in this game, which we'll get into later on. But although Left 4 Dead most definitely popularised ideas like the strong and original cooperative experience that's presented, you can try and make an argument and say these things have been seen before. I wouldn't, because as I said, I think Left 4 Dead handles these things in a very unique way, in which games created in the vein of it are only ever really compared to this series specifically. But yes, there were 4-player co-op games made before this one, and funny enough, there was another horde-based mode released only a week prior to Left 4 Dead, in the form of World at War Zombie mode. The special infected, however, both from their inherent idea, how they've been implemented, and what all of their separate functionalities are, is a component that I feel has the most notable influence on so many games released past this point, and I only think that will become more apparent as we start looking at each of these guys, starting off with the utterly grotesque Boomer. In terms of this guy's appearance, there's a few words that come to mind straight away: vile, disgusting, revolting, just to name a few, while also featuring several of these tumor-like contortions on its body and face, with the Boomer's veins bulging out and becoming more prominent. And judging from this guy's name and appearance, you can pretty much immediately assume what his functionality is related to, and keeping in line with the grossness of his character, while the Boomer never attacks you directly, its main goal is to either vomit on you, or get close enough to where its bile can get onto your body upon being killed, with the result of this being an almost complete clouding of your vision for a certain period of time, as well as having the bile attract more zombies towards your position. There's so many things I like about how the Boomer fits into the gameplay, and much like many of the other special infected, it's got a lot to do with elements that detract from the simplicity of the regular zombies. The first one that comes to mind would be positioning. Whereas you can ultimately fight the regular infected from close and long ranges without any problems, you're going to want to keep the Boomer as far away as you can, due to even killing it up close still resulting in a consequence. The bile that it shoots out presents the idea of a ranged attack, something that remains a trend between some of the other special infected, and with the Boomer literally exploding upon being killed, we get these wonderfully gruesome details, like seeing its blood and guts burst out, with the only thing that remains being the bottom half of its body. A great enemy that not only presents a new kind of threat to keep the player on their toes, foes, but one that's severe enough to cause a genuine sense of panic upon merely seeing it. That's something we also see in the Hunter, a foe who, while not having as unique a design as something like the Boomer, instead has this absolutely chilling screech that oftentimes informs you of their presence before you've even seen them. Those two elements working in tandem to balance out the surprise factor of the Hunter really well. Clothing being a big part of that, with a comparison that can be drawn between the two special infected we've mentioned so far, being the colour of their torso, with the Hunter wearing this very dark hoodie, and the Boomer, while obviously having far more standout characteristics, wearing a t-shirt that's basically the exact same colour. The intention, of course, being a certain degree of camouflage, with the colour palette of the Hunter in particular blending in with the dark surroundings. But as I said, it's because of the addition of the screech that almost completes the petrifying presence of the Hunter for me. While you may not be able to see it getting ready to pounce, hearing it will make you immediately paranoid and fearful of where it might be hiding. That pounce which I mentioned is also its key form of attacking, leaping towards you at such a distance and such a high speed that in a lot of instances you've basically got no time to escape before it's already grabbed you, where it then tears into your flesh, leaving you entirely paralysed until your team comes to rescue you. A fantastically designed enemy that only becomes more impressive under close observation, as when looking at how the Hunter actually behaves, you'll find that it does tend to hide itself in darker areas, waiting around corners or hiding behind cover until it's got a prime opportunity to pounce. Much like a couple of the other infected we see here, the Hunter also appears to be a bit more sentient compared to the regular zombies, where usually after either a failed attack or some incoming damage, the Hunter will try and escape, going back into hiding and preparing another pounce. And oh my lord, the sounds that come out of this thing are terrifying. The blood-curdling screech it makes when it's merely in the area is startling enough. But the scream it lets out when leaping at you will always be drop-dead terrifying to me. Up next, we've got the Smoker, another enemy that has a wonderfully unique concept that feeds perfectly into the co-op gameplay. Similar to the Boomer, this thing not only appears absolutely vile, once again having these large tumor-like masses all across its body. However, the most noticeable detail in terms of the Smoker is of course his enormous tongue that can always be seen hanging out of his mouth. Much like the Hunter, sound is used really effectively to let you know there's one nearby. However, this time, the sound isn't all that terrifying, but instead leans back into the more bizarre, gross qualities we saw from ones like the Boomer. The Smoker also has this dark green smoke emanating from its body, tying into the continual coughs we hear coming from it. And as you could have assumed, it's that massive tongue this guy possesses that can end up putting us in a heap of trouble, with the Smoker being able to shoot this thing out from a massive distance, where if grabbed by it, results in you being paralysed once again, this time with the Smoker being able to drag you towards its position, where it will then proceed to beat down on you. As you may have noticed, out of the 3 different special infected we've looked at so far, they're very much what I describe as a deterrent towards solo-based gameplay, and that's where I feel the true influence on many other future games begins to rear its head once again. You can deal with the Boomer fine enough on your own, but when it comes to the Hunter and Smoker, 2 enemies that can not only paralyze you, but also can achieve that in a relatively fast and easy manner, you're relying a lot more on your teammates to come and rescue you if you end up getting caught, feeding into a whole host of other team-related aspects, like having players stay closer to each other, help each other out more often, because as you'll find in the case of something like the Smoker, if you run ahead of your group alone, you leave yourself open to an attack that you can't escape from yourself, and also one that can utterly destroy your health, and even end up in you getting straight up killed. The catch and pull from the Smoker is utterly brilliant though, and perhaps actually a bit more balanced compared to the Hunter, because whereas getting pounced on by the Hunter results in you immediately being dragged to the ground, when being grabbed by the Smoker, you're given a brief opportunity, literally about 1 or 2 seconds, where you're still able to fire your weapon, resulting in yet another tense gameplay scenario you're placed in, getting a very short window where you can take the Smoker out for yourself, which feels great to pull off when achieved successfully. I'd argue that my favourite part in terms of the Hunter and Smoker's attacks is that absolute sense of hopelessness and lack of control we feel upon being attacked by them, whether we're getting ripped to shreds on the ground or dangling on the side of a building. Taking control away from the player in this manner is something that I think could have been a big risk. I think there debatably could have been a great degree of frustration that could be garnered from presenting enemies that stop you in your tracks and leave you in a position where you can't do anything. But as I said, it's not only the reinforcement of teamwork that works incredibly effectively, it's also how these enemies are appropriately balanced throughout each level that I feel totally negates them being a nuisance. And then we've got the final 2 special infected, which both function a bit differently to the ones we've talked about so far, those being the Tank and the Witch. Now, despite appearing like polar opposites visually, the Witch looking more like a regular infected, merely with glowing eyes, and the Tank looking like some kind of overgrown ball bag taken on the form of a gorilla, they have quite a lot in common when it comes down to their attributes. Both of them are incredibly durable, they both predominantly work off close quarter attacks, but where they start to differ is when it comes to their behaviours. And starting with the Witch, this is the only enemy throughout the entire game that will leave you entirely alone, so long as you leave it alone. Much like the other special infected, it's another factor that makes me look back to the opening cutscene and appreciate just how much it achieves in terms of setting up the game. Because as we saw, not only does every single special infected get showcased in it, but we're also directly shown what all of their unique abilities are. I will say, however, the Witch is most definitely the one that's left up in the air somewhat, which I feel would feed really nicely into players' experience in the game for the first time. Because as I said, when you eventually come face to face with the Witch, nothing particularly stands out apart from the external elements, like the Witch's theme and your team's reaction.
Sounds like a witch. Come on, shut off your flashlight. Quiet.
And that's where her functionalities come in, where oftentimes either carelessness or perhaps a curious investigation of the Witch will lead to her becoming more and more aggravated, eventually resulting in her exploding in a fit of rage if you either stay too close or shine your flashlight at her. And it's here where the durability I mentioned shown off, with the Witch launching herself directly at the person who aggravated her, in which the entire team needs to focus their fire on her before she ends up reaching the teammate. The three big advantages she has being the amount of damage she can take, how far she can run, and most importantly, being able to knock the player down with only one single hit. That's what arguably turns the Witch into the most lethal enemy in the game, making more sense as to why we're usually given ample opportunity to avoid her. As unlike the Smoker or Hunter that merely deals damage until they're taken out, the Witch will drain your health bar immediately, being a pretty severe consequence, especially if you don't have any healing. You may be thinking, well, once you know what the Witch does, just avoid her. And while that is true in theory, that's where the placement comes into play, with the Witch sometimes being ingeniously placed directly in front of the path forward, making avoidance impossible, and thus linking back to the teamwork once again, with your team now having to plan out both how to deal with the Witch, and also to decide who it is that's going to take the risk of alerting her. And finally, looking at the tank, we see that strangely, it's quite a similar enemy in principle. There are key differences obviously, like the sheer size of it, how you're not able to avoid it in the same kind of way, and how its attacks don't kill you instantly. But what we've essentially got is another incredibly durable foe that charges directly at you, dealing out an insanely high amount of damage. However, this time, the tank isn't only a lot more durable compared to the Witch, requiring even more on-the-fly planning when one comes out of the blue, but its attacks also fling you all over the place, on one hand reinforcing the sheer power of this thing, and on the other being a genuinely dangerous threat, because as you can see in one of my playthroughs, I actually got hit right into a body of water, and due to me playing solo, my immediate death meant that I had to start the stage all over again. But again, that's all on me. Ultimately, I know exactly how the tank functions, and should have positioned myself in a safer place. So that's all of the special infected we see in this game, and needless to say, I find them all utterly brilliant. They enhance the gameplay experience to an exponential degree, and all work in tandem to create gameplay scenarios that are somehow even more intense compared to being swarmed by hundreds of zombies all at once. They're an addition that can turn what might seem like quite a calm and controlled run into one where you've got no control whatsoever, with one of your teammates being strangled by a smoker, the other being torn apart by a hunter, and a boomer blurring your vision and drawing crowds of zombies towards your position. Every single one is perfect in themselves, but end up being even more perfect when taking into account how they fit into Left 4 Dead as a whole. I really can't think of a single thing I'd change about any of them, as whatever dangerous threats they bring to the table are remarkably balanced out by the three other teammates you've got alongside you. And coming to the end of Death Toll, we finally reach a house alongside a nearby river, using the radio inside to call out for support and entering into a final stand once again. Although I will say, compared to No Mercy and Crash Course, the far more open area does lead to some additional benefits and disadvantages. We've got things like a minigun setup in certain places, allowing us to annihilate zombies coming from a particular angle, but still obviously having the repercussions of being entirely open from behind. Those special infected we were just talking about actually benefit from this larger environment, as it gives them more space to move around, making it much harder to pin them down and get our shots off. However, the key thing that can really benefit from this large area is some of the equipment we've got at our disposal, namely the throwables, both ones that can be carried on our person and ones that are lying around. Starting with the former, there's two kinds of grenade type equipment we've got, those being the pipe bomb and Molotov. However, these are in no way your typical explosives, as much like quite a few elements we see in this game, their effects have been exaggerated to a certain degree to create an overall more satisfying zombie killing experience. The Molotov is a tad more standard, being a firebomb, as you might expect, that usually wipes out the zombies fairly rapidly. Fire being at the basis of one of the other throwables we've got here, that being the gas cans, an item that while being unable to be held in the same manner as the grenades, can be picked up, thrown out and shot to create another large area of flames. The biggest difference between the two being the more drawn out and potentially hazardous process that takes place when utilising the gas can, as in the period where you've picked this thing up, you're unable to use your weapons. And not to mention, whereas throwing out a Molotov results in an immediate effect, the additional shooting of the gas can means you're left open for even more time, taking your focus away from the zombies and instead trying to get shots off on the can. That's the thing, however, this is also the one massive benefit from items like the gas can, as well as also the explosive propane tanks, where unlike the Molotovs and pipe bombs that are always thrown exactly from your position, we can place these items down in several different areas as traps for the incoming zombies. So while the Molotovs may be more accurate and quick fire up close, the cans and propane tanks work as a good alternative in terms of a trap that we can activate from a longer range. My personal favourite piece of equipment though is hands down the pipe bomb. Simplistic in nature, being a highly powerful grenade with a blinking red light on the top that draws all the zombies in the area towards it. Pretty much identical to something like the monkey bomb we see in COD Zombies, but the explosion we eventually see when the bomb detonates will always be marvellous to watch, especially when you've got a really big crowd of zombies on it. Escaping Riverside, we transition into Dead Air, where we start this campaign being one of the only real instances that don't make all that much sense. We've gone from being on a boat straight into a greenhouse, although obviously without the Crash Course DLC, the start of Death Toll wouldn't have made that much sense either. It turns out this greenhouse is on a rooftop, meaning that we're back in a city, having a brief journey through some apartment buildings and city streets before we reach the end. I do like the fact we're given the opportunity to explore some more apartments, as unlike the streets, we haven't really had that many to explore outside of No Mercy. The interiors are overall more focused on different establishments and murky underground systems, so it's good to see a bit more variation. This pretty much continues in the next stage, giving us a hotel that features areas which are near pitch black at points, and also lamps that generate no light whatsoever. As the name of this level implies, the main part of this one comes from the crane, another holdout objective in which we need to use the crane to make our way onto a building. While I didn't find the action to be all that impressive, considering we're essentially fighting in a cage, with zombies coming from 3 very predictable spawn points, it did give me a chance to appreciate the background environments, an aspect of the game that while looking consistently good across the game's duration, do find themselves blending together a bit too much for me. The key reason for that, in my opinion, being the darkness that envelops most of these levels. Even when we head away from the condensed cityscape with tall buildings and large vehicles almost continually clouding our view, the forests we see in Death Toll almost have the exact same dark, grey colour palette, that while being tonally consistent, perhaps makes both campaigns feel a bit more similar than I think they should do. Dead Air, however, despite returning to a general environment that we've played through a fair few times at this point, switches up the colour palette, with the sky now emanating a distinct shade of orange. This not being the result of a sunrise though, but instead from the brilliant blend we see between the darkness of the sky and the clouds of smoke we see rising up from almost every direction. We're able to distinguish this orange colour as actually stemming from the fires that we can imagine are breaking out all over the city, reinforcing the sheer chaos and mayhem these metropolitan areas have fallen into. In the third stage, however, we do also see a switch up in terms of the actual environment as well, still taking place in the city, but taking us into a construction site, with aspects like the verticality presented from the scaffolding we can climb up, leading to a more unconventional way of traversing the area. It's like I said earlier, multiple routes are something that can be very important towards how a level's designed. More routes presents more options. More options means more freedom. More freedom means a higher degree of interactivity, and interactivity is inherently what makes a game fun to play. And unlike some of the previous areas that occasionally feel like we're being railroaded down certain paths, and only being given a single way of progressing forward, the mere inclusion of an elevated pathway not only presents an alternate way of reaching the end of the area, but I also find it feeds back into the power trip based elements, raising ourselves above our enemies and mowing them down from above. Remember, world design is pretty much never an issue with this game. All the areas feel authentic, but that's always only one piece of the puzzle. An authentic looking environment has to also be designed in a way that feels fun to play as well. Making our way into the airport, but I think it's time we aimed our focus towards one of the most vital elements when it comes to this game's design. An element that I think remains arguably the most influential thing to be taken away from the series, and one of the main reasons why Left 4 Dead has remained so consistently popular despite not having a new game release for well over a decade, and that's the director. A dynamic system that lies at the core of what makes all these campaigns so replayable even all these years later. It's important to note that there's actually 2 directors at play here, one being the AI director and the other being the music director. And starting with the AI director, as I said, I think this is one of, if not the biggest reason people still find themselves coming back to play these games over and over again. And ultimately, it all comes down to the generation and more unconventional placement of things like the infected, special infected, weapons, and items. In terms of the regular zombies, the director categorizes these into 2 groups, wanderers and mobs. mobs. The Wanderers being the most common zombie that we see, these being the ones that, as their name suggests, are merely wandering around as we make our way forward. Despite having a fairly conventional campaign and level-based structure, however, the manner in which these guys are placed is entirely randomized, which is the key difference between many other games surrounding it. Launching up the same map several times in a row, you'll notice the Wanderers will almost always start off in different places, with there usually being more or less zombies in separate areas of a level every single time.
Initially, designers placed the spawn locations for common infected mobs in each map. However, it became obvious after a few playthroughs that skilled survivors knew exactly where each of these were, killing the atmosphere of anticipation and constant danger. To address this, we tried creating sets of these mob generators and randomizing which sets were active for a given session. This helped somewhat, but ultimately it meant that experienced survivor teams would just have to check a few more known locations. Since a primary design goal of Left 4 Dead was to create an experience that could be replayed indefinitely, we needed a new approach. We decided to go for the ideal but riskier solution, a completely procedural approach that would determine where to create mobs on the fly as the team was playing. Although it took longer to build this system, in the end it worked better than we even hoped. Not only were experienced teams no longer able to expect where mobs would hit, but the process of populating maps with enemies was hugely simplified.
That in itself is already great to me, presenting quite a substantial degree of variety when it comes to the predominant enemy we take on. A room you entered the last time you played that didn't have any enemies in it now may have some infected waiting inside, thus giving us more variety, and resulting in an experience that remains unexpected and fresh every time you come back to it. And this stays the same when it comes to the mobs, these being the large hordes that sporadically spawn in every few minutes or so, the difficulty you're playing on increasing both the amount of zombies we see in these hordes, and the rate in which they're spawned in. This is where I feel the music director also begins to rear its head, where comparing the experiences between fighting off Wanderers and fighting off mobs shows two very distinct differences in terms of the soundtrack. And listening to some of the insight that's relayed in the game's developer commentary, the reason they went to the effort of creating a sole music director is because they wanted the soundtrack to actually relate to what the player's experiencing, not what the developer merely wants them to feel like they're experiencing.
We took several steps to keep the music interesting enough that the players would be inclined to keep it on as they play. We keep it changing so it won't become tedious. To this end, we created a music director that runs alongside the AI director, tracking the player's experience rather than their emotional state. We keep the music appropriate to each player's situation and highly personalized. The music engine in Left 4 Dead has a complete client-side multi-track system per player that is completely unique to that player and can even be monitored by the spectators.
And it's something that when put in practice works fantastically, and would have most definitely influenced future games like Doom 2016 when it comes to how their soundtracks were constructed. An example for me that shows off the disconnect between a game's sound and visuals would stem from games like Minecraft for me, a game whose soundtrack, while being great, sometimes introduces these epic, grandiose pieces of music, which sometimes can be paired up with the player just sitting around, not doing all that much. There's nothing like that in Left 4 Dead. We've got a system in place that's constantly adapting and interacting with the AI director, making it so the music always has a purpose. And looking into the music files, you'll see that pretty much every piece of music we hear in game is actually really short, the intention obviously being related to how the player's handling a certain situation. Take for example all the music we hear when facing a horde. We're first informed that a horde's on its way by the percussion-based drumming that we hear, basically an indication to the player that it's time to prepare for a fight. And once the horde starts going on the offensive, we spend the rest of the fight hearing a back and forth between several different audio tracks in the Zombat music folder, some oftentimes being looped a few times, like the frenetic Horde Slayer tracks, while also occasionally reintroducing the warning percussion, as well as layering in the almost deafening Horde Danger music. All of these bite-sized tracks achieving their goal of perfectly reflecting what we're seeing and experiencing in-game. And not to mention, all the special infected actually have themes, all of which have become absolutely iconic. The dark piano or string notes that get played, all being distinct enough to where merely a few notes played in a particular way lets you know exactly if a boomer, hunter, or smoker is nearby. Getting back to the AI, however, let's talk about the special infected. Just like the normal zombies, these guys are placed randomly. However, they tend to crop up and actively move towards positions where they gain an active advantage. It's like I said about the hunters hiding in dark corners and smokers looking down from rooftops. The special infected knows what their advantages are, and create a great dynamic between them and the players because of that fact. The witch and tank, however, are treated quite a bit differently, pretty much for the same reasons which I talked about when discussing them previously. These guys are treated in a far more choreographed manner compared to the two types of infected I just talked about, not only spawning in the same types of areas, those being on a direct unavoidable path forward, but there's also no randomization to exactly when and where they spawn. We can see that from the example I gave in Crash Course earlier. The first time round I got surprised by the tank and promptly thrown into the water, so as you could assume, the following time I came to this point I was actively anticipating the tank, and wouldn't you know, he spawned in the exact same place once again. This being the only real negative in terms of the AI director for me. I get it's likely related to a balancing issue, not wanting there to be too many tanks or witches spawning throughout a level, or having them spawn so randomly they end up in places they either don't function well, or become too unfair to deal with. But yeah, in comparison to the variety presented by the other infected, it is a bit more underwhelming when taking both approaches into account. The infected are most definitely where the director's at its most noticeable, but bear in mind, it does also affect the items that spawn in several different areas. Although I will say, this is quite a bit more impactful when it comes to Left 4 Dead 2, due to there being an overall increase in regards to all of our equipment. But in the first game, we do still see things like the director swapping out pain pills for medkits, depending on how much damage your team's taken, leading into what I perceive as the most impactful part of the director's behaviour. Understand that all these elements I just mentioned are merely one part of the director's role. The main reason why all of these things work has more to do with how they've been implemented, not simply why. As we've seen, it's important to establish that the director is a lot more than just a random outcome generator. There's always usually a meaning behind the majority of outcomes that are presented to us, and this leads us to what's described as the director's several different phases that it works off, feeding into the intense cycle the series has now become renowned for. But saying that, it's not solely about intensity when looking a bit closer. The quiet moments are also incredibly vital towards actually setting up these louder set pieces, which as a result makes them more engaging and more memorable. There's three phases that feed into this, those being the build up, peak, and relax phases, all being pretty self-explanatory when looking solely at their names. The build up, as you could assume, begins right from the very start of the level, being a phase where the Wanderers, Hordes, and Special Infected are all being thrown at you like usual. This is where a stat known as Survivor Intensity comes into play, monitoring variables like how many zombies you're killing, how much damage you're all taking, if any of you has gone down, how close the zombies are getting before you take them out. All things that naturally can be measured to see how overwhelmed your team is getting, with this eventually reaching a peak, in which we then enter the relax phase. A short period of time in which near to no infected spawn of any kind, giving you the opportunity to take a small breather and perhaps heal up after a very tense encounter. All of this might sound quite simplistic, but understand AI in most games up to this point did not work in this kind of fashion. Left 4 Dead's director system was presenting a new kind of experience, a new kind of dynamic system that was ingeniously merging randomized enemies with a set number of phases, in levels that remain the same every time you go through them. I have to reinstate, this isn't a Call of Duty campaign where the same set pieces happen in every mission, or where the same targets spawn at the same places every time. This is a fully dynamic AI system that's consistently monitoring the players to fine-tailor their experience, trying to give them gameplay that maximizes the game's mechanics as frequently as possible. And again, we've got a cycle here that even when describing it, makes me see why so many people are still playing these games, as when put in practice, we do end up with this highly immersive cinematic cycle that makes it more obvious why the idea of movies and the name of the director has been employed, creating satisfying build-ups and payoffs are what the vast majority of writers are ultimately aiming for, especially in a heavily action-oriented game like this. And needless to say, between the three distinct phases the director puts players in, and the connection these have between aspects like the intensity of the situations we're being placed in, what enemies are being thrown at us, and the scale in which they're introduced, we're left with a system that I'd once again describe as perfection. I've got a fairly broad gaming knowledge from both the past and present, and I think the effect the idea of the AI directors had on the gaming industry has been nothing short of profound. Just like how I can acknowledge and heavily appreciate what a game like Half-Life's done for the first-person shooter genre, I have that same kind of feeling when it comes to Left 4 Dead and its AI systems. It's still what I take away as arguably the most impressive part over everything else. And that is saying a lot, because there's so much else to love here. Coming to the end of Dead Air, we have one final standoff, as could be expected. However, we can't ignore just how fantastic this level appears. The orange sky standing out particularly strongly during this part. The towering, dilapidated skyscrapers nearby being another constant that I've failed to mention up to this point, with all the destroyed buildings that make up a large part of the background scenery all looking great as well. But looking at the more unique objects within this level, the vast majority of cover that both you and the enemies have got to use mainly comes from the sheer destruction that's been wreaked onto this airport.
for? Large piles of rubble lying around, massive pieces of several kinds of aircraft strung out all over the place, and how could we forget about the plane crash we witnessed at the start? Most definitely one of the more standout set-piece moments in this game, with the devastating impact we see as it crashes onto the ground, with tons of debris and flames bursting out of it. I think this part of the campaign in particular still remains as a genuine spectacle, and although the gameplay is relatively the same, I do enjoy the very wide open area we're working with, because of the advantages this gives to the special infected. There's also a continuous flame that burns on some debris nearby the supplies and minigun, being what I describe as almost the focal point of this survival piece, much like the house from Death Toll and the elevator from No Mercy. This being a spot I assume many players will gravitate towards, due to the fire actually lighting up and taking out many of the infected, unlike some of the other fires we see in the game that are placed more as a mere visual. And with that, we're led to what was originally the final campaign of the game, that being Blood Harvest, taking us back to the forest environments, with streets and roads being replaced with dirt pathways, that while ultimately serving the same purpose, gives the feeling like we're heading out in the middle of nowhere, while trying to find any form of escape. And while I think visually, we've still got a strong adherence towards the dark and decrepit, just like Dead Air, it's the colours and tones we see in the sky that gives a more unique feel to this place off the bat, now getting a genuinely awe-inspiring gaze at the few remaining pieces of genuine beauty that remain in this world. This first level ultimately progresses in the manner that I was wanting Death Toll to. While that level was the first to bring us out of the city, it didn't really end up utilising these fresh environments to their full potential, while in Blood Harvest, we spend almost the entirety of our time outside, with us now being in the midst of these dense forest environments with tall trees, large rocks and bushes. And that's something that I feel is a very strong point of Blood Harvest. There's a uniqueness about it that makes it stand out for me a bit more compared to the other campaigns. Fences set up around the perimeter with dangerous drops and rocky terrain lying beyond them, rickety wooden bridges that have been precariously set up that we need to cross, and only about 1 or 2 buildings in sight for the whole first level. But this does change when going into the second stage, returning to the warehouses and railroad areas that we're all too familiar with. I find it very interesting. I wonder why there was such a close adherence to these kinds of areas in particular. For a game that features so much variety in other areas, it seems that in essentially every campaign at this point, there hasn't been one idea environmentally that's remained entirely unique. Like the first stage of this campaign, there's perhaps certain levels where environments lean more into certain ideas, in that case being the outdoor areas. But at some point or another, we always seem to end up back at these several key environments: city streets, railways, and underground systems. Now there's nothing wrong with staying true to the concept you envision the game should follow, but that's not how it's ever really felt to me. I don't know if it's an asset thing, a gameplay thing, or just a genuine want to keep returning to these select environments. But realistically, I think for a game that's already working on a cycle, albeit one that's incredibly entertaining, breaking the mold a bit more in relation to the environments might have been nice to see. We do end up back outside in the next stage, however, with the main section of this one revolving around us travelling down a railroad track, and using one of the nearby carriages to destroy a bridge so we can keep moving forward. I will say though, there were moments here which reinforced to me how vital it is that all the threats we go up against work in tandem, not individually. For example, there was one point where a tank came out to attack us by itself. A horde had already attacked from behind, in which we wiped them all out, leaving me in a position where I had a tank following me that quite literally couldn't catch up. Things like this somewhat take away from the intimidation factor, a component that I feel significantly bolsters enemies like the tank. Despite working against the player, because of how you got 3 other teammates alongside you, you're kind of wanting these threats to impose a substantial challenge every time you see one of them. It's different when it comes to ones like the Boomer or Smoker, as there's an element of quick thinking that becomes equally as satisfying if you're able to wipe them out before they do anything to you. But when you've got something like the tank, where the whole purpose is to be this gargantuan beast, it becomes a tad underwhelming when we're given the speed and room to simply outpace it. Funny enough, I bring this up more to reinforce the positive of how little I felt this has been an issue across the game. It's more a matter of enemy placement compared to anything else, which in terms of the special infected can be given quite a bit more leeway due to the more randomized nature the director presents. I will say, some of you may be thinking about how difficulty plays into these factors, and while I usually invalidate those differences by merely focusing on one difficulty setting, that being the standard or normal difficulty mode that I use as a benchmark, it's something that's quite a bit more integral to a game like Left 4 Dead compared to lots of
of other games. As you rise up the difficulty settings in this game, you'll experience many differences that you can very much expect. Enemies become more resistant, you become a lot more vulnerable, the spawn rate of first aid kits becomes quite a bit more sporadic, which already start causing noticeable differences, because if you want to use that last example of the tank that I just gave, if I was playing on, say, advanced difficulty, not only would there be a chance that I couldn't wipe out the infected behind me in time, thus getting me trapped between a horde of zombies and a tank, but even if I did and started outpacing it again, the tank's increased health would make it so that I might run out of space, or end up getting caught on an obstacle, resulting in not just the punishment of getting hit, but a far more damaging punishment as well. But it's not just that, the AI does also end up adapting as well, employing different strategies and planning out their actions more. On advanced difficulty, for example, you'll begin noticing enemies like the Smoker and Boomer concealing themselves a lot better. They'll attack instantly when you come in range, compared to the brief window they oftentimes gave you when they initially spot you. And then hopping over to Expert, this is where things become really punishing. Things like friendly fire that are rather negligible when playing on normal can now become fatal with only one shotgun blast. Hordes almost always have to be entirely planned for on your end due to the increased resistance and how there's a significant amount more coming at you. And when it comes to the special infected, these guys now start employing methods that almost feed into the meta of the mode. Hunters rarely waste their time pouncing on targets, but instead just use their claws, dealing a good amount of damage while not locking them in place, allowing the chance for an easier escape. All this kind of stuff I can really appreciate. The reason I don't focus all that much on difficulty modes in other games is because in so many of them, they're always rather lazy. Too many games simply up the enemy's health and call it a day, not realizing their enemies have now become entirely unsatisfying to kill because they're straight up bullet sponges. But Left 4 Dead handles difficulty settings in a really great way, feeding into many of the aspects that make up the game, and in my opinion, fully enhancing them upon getting to grips with the greater challenge. Teamwork becomes vital, with a reliance on bots for someone playing on single player like in my case, making the higher difficulty substantially more challenging. Aiming becomes so much more important because of the friendly fire I talked about, as well as making every single one of your shots count before you need to reload. And while it may be initially frustrating to some, I can only imagine mastering these difficulty settings will lead to an immensely gratifying feeling, sort of akin to the mastery of many FromSoft games. Once you figure out what makes all these enemies tick, and how to appropriately navigate these levels when taking their new attributes into account, the payoff will feel a lot more satisfying due to your awareness of how much more likely getting killed now is. Again, not in an artificial way where it's a matter of getting hit a couple times and then dying, but in a way that's fair, a way where your plan of attack needs to be effective. Maps need to be known from back to front. All really great stuff. They won't be for everyone, of course, but I'm very happy they're here, and we're actually given very substantial differences, compared to just having a static health increase. Capping off Blood Harvest, we fend off against waves of undead in a house. The setup of this one very much giving me the feel of something like Night of the Living Dead. As per usual, there's not much to say that hasn't already been said. You're killing zombies until someone comes to the rescue, with the many destructible points in the house like the windows, doors and walls, leading to so many different areas we can get swarmed from. One thing I will say about all these extraction phases, however, is that as you might have noticed, they're another part of the game that holds back on the randomization side of the AI director, and instead works on set waves, with all of these finales featuring 5 distinct waves. That's right, the whole idea of waiting for your evac isn't really true. The speed in which you can escape mainly depends on how quickly you're able to jump from one wave to another. So in the first stage, we get an all-out barrage of zombies, with the second wave beginning immediately after all the zombies are taken out, in which a tank will spawn every time. This is a wave where we can observe the different variables that are put in place to end each of these waves, because unlike the first wave where we had to eliminate every enemy in sight before moving on, here we only have to wipe out the tank. So you can see what I mean. Although the gameplay still ultimately feels the same, how these evacs function behind the scenes is a bit more linear compared to the bulk of the gameplay. As I say though, it all works well enough, although I'm sure things like this will be hardly noticeable to most players. Those who are perhaps a bit more familiar with how these play out can use that to their advantage, with there being a few short grace periods in between certain waves that can be prepared for and capitalized on if you know when each wave is coming to an end. Something I haven't actually mentioned about the end credits, however, is 1, how they're not even real credits, and 2, how there's some great little details and stats that make you appreciate what it is you've achieved during your time playing. Bear in mind that during your escape, your whole team has to make their way to the escape vehicle before your mission's seen as being complete. But if one of your teammates ends up going down, or just outright dies at any point, your team can either decide to try and rescue them, or leave them behind. Oftentimes the latter of which is the best approach if someone has gone down, because ultimately it doesn't change anything in relation to the overall outcome. But what the credits do start off with, if someone has been left behind, is a little tribute in their honour. In my case, only ever showing the character's name due to me playing alone, but when playing online, swapping that name out for the player's username. This being something that can also be seen before, during, and after the campaign's over, when it comes to the poster, credits, and UI elements. And it's beneath that tribute where the large list of stats are given out, letting us see new stats like who took the most pain pills, who injured their teammates the most, who was the most accurate shooter. Nothing game-changing of course, but still a fun idea that rounds off each campaign nicely. This takes us to the final campaign of the game, another DLC, with this one being known as the Sacrifice. Making our way in via a train, and already noticeably experimenting around with certain ideas. The ones we see here being the form of transport itself, where up till now, every single level has merely shown the team with their boots on the ground, as opposed to actually utilising their transport like this. But we also have the team taking out zombies by themselves during this opening, both of these in my opinion feeding into the closer adherence to narrative that I feel is focused on far more heavily in this campaign. For those of you who are aware, the main focus of this campaign isn't purely about killing zombies and escaping. It's more revolved around the chemistry between our teammates, and particularly the character Bill, as we'll see later on. This first level reinforces this several times, not just in the opening, because as we make our way through this stage, which might I add presents some brilliant visuals, like the collapsed bridge and the gruesome state some of the train carts are left in further on. But pay attention to what some of the characters say during certain points when making our way forward.
You sure this is the right way?
Lewis, the ocean doesn't flow into the river.
We really want to open that door? Please say no.
Typically while playing, these guys don't really interact all that much, which, with this being a game with heavy co-op elements, I kind of understand. You don't want these guys to just be yapping constantly, as it might impede the communication of the players who are taking control of them. Usually they just shout out things like if they're reloading, or if there's a special infected in the area, but as you just saw, dialogue akin to what we usually hear at the start of these campaigns, and sometimes within safe rooms, starts being thrown out on the fly, with the characters interacting with each other and commenting on the environment around them. That's one of the few things that I feel is just an outright experiment when it comes to this map, with many of the ideas that are shown off here not just differing to what we see for the majority of the game, but also end up being carried forward to the game's sequel. I do find it to be a bit of a shame that this kind of dialogue only really shows up in this one map alone. I feel with how well it actually works in practice, it's a totally missed opportunity for such a great cast of characters. But as I said, they do end up expanding on this in Left 4 Dead 2, so ultimately, it's good they at least tried it out here. It's not just that though, we should also look at how this level's been structured in a slightly different way as well, beginning like most other campaigns, but not long after we head under the bridge, we're given a notification telling us to open a train car door, which you might initially think isn't too dissimilar to activating a bridge or crane in certain campaigns before this. And while you are still ultimately going up against a horde of infected, it's the placement of the tank that marks the biggest change, being quite similar to the boomer we saw at the end of the church level, where opening up the train car reveals the ginormous tank waiting for us inside. Again, just like the new lines of dialogue, not a massive change, but still different nonetheless. Whether you enjoy these more set-piecey moments is a different argument, but for me, I'd say regardless of that, the minor differences that we do see, even coming down to opening these passageways ourselves, instead of always pressing a button and having it be done for us, livens up the Sacrifice in a noticeable way. There's also some pretty bizarre changes that I noticed that I'm still left scratching my head as to what their purposes are, outside of merely experimenting again. Take this moment after the tank fight for example. When heading through the train wreck, you can see how the colour gradually starts to change to this more bluish hue, as well as having an ominous piece of music play. I could understand this maybe being a way to create a new atmosphere when entering a different part of the level, but when leaving this area, the colours return to normal. Strange, as I said, and too short and insignificant for me to think it's anything besides a test, revolving around dynamic hue adjustment, and how it could potentially enhance the events taking place in a campaign. Not long after this, we reach the safe room, where going into the next stage gives us even more dialogue regarding what the team's plan is.
Look, we're gonna find that sailboat right around the corner, you just watch.
Lewis, if you don't stop being positive, I'm gonna sink the boat just to make you sad.
So this is really it? We're gonna run away to some island? So long, world. Good luck with all the zombies.
Damn it, Zoe. We trusted CETA. We trusted the military. And they left us to die. You think they'll ever let us back in? We're on our own, kid. It's high time you started acting like it.
CETA and the military are both described as being failures, with Bill opting to try and take the gang away as far as they possibly can. We see even more new additions in this stage, getting another one of those dynamic colour changes when entering a swampy area, with the screen this time now turning a shade of green. We also have new explosives to take advantage of, coming in the form of the white barrels that now turn up in several different areas. Nothing innovative, but of course not turning up anywhere else in the game. And in terms of gameplay concepts, this most notably comes about with the massive rock mountain we need to climb up to eventually reach a ship. This mountain and actively slowing us down and giving a really good balance between the emphasis we put on getting to the top and how much focus we put on the huge number of zombies that get thrown at us. The zombies, of course, being able to damage us far more easily if you and your team aren't helping each other out, due to them being very spread out and now being able to catch up to you even faster. Again, this is a campaign that only has 3 stages, but in these first 2, they've introduced new ideas and switched things up to where the experience feels really fresh. Bear in mind, there's campaigns prior to this that, while lasting longer, don't find themselves presenting these more varied gameplay concepts. The one like this mountain, for example, being fairly simplistic, but still standing out due to no other campaign attempting anything like this. And while you could try and put a positive spin on that by saying that the reason it is special is because no other campaign attempts to do something like it, I once again look at it from the angle of the sacrifice, merely experimenting more compared to the main campaigns. All this campaign's been telling me so far is that the potential for gameplay opportunities that weren't so locked down to the same routines of shoot, shoot, press button that brings on horde, shoot, shoot, were very much possible. They just opted not to. One thing that I do want to bring up before we reach the final stage, however, is something that, while being fairly simplistic, remains fantastically intuitive, and once again, something which I think has been subtly influential on many other games. And that's the UI we get in this game, where, despite being minimalistic, conveys just about all the information you need to know in this game. In terms of the important things when it comes to each individual, you've got your weapons and equipment listed on the right hand side, and your health bar in the bottom right. Now, I think hands down the most important parts when it comes to the UI is the size of all these elements, and the colours they use to convey key information. As we've already established by this point, Left 4 Dead's a game series that primarily works off spectacle. So much of the time you spend playing this game, we're marvelling at the chaos on screen, so having these icons appear too large would end up getting in the way, and actively detract from the action taking place. There's a contrast that's shown off in trying to make any irrelevant pieces of information seem almost invisible, and any relevant pieces standing out significantly. Take the ammo counts, for example. Considering how important reload times can be in this game, you'll notice how the amount of ammo left in our magazine is boldly highlighted in bright white. However, the stock of ammunition we have that's showcased beside it is not only smaller, but is given a far less distinct grey colour. This contrast being the exact same when it comes to all of our equipment, depending on if we're carrying any or not. Not obscuring the player's vision in the scenario they aren't carrying these items, but making it way more apparent when they do have them. Looking at the health bars at the bottom, which arguably is the most important thing we need to gauge, these are also nothing too special. They're small, but are firmly out of the way of the action we're seeing play out, yet still very intuitive. Colours used incredibly effectively to convey the state in which the player finds themselves in, ranging from green to red, depending on how injured they are. What might sound fairly standard, creating a much greater impact when taking into account the intensity of Left 4 Dead's action. You're not really wanting to look at your health bar for a long period of time, and that's exactly what the colour coding of the health bar negates. The colours stand out so much that you're essentially able to see it in the corner of your eye, with the transitions it makes between each of the different health states being distinct enough, in my opinion, to where you hardly even need to look at your health bar to know it's time to sit back and heal. Bear in mind, however, we also have all the other characters' health bars on screen to boot, which, as you could assume, is quite a vital factor we need to observe, considering the heavy emphasis on teamwork. And as items like the first aid kits and pain pills are able to be applied and traded between each player, the visual information of a teammate's health can be very useful. There's lots of players who I can assume, despite playing with a team online, aren't really communicating with them, with this UI element alone enforcing teamwork more instinctually. These are what I perceive as parts of the UI that work the best in terms of sheer functionality, and I think they're all handled brilliantly. However, it doesn't end there, as there's quite a few UI elements that are thrown up in-game as well that I'm a bit more mixed on. Functionality isn't everything. Appearance and style was also very important, and we can see that firstly in those health bars that I was talking about, where despite perhaps having a few parts that could have been minimized or removed entirely, such as the characters' portraits or the names which lie under them, it ends up enhancing the game's style, and has become, in my view, almost an iconic feature that people remember from the series. However, when it comes to the UI elements that show up in-game, I find these to range from somewhat helpful to genuinely intrusive. The highlighting system in regards to our team I'm generally okay with. Each character's name is shown above their heads at all times, as well as a blue outline of their character when they're covered by an object of any kind. A good way to be informed of where everyone is at all times, and with the additional orange outline that's applied to players when they're in danger, we're also being informed of when someone needs our help as well. My issues start lying beyond this, however. I don't mind all the messages that pop up on the left hand side of the screen, telling us who killed what enemy, and who protected who. But my biggest problem, hands down, comes from the game instructor, a tool that was added first in this game, and was used in several other Valve games past this point. Reason being, I find it to be slightly distracting, rather unnecessary after a certain point, and for me, pretty unnecessary for essentially the entire experience.
Through playtesting, we found that Left 4 Dead's unique cooperation mechanics were tricky even for seasoned gamers to grasp immediately. Failing because of rules that are not clear is never fun. Therefore, we designed the game instructor system to educate players as quickly as possible. Because first-time players can potentially join an in-progress game at any point, it was critical that the game instructor dynamically interpret game events.
Considering the guidance this tool gives, I have near to no idea why it was implemented into a game like this. The hand-holding feels a bit too extreme for me. Playing through each campaign, I kept getting these large pop-ups on screen telling me there's a pipe bomb nearby, or an assault rifle lying around, which in theory might seem like it'd work. The environments are all pretty dark, and a lot of players may genuinely miss these things. But understand that argument essentially becomes void when acknowledging one key thing, that being how the highlighting that's given to the players also applies to our equipment as well. Not being able to see them through walls of course, but noticeably being highlighted when you're nearby something. There's other pop-ups that flash up on screen, like having the several ammo, first aid, and pill icons flash up for a second. I almost never thought the game instructor was actually helping me. Everything it was putting up on screen, I either felt like I already knew, or didn't need to know in the first place. It's not just the notification I find to be annoying, it's the manner in which it's presented. The large stop sign that's shown when firing at one of our teammates makes sense. It might not necessarily need to be there, but is a constant on-the-nose reminder that we should improve our aim. But it's the writing I find to be the issue in this case. The stop sign's enough. We don't need that actual reminder of don't shoot your teammates flashing up every single time as well, as it just takes up even more unnecessary space. It might be a bit of a non-issue for some, and I do understand that, but for me, with an experience that can oftentimes be incredibly immersive and gripping, having these external entities flashing up on screen at such a frequent rate can get somewhat annoying, especially when it's merely popping up to say press this button, open this door. These levels are designed very well. We've already gone over how lighting cues and the mapping out of environments brilliantly guide the player in the right direction. Look, ultimately it is small enough to not be a huge issue, but considering there's no option to even turn this thing off, I do consider it to at least be one. The main reason being how the advice will simply start appearing ridiculous the more you play this game. Even on your first go round of all the maps, you would have been very aware of how this game works by the time you complete even half the campaigns, so proceeding to continue telling the player press control to crouch just seems pretty ridiculous. Again, this wouldn't really be an issue if you could turn it off. My only complaint in that case would be that it's on by default, but the fact we can't remove it is what makes it a slightly bigger deal for me. On the whole, the UI is pretty great, particularly when it comes to things like the character's health bars, and the less intrusive approach when it comes to conveying information regarding our equipment. That's where I can feel the influence in many other games, like the Payday franchise for example. And reaching the end of the sacrifice, we're once again given a finale that remains the only one in this game to truly shake up the formula, introducing a concept that once again will be seen a fair few times in the game's sequel. Unlike all the others, how effective and efficient the manner of your escape is rests a whole lot more on you and your team's shoulders. We're not interacting with a radio and simply taking out waves. Instead, there's 3 generators set up in separate parts of the area that all need to be activated, with the activation of each one introducing a whole heap of zombies. So not too dissimilar to previous finales, but still a unique spin on what we usually do. We finally see navigation be made important in this one. As before, we always found ourselves simply holding out in one general area. Now it's more about the balance between speed and safety. You're wanting to reach all the generators as fast as you can, but simultaneously, you don't want to be rushing too much, as you'll likely end up getting caught off guard and receive more damage than needs be. I really enjoy the gameplay in this finale, primarily because I'm always on the move, always getting something done. There's points in the other finales where I kind of feel like I'm waiting around a bit too much, repeating the same actions over and over. Not to mention as well, there's a great degree of planning that can also be implemented, with your team perhaps breaking off into a couple groups, and getting more generators active in a shorter amount of time, with the increased risk of having each team become overwhelmed by the huge amount of zombies they're facing. All really great stuff. As I said, it's the balance of speed versus safety that's the absolute key, and how that dynamic accompanies the placement of all these generators really well. Depending on how fast you get it done, or how easy you find it activating these generators, it might end up feeling like a bit less of an event. As compared to the normal escape sequences, this one can genuinely be completed in a significantly shorter amount of time. But looking at it from a variety perspective, and just a functional point of view, I can see why this idea specifically is one that returns several times in the future, as ultimately, it plays right into what makes the gameplay overall so fantastic. That's not all though, as I also think The Sacrifice has hands down the best ending in the game, where linking back to the title of the campaign, during our usual escape, a generator shuts down, with one of your teammates having to sacrifice themselves to let the others get away. An utterly fantastic idea to implement. For a game that's so focused on keeping each other safe and watching people's backs, to have someone sacrifice themselves in this manner feels legendary. And in terms of the characters in-game, I also love the impact we feel from all their voice lines in regards to whoever jumps down. The canonical sacrifice being Bill, which I also find to be the most appropriate, considering how it completes an arc we somewhat see over the course of the game, where he shares his zombie-killing wisdom to everyone else, before letting them live on once they've learned everything they have to. Not to mention as well, the little in memoriam messages that pop up at the end this time hit even harder harder, because as we know, it's not only unavoidable this time, but packs a lot more of a punch, considering the manner in which the teammate dies. Nothing that I describe as genuinely emotional, of course, as especially when you're playing with a group of friends, I imagine the sacrifice will be more of a tussle for who kills themselves compared to anything else. But in a story sense, the sacrifice Bill's character makes does at least work as an ending to the game, even though many people will likely say it doesn't really need one. We'll see when taking a look at the game's sequel in a second, that despite none of these games ever really taking a heavy focus on narrative, I do still feel you need to have some sort of finality by the end of the experience. Because as I mentioned, although there's no conventional story being conveyed, the characters and world are presented in such a great way, to where the player themselves will start constructing their own narrative around the pieces that are left up in the air. This in fact being one of the key reasons why Crash Course was designed in a way to bridge the gap between No Mercy and Death Toll. The lack of a clear story had in fact opened up a gateway to players to create their own, which while not being a practical approach for many games, I'd argue the vast majority, actually works perfectly in the case of Left 4 Dead. Story should never have been a major focus with this series, because it's so gameplay based, but there are story elements that are substantial enough to get players' minds whirring. It's sort of like an even more pared down version of what we see in Half-Life and Portal, whereas in those games certain ideas are presented and are given a degree of elaboration and clarity as the game goes on. Left 4 Dead mainly just throws things up in the air and lets them sit, and judging by the fans' reaction to these things when the game came out, with many coming up with their own storylines for individual characters, and theories about what organisations might have been responsible for the outbreak, I think it's pulled off really well. So, that takes us to the end of Left 4 Dead, another wonderfully constructed game coming out of Valve, whose influence can still be felt in games that are being made to this very day. But of course, that's not all, as Left 4 Dead did also feature a couple other online modes outside of the main campaigns, that while still feeding into the core gameplay loop, present slightly different experiences individually. First, we have the survival mode, which is exactly as it sounds, giving us a wide range of survival maps that predominantly consist of segmented areas within every single campaign. There's no time limit, no real progression, you're simply given a set number of supplies to work with, and need to survive as long as you can, giving a game that already has phenomenal replay value even more, especially with things like the timer and medal system that's introduced, giving the player their own personal goals to aim for. The standout level in terms of all the survival maps is hands down The Last Stand, a map centered around a lighthouse that, as we saw, wasn't featured in any of the campaigns. Overall, a great time sink that gives players a slightly altered, albeit very similar experience to the main game. The other mode, however, is a lot more interesting, this being the Versus mode, which shows the number of players being cranked up to 8, where one team of 4 are the survivors, and the other team of 4 is the infected. It should be noted that in terms of Left 4 Dead 1, the mode's basically dead. I wasn't able to get into a legit game that wasn't already modded, but just using footage from Left 4 Dead 2 to showcase what the mode's all about. You've basically got your regular campaign with all the same AI infected coming after you, but now other players are lying in wait to strangle, pounce, or puke on you. Playing as the infected obviously being the most unique part of this mode, where inhabiting something like the Hunter shows all of its attributes being reiterated perfectly. These games are likely to be a lot longer than your regular campaigns, as not only do both teams alternate back and forth, but they're also alternated within the same stages before you move on. So basically, one team goes first playing through a level, and then the other team does it again. The measure of who wins comes down to a point-based system that, in this first game at least, still has some players debating over what it takes to actually get more points. The main factor is distance travelled. The further your team gets into a stage, the more points you get. It's not a case like COD Zombies, for example, where killing enemies garners points. It's a lot more based on pure survival. But there's also things like a health bonus that's applied, with the more damage people take during a level, losing them increasing amounts of points. Overall, I find Versus to be a brilliant offering when it comes to a more competitive game mode for this very cooperative based video game. The highlight is without a doubt being able to play as the infected, actually getting to take control of these dangerous foes that previously had you pinned to the floor being torn to shreds. Feels very satisfying, but also quite interesting all round when taking into account how each of them function. Just like we see in-game with something like the Hunter, the idea of distance management becomes vital. Although it can leap a tremendous distance, the initial slow crouch walk it enters when lining up the jump leaves it almost entirely open for incoming damage, as well as simply allowing the survivors to get out of range if you wait too long. Quite a great offering all round, to be honest. In my opinion, because of the overwhelmingly cooperative direction that's present in the main game, I don't imagine many people would have even been asking for a mode like this to begin with. But ultimately, what we end up seeing is a game mode that focuses even more on those competitive elements we saw when it came down to things like the player stats in the campaigns, with the additional gameplay changes in terms of the infected, turning it into a mode that should be experienced at least once, purely to see what it's like to take control of these guys. Although I will say, due to the more competitive angle this mode takes, I also find there's a much higher chance of having an underwhelming experience, with the reason being the players who are already familiar with the game mode, becoming frustrated with those who aren't playing on their same sort of level. I know what you might be thinking, this can pretty much be an issue with any online game, But for some reason, Left 4 Dead's versus mode is notorious for having a large portion of its player base be very unforgiving, and to an extreme extent, which I personally think's a shame in any game, as everyone ultimately has to start somewhere. But in a game that doesn't even result in any substantial progression or rewards by the time you reach the end, I don't know why these games in particular lead to such vitriolic behaviour. I'd kind of understand getting frustrated with a bad player if you were part of some kind of tournament, but Left 4 Dead really is more just about having fun. So while your enjoyment of the mode may be a bit more circumstantial depending on who you're playing with, the way the mode's been designed creates a brilliant environment for some intense competitive gameplay. It features everything that makes the main game so great, while tweaking the formula to provide an experience for those who'd much rather compete against others as opposed to working with them. And of course, if that's not your kind of thing, you can just play the campaigns normally. And if you don't want to play with anyone, you can play by yourself. All bases really are covered. And with that, we reach Left 4 Dead 2, the game that essentially is the Left 4 Dead franchise at this point. Now that's for a few different reasons, but as we'll see, Left 4 Dead 2 has now become the hub for most players nowadays, with the player counts being drastically different between the first and second games, though while being understandable, but I do find somewhat of a shame, considering there are noticeable differences between the design of both games that tons of players will simply never experience. The main reason for this coming down to how all the first game's campaigns were eventually ported over, and when it comes to things like price and what game would be considered the overall more complete package, it's no question that Left 4 Dead 2 now appears like the only reasonable game to purchase, with only those like myself going back to the original, more as a form of appreciation to see where everything started. As in all actuality, every campaign's essentially only enhanced and expanded on due to the new features we see. The development of Left 4 Dead 2 began shortly after the release of the first game, and the approach to its design is exactly what you'd expect for a game that follows the same kind of formula as the first one, aiming for bigger and better in almost every single department. More enemies, more story elements, more violence. Whereas other sequels perhaps try to shake things up and carry things out in a different manner compared to their first game, this game follows a similar path to games like Gears of War 2 or Metal Gear Solid 2. You're essentially getting more of the same, but there's so much that's been added and refined when it comes to so many factors, to where it feels like the ultimate Left 4 Dead experience. The difference as well between those last two examples I gave, being that the narrative isn't a focus anywhere near as much. So although you still find people returning to MGS1 to experience the story events for themselves, Left 4 Dead's very limited focus on narrative not only doesn't require players to go back to the first game, but as the first game is literally in the sequel, that means there's even less reason. And starting up Left 4 Dead 2, we're immediately brought to an opening cinematic, just like the first game, one that shows off a brand new cast of characters and a noticeably different tone right off the bat. I personally think this can be felt initially when it comes to the music, with the first game starting off with these desolate drones and dark pianos, while this game begins with a banjo playing. The only way I can describe the tune that's getting played here, relating towards the idea of the survivors becoming accustomed to the never-ending hordes, the war against the infected becoming a routine that people have got to grips with. In terms of the rather loose timeline people have tried to establish in the series, it doesn't really match up. As with many fans speculating both games take place in the month of October, there's not some kind of massive time gap between them. But obviously, for those coming off the back of the first game, we feel like we now understand the zombies a bit better, and as a result, what we ultimately see in this game is a response to that in terms of the tone. It takes only a short amount of time to see that this game's very much deferring from the strong horror-based roots of the first game, with all our characters entering a nearby store, and once again showcasing their individual personalities, working just as, and perhaps even more effectively compared to the first game. As I said back then, from the opening cutscene, it was only really Bill and Francis that stood out as having distinct character traits. The characters we see here, however, those being Nick, Coach, Ellis, and Rochelle, these guys showcase exactly what they're all about in the most subtle but impactful ways imaginable. Nick, for example, despite being in the midst of a zombie apocalypse, opens up a cash register to see if there's any money he can take. Ellis having a wide grin when discovering a deadly arsenal of weaponry. And Coach, the character I'd argue stands out the most, being seen to not take any BS from what the government told them to do.
Wait for official instructions. Wait my ass.
The only one that doesn't have any character building here is Rochelle, although we'll see for ourselves in-game how she fits in with the overall tone that each of these characters feed into. And what is that tone, you might ask? Well, for me, it's just straight up goofy. From the off, this game doesn't appear to be taking itself seriously, like at all, which for me is an undeniable positive. Switching things up in this regard leads to a new way for players to perceive the events that are playing out. And what also works is how this kind of tone already perfectly fits into the extremes we saw in the first game. Don't get me wrong, I do think the horror atmosphere clear was great, and on a personal level, I think I actually prefer it. But for me, it's the sheer extremity, bombasticness, and unreality of everything we already saw in the first game that makes the direction here feel genuinely appropriate compared to being out of place. As we'll see when getting into the actual game, the tone feels like it's accompanying everything we go through, not detracting from it. And I mean, if everything I just described didn't make it clear enough that we're working with extremes, just look at what lies beyond these character introductions.
This used to be a nice neighborhood!
This most definitely isn't the slow, tense opening we saw from the first game. Instead of focusing on one scenario like back then, they've decided this time to go broader, with this cutscene being one big montage, which, as you could expect, mainly shows our team blowing the heads off zombies. The rock music, and several of the quotes we hear from each of the characters, elevates each scene we transition to, giving everything a fantastically epic and captivating feel.
Who the hell puts an evac station up 30 flights of goddamn stairs?
Come on, Coach. Maybe the helicopter. Maybe it's made of chocolate.
Again, I feel there's such an intentionality when it comes to showing the clear night and day differences between the first game, whereas back then our characters were panicking about incoming hordes and witches. These guys don't appear to care at all. There's no attempt to run away or escape. They're busting through doors and taking the zombies head on, subconsciously feeding into what the original game oftentimes felt like, that being an outright power trip that was only ever contrasted by the game's tone. For a game where you're wiping out so many dangerous threats, all our characters were still very cautious. There was more focus on straight up surviving, whereas the crew in Left 4 Dead 2 seemed to tap in more to what many players would actually have been feeling back then, a feeling of being incredibly powerful, and occasionally unstoppable. These guys enjoy taking out infected, just like us, and are bursting with personality. I really can't give enough praise towards how well factors like this are set up in such a short amount of time. Now, one thing I will say that I find to be a tad more underwhelming when comparing both opening cutscenes is that Left 4 Dead 1's was most definitely structured better. Don't get me wrong, going for the montage approach fits perfectly into the high-octane action they want to convey, but as a result of that, there's a bit less to attach to, due to how quickly we're taken from one scene to the next. It's easy to become totally engrossed in the first cutscene because of its focus on one sole scenario, as well as its measured build-up towards the intense action, akin to what we see here. For me, it can sometimes feel when watching that they're cramming a bit too much in at certain points, achieving a similar effect to Left 4 Dead 1's cutscene, where we're shown off the abilities of some of the new enemies in this game, but sometimes being pushed out in such a rapid manner that any sense of cohesion starts going right out the window. Overall though, another fantastic introduction, playing into the game's unique strengths, which differ from the first game, while being an even more gruesome showcase of what lies waiting for us in the many different campaigns that are on offer. Intense, gory, and oftentimes having a great sense of humour. We've got another great opening that gets the player excited to kill zombies, and invested in the characters they'll be doing it with. Personality is something that shines through in many different facets of this game, reaching aspects that I think most players won't even take into account. Take the menu screen for example. Although in terms of the background, it's not that dissimilar to the first game, where zombies are merely shown wandering around. Look at how the menu's now laid out, and all the different icons that have been placed on each individual game mode. It might not seem like a big deal, but already we're seeing a bolder and more outgoing sense of style from this game, which is mighty impressive, considering how I already felt the first game handled that side of things incredibly well. Now, there's several different modes we can choose from, some returning from the previous game and others being brand new, but we'll of course be looking at them a bit later on. But as you're able to see, there's many new options that are on show. Things like achievements, as you could assume, allowing you to browse the achievements, ones that you've both completed and ones you're yet to. You've also got the extras tab that brings back the developer commentary system, something that Valve started introducing to their games after Half-Life Lost Coast. But the biggest addition without a doubt is the add-ons, with Steam's Workshop being integrated into the game, allowing players to install many kinds of community-made mods to change up the normal experience. This shouldn't be ignored at all, as I feel including the Workshop in this way and making the installation of mods incredibly simple, as well as how many fantastic creations the community's made over the years. To me, it's very blatantly a massive component of why this game sustained such a large fanbase over the years. The simplicity is the first thing. Steam's Workshop is very easy to use, letting players browse a wide range of mods, while featuring several different filters that can be applied to find exactly what you're looking for. If you want to look for the most popular skin within the past week for the specific character Rochelle, you can apply all these filters to get exactly what you're looking for. And unlike the grueling process of installing mods for other games, where you need to search them up online, go into file directories, test them out, and oftentimes find they don't even work properly, properly. The workshop simply has you press one button and it's installed. Accessibility and variety are the two key takeaways. You've got a loyal fanbase creating tons of different maps, game modes and skins, and no convoluted process in terms of getting them to work. Fantastic stuff. Let's start looking at what lies in store when it comes to the campaigns, however, where once again, going in chronological order, we begin with Dead Center, picking up from one of the moments in the opening cutscene, where the team found themselves at the top of a hotel roof. Just like No Mercy, Dead Center in many ways works as a perfect introduction to the Left 4 Dead series, and a great reintroduction for those who played the first game. There's a few things we can note straight away that differ compared to what we experienced in the first game, first of which being the dialogue for me.
There are 3 other people here, son.
Oh, good. You can count. I bet they'll come back now. Hey, come on now. Quarreling amongst ourselves ain't gonna solve nothing. Anyway, I think this building's on fire. Maybe we should get moving.
Oh, I think there's an evac station in the mall.
Notice how much these guys are talking to each other to begin with. Well, that's something that permeates throughout all of these campaigns, with characters this time round interacting multiple times in regards to numerous different things, from stuff they see playing out right in front of them, to further elaboration on much of the ambiguous lore that's been set up from the first game. You've got the initial music we hear, following the direction of that country-style banjo we heard in the cutscene, compared to the ominous drones from before. And then when observing in-game elements, there's one massive addition that's purposely put right front and center, in a manner that isn't repeated for any other campaign. And that's the brand new melee weapons, a very welcome, albeit somewhat illusory addition, when it comes to appearance versus how they function. As you can see when using a fire axe as we make our way into the zombie-infested hotel, the effect of hitting enemies with this thing is just about as you'd expect. There's no resistance whatsoever, one swipe will kill a zombie instantly, typically having their legs, arms and heads flying into the air depending on where we hit them, with the majorly improved gore system being something else we'll talk about in a sec. Just like many other parts of this series, the melee weapons are fairly easy to get to grips with, because they are simple in nature. We've got a wide range to choose from, katanas, machetes, electric guitars, but it's only ever really the appearance that's changing between all these. Although using something like a katana would feel a bit different to using a crowbar, there's no additional changes to the gameplay. It's still a case of pressing a button to cause destruction basically, and to be honest, I'm perfectly fine with that, as ultimately that's what all the weapons boil down to. As I said before, things like accuracy and recoil are hardly ever an issue, and Left 4 Dead 2 very much stays with that mentality. The variety has to be appreciated, of course, as although they do all function the same, this actually makes the choice of which melee weapon you want to use become one that's more of a personal preference, an idea that I've already alluded to feeds perfectly into this series. All weapons, specifically these melee ones, are so damaging that they are somewhat interchangeable, so it makes sense as to why there's such a wide range of options. That's what I'm yet to mention though. It's not purely the look of these things that will have players attaching to their personal favourite, it's most definitely the sound and damage effects as well. While you'd say each weapon essentially controls the same, the impacts they create can sometimes differ substantially. Just compare hitting zombies with the katana and guitar and you'll see exactly what I mean. The katana has a distinct slicing sound, and due to it being a blade, creates cuts in the zombies, as well as having parts of their body fly off when targeting them. The guitar, however, is a blunt object, so while you may still be caving zombies' heads in, you aren't seeing those same cuts being produced, with also the sound that's created between the both of them differing significantly. That's the case for pretty much all the melee weapons here. A frying pan sounds different to a baseball bat, and a baseball bat sounds different to a golf club, with the only through line between all of these being that every single one packs a gigantic punch that believably matches up with the sheer destruction on screen. So all round, a great addition. Tonally, melee weapons like these already fit so well in terms of how we're always scavenging for weapons and equipment, but with how easy and satisfying they are to use, there's many times you'll be questioning if you want the additional firepower of your pistols, or the highly damaging, but slightly riskier melee weapons. The risk of course coming down to how we now have to get right up close to deal damage, a risk that many will find themselves taking due to how powerful these things are, and the large range in which they're effective. These aren't melee weapons that only deal damage to one zombie, or lock you into some kind of preset animation. It's basically just like the shove we've always had to push away zombies, but this time the zombies are actually killed. Taking our attention back to Dead Center, this opening's actually quite similar to environments we've experienced in the past. If the few apartments we went through in the first game weren't enough, we did obviously go into a hotel that was pretty similar in style as well, well, so we're not breaking any boundaries in theory. There are some new approaches when it comes to the layout which I do enjoy. A good example being the 3-lane structure this floor's broken into, presenting the player with the choice of going through the rooms on the left, right, or heading directly down the center. Whereas you can also see certain environmental choices are put in place to encourage players to explore all these pathways at one point or another. Certain doors being left open with zombies lying inside, almost inviting you to go and kill them. Zombies waiting outside the windows to make the player go after them. All very subtle, but working really well to get the player to take full advantage of the environment. The balconies in particular being a great addition, not purely from a gameplay perspective, but also in terms of giving us the opportunity to observe the chaos surrounding us from a very clear point of view. The focus on traversal feels very strong in this opening. I'd argue more so than most levels featured in the previous game. As I said, there's a lot of different pathways we could have gone through on the floor already, but we eventually reach a point where the main path forward is cut off by an explosion, needing to adapt and find another way round. Small things like this can be very impactful when taking into account everything else we're already tussling with, especially for those who are unfamiliar with the map. It makes rushing and breaking away from the rest of your team an even bigger consequence, as hypothetically, you might have been being chased by a whole group of zombies, where getting cut off in this manner and not knowing where to go would leave you in a pretty sticky situation. Much like Left 4 Dead 1 as well, but it's usually not advised to be staying in one spot for too long. Surprisingly, you end up being much safer if you stay on the move. But if you do happen to slow down a little bit and observe some of the background scenery that surrounds the hotel, I think it looks utterly fantastic. Not just from the sheer destruction that's laid bare, but also from that switch in tonal direction. Despite still having a fair amount of smog and smoke clouds in the air, the time of day and the colours that are presented alongside that are far more vibrant than anything we really saw in the first game. We've stepped away from the darkness and have been given more clarity, and I think it fits perfectly for the different approach this game's going for. We eventually end up taking the elevator down, with the conversation we have during this reinforcing all the characters' personalities, as well as also informing us it's the first time all these characters are meeting. The inarguable outlier of the group being Nick, who unlike the others, seems like he wants nothing to do with any of them and isn't all that friendly.
Let's go push the button, push the button!
Pleased to meet you. You can call me Coach. What's your name?
Alice, pleased to meet you, Coach.
Hey, name's Rochelle. You?
Nick. Not that it matters, because I think we should split up when this thing opens.
Let's stay together for a little while longer at least, okay, Nick?
This takes us to the final part of the level, making our way through the hotel lobby that's filled to the brim with fire and smoke. A new concept we see introduced here, coming from the smoky filter that's placed on our screen, giving us a significantly harder time when trying to locate the path forward, and the infected that lie ahead. Kind of like a slightly less severe version of the Boomer's puke attack, but having these effects applied from the environment itself, I feel enriches the atmosphere, and makes it feel more authentic. The fire, in theory, just works as a blockade that stops us from going down particular pathways, but at the same time, with how viscerally pockets of the Inferno blazes, it can be something else that gives players a hard time making their way forward. Not to mention, also being a potential consequence if they end up getting backed up by zombies, and burned within some of these flames. When eventually reaching the safe room and transitioning to the next level, in which we also see the reintroduction of the near identical stat-based loading screens, we're brought to a stage that returns to even more environments we're familiar with from the previous game, the main difference being the colour palette, as I said a second ago, giving these city streets a different kind of atmosphere that makes them feel a bit more new and fresh. The environmental storytelling is something that I think you can immediately see has been ramped up when entering this one, not just having the usual busted up cars and torn down buildings, but instead having several different vehicles, tents and signs set up by Cedar to more blatantly show off their activities during the outbreak. It's one thing merely hearing about it through vague pieces of dialogue and notes on safe room walls, but I really enjoy the fact we get to actually see this stuff with our own eyes. It gives a greater perspective on the attempts and failures these organisations have gone through that's left us in the position we're currently in. Despite Left 4 Dead 2 not focusing on the horror elements anywhere near as much, there's a looming sense of hopelessness that I feel lies at the core of the experience, which when thinking about it becomes more depressing compared to outright scary. But as I say, we're back out on the streets for most of this one, having some brief points in between where we head through some darker underground passages, bringing back the usage of our flashlight to a certain degree, but not for all that long. But the main thing you can really pick out across this level is how the AI director handles weapon placement now, as due to there being a wider range of weapons on offer in this game, you'll tend to find in each level now there'll be multiple pit stops with varying types of weaponry. This was a feature that was mainly seen experimented around with in the Crash Course campaign, sort of being a similar case to the new stuff we saw in the Sacrifice, but with Crash Course doing this in relation to the more minute details. Some areas will randomly appear blocked off, weapons spawn in several different areas instead of all being bunched up like they usually are, and it's that second one that we see a lot of in Left 4 Dead 2, in regards to weapons and equipment. And it's great, as you can assume, the scavenging aspect of the game gets reinforced even more, and introduces a brand new feeling of satisfaction when you merely stumble upon an item or weapon, as opposed to merely being presented it in the same place every time. There are still constants. For example, the weapons you'll see spawn at the start of areas are still ones like the submachine gun and shotgun. But even then, there's plenty more variations within many of these pit stops that do end up differing from this. As you progress through a campaign, it's not uncommon to start seeing more intense weaponry showing up in the safe rooms. And on the flip side of that, as there's no guarantee that certain weapons are going to show up throughout a level, there's times where you might be left in a more uncertain position, with weapons that you like to swap out for others, and items that you can't currently find. All good stuff for me, but especially when it comes to the weapon placement. I can't deny, there was an increased sense of familiarity, bordering on the side of going through the motions in the first game. As you always had the guarantee that all the tier 2 weapons were going to show up together, I'd argue there was perhaps too much freedom being given to players. I've already established how much I think freedom is somewhat integral to creating any good video game, but in some cases, there has to be limits. And in a game series like this, where scavenging is promoted, I don't think weapons should have ever been handed out in that way, as it somewhat lessens the reward. You knew that when you found this tier 2 weaponry, you're always going to be able to get exactly what you want. There's no risk factor, but no surprise, so something Left 4 Dead 2 switches up to great effect. Ironically though, coming to the end of this stage, you can see this as one of the few moments in the game where particularly devastating weaponry is always guaranteed, with the team's mission during this one quite literally being to find a gun store, with this gun store holding just about every weapon you could imagine. But despite what I've just talked about in regards to the balance between the feel of a campaign and how the reliance on equipment can somewhat impact that, this not only feels more like a reward when discovering exactly what the team was searching for, but also when heading into the final gameplay sequence of this stage. It makes more sense as to why we're given this beefed up weaponry in this manner. Talking with the gun store's owner, we're given a unique objective: fetch the man a pack of cola and he'll blow open the way forward.
I barricaded myself on the route with ample provisions, but in my haste, I forgot to pack cola.
This kind of stuff is far more in the vein of what we saw in The Sacrifice. The dev team clearly had a feeling that although many players would have been happy with a sequel that presents simply more of the same, there would have been a large subset of other people who want something different, something new. The more unique objectives just work so well in practice, as they feed into so many different aspects that make the sequel feel fresh. When going to get the cola, the gameplay's given a different dynamic, as although we're still killing hordes of zombies, one teammate, that being the one carrying the cola, essentially becomes a VIP, with the idea of having the 3 other teammates work as bodyguards whilst you make your way back up to deliver the cola, most definitely being the intention. The onslaught is still occurring, but it's being carried out in a different manner. The team's direction is ultimately being directed more to the individual carrying the cola and the infected that are going to attack them, instead of solely taking out zombies like normal. There is other stuff though in this single objective that bolsters up entirely different things, like world building. Our interaction with Whitaker, just like the survivor in the church, gives us a greater perspective on how people are getting on during this apocalypse, and how they're surviving. The gang find themselves making their way to a mall, a very Dawn of the Dead type environment to find ourselves in, appearing just about as you'd expect. Tons of empty shelves, clothes lying on the floor, and despite taking place inside, still presenting quite a bit of space for us to work with. There's of course no kind of consumerist message at the core of this place like Dawn of the Dead, but the idea of a zombie-filled mall is still inherently quite brilliant regardless. Just like I said with the apartments, these are places that when being removed from the greedy business practices, contain families going out to their favourite restaurants, and people browsing their favourite clothing stores. So visually, I think the mall looks great. I always love taking in the small details with places like this, looking at all the different signs above stores, and particularly when it comes to this game, observing the many fences and stands set up by Cedar to presumably control the crowd of humans that were once here looking to be evacuated. Their failures only being captured even more, with how what's supposed to be their evacuation center is only holding infected inside at this point. In terms of level design, however, it's just fine. Maybe it's just my inner Dead Rising coming out, but I would have liked to perhaps see these areas be a bit more open, as although verticality is used well when it comes to the several escalators we head up and down, I did feel a bit railroaded when it came to the paths we need to journey through, and the many different areas of the mall that are blocked off. I do like the manner in which we deal with the zombies here, as although I mentioned there being quite a bit of space, which is still true, that gets somewhat offset from those many large fences that I mentioned, as well as the several different objects and pillars that almost work as a form of cover for the zombies at points. There's a lot of things that could potentially obstruct your line of fire, and with how we can't forget the zombies are still incredibly fast, in no way is the mall a walk in the park, regardless of how much space there is. Much like the cola, the final part of this level consists of a mad dash to shut off an alarm, this idea essentially being the exact same as all of the buttons we pushed in the previous game, that in those cases led to a holdout. The length of time this alarm rings out for all depends on you in this case as well. When waiting for something like the lift in No Mercy, you get a whole bunch of zombies attacking you for a period of time before everything dies down again. It's kind of just like a more extreme horde, but in the mall, they just keep on coming, with the horde I witness in my case case, perhaps not being as extreme in terms of numbers, but a lot more steady in terms of the zombies' output. I think it's less about getting hounded by a large horde in this case. It's more about the risk of letting the number of zombies build up, and having the consistent stream of zombies that get in your way slow you down, both of which can result in pretty severe repercussions, depending on how much focus you put on taking out zombies, compared to just making a beeline for the alarm, and also how much time it takes for you to switch off the alarm itself. This takes us to the final stage, in which you'll be able to see very quickly the escape sequence has been switched up once again, to a concept that puts far more control in your hands. While you could make the argument that the wave-based escapes have a certain level of player control when it comes to how efficiently we take out the enemies, there's also those grace periods in between where we literally do nothing. Here we've got one sole target to focus on, that being the car, with our objective being to fill it up with the several gas tanks lying around the area. From the off, I should say that I do like this switch up. Much like the alarm we saw a second ago, I can appreciate how the lack of set waves results in a set piece that just keeps rising in terms of intensity, while the several gas cans that are set up around the area might be very gamey, as it doesn't really make that much sense as to why this amount of gasoline is actually here. It works well in terms of the gameplay, regardless of if you find it annoying or not. I say that because I do imagine there's going to be quite a significant group who actually don't like these escape sequences, primarily due to us having to run back and forth instead of being able to just hold up in one location and survive. And while I do agree with that sentiment on single player, as it does become a genuine slog due to how none of our teammates help out with the gas tanks, when playing with a team, a similar amount of coordination is required to ensure the car gets filled up successfully without anyone dying in the process. It is very similar to the cola we collected for Whitaker. However, this time, as there's multiple gas cans we need to collect, there's several different ways we can go about getting the car up and running in as efficient a manner as possible. For example, you and your team might take the safest approach by emulating what we see here with the AI teammates, having one teammate be the sole gas collector while the rest of the team protects them. A process that will surely take more time, but is far safer considering a larger amount of zombies are being taken out all at once. And on the other end of the spectrum, you could have all teammates go off in different directions and collect gas for themselves, an approach that could potentially bring the positive of spreading the zombies thin by having them head in all different directions, but obviously leaving every player far more open because of their inability to shoot while holding the gas can. The spacious environment only makes doing something like this even more risky, as in the scenario that someone gets jumped by a hunter while collecting a can on the top floor. There's a large possibility that you're dead if someone isn't quite close by. So yeah, I really enjoy the escape concept that takes us out of Dead Center. The action featured is just as intense as many of the other escapes we've experienced in the past. And as I said, it's that additional level of variety when it comes to how we personally want to tackle our escape that can make it feel just that bit more engrossing. Whether you've got one guy chucking down gas cans to someone receiving them on the ground floor, or having your whole team stick together as you collect them individually, it's in the hands of your team to coordinate appropriately and get everyone out alive. And as we get ourselves out of there, do I even have to say how great the outro is?
Get it, Alice!
A fantastic amount of style from start to finish, with this outro almost being a summation to me of what this game's all about. We've gone in the direction of flashy, cool looking action, and you'd have to say that it's pulled off incredibly well. After that, we've got the passing, another case of a map that comes next chronologically, but was actually a piece of DLC. I'd arguably say this remains one of the most satisfying campaigns in the entire series on a story basis, however, having a large part to do with how this campaign ties into the remaining survivors from Left 4 Dead 1, quite literally starting things off by talking with Zoe, where it appears that her, Lewis and Francis are still hanging around the bridge from the sacrifice. One thing we can see is brought back with an added degree of ferocity this time is the rain. We did see rain in the first game, but whereas I found the rain in that game to merely be one feature that makes up the atmosphere, in this opening level of the passing, the rain for me is the standout highlight when it comes to the atmosphere, having a far more layered and prominent soundtrack when it comes to the sound effects, and additional visual elements like the slight blur effect that's put on screen, to really draw us into the scene. I can understand people not liking the blur effect, however, as although it does a great job in reflecting the environmental conditions, I did feel at points it was erring on the side of someone just having bad eyesight, compared to rain getting in our eyes. There's a couple strange things we see in this first stage that seems to be following the trend of the DLCs experimenting with ideas we don't see anywhere else in the game. What I'm referring to here being the crates containing infinite pipe bombs and infinite pills. An interesting concept in theory, but one that I don't think works all that well. Not only does it detract from the scavenging side of the game that we've already seen has been reinforced, the placement of them also doesn't make that much sense to me. It would at least make more sense if they were put in an area where we have to survive for a period of time, but ultimately they're merely found in 2 inconsequential rooms that we'll never be returning to, making them not really any different to the equipment we already find around the environment, and not even all that different to things like the first aid cabinets that usually hold enough healing inside for everyone in the team to be satisfied. There's nothing all that unique when it comes to how this level's been designed, making our way through back alleys and houses for most of it. But there are also short segments like the park area, for example, that shouldn't merely be glossed over either, presenting a refreshing degree of vegetation with the many bushes and trees livening up the scene, this being something that gets featured in other campaigns as well. But we also see a couple unique zombies, taken on the form of a bride and a groom, the bride in this case being a witch, the only instance where the witch is given a different appearance in either of the 2 games. That's something else this sequel carries out really well, and once again it comes back to variation. We saw the devs experiment around with this briefly when it came to the No Mercy and Dead Air campaigns, where when entering certain areas like the hospital and airport, you notice the zombies you find will be wearing appropriate clothing correlating to the building you're in, with No Mercy having tons of zombies in hospital gowns, and Dead Air having many zombies dressed up as baggage handlers. Now, although these zombies that solely pertain to these areas did bring a great sense of variety and authenticity, we need to bear in mind they are essentially the exact same zombies we're always fighting. Left 4 Dead 2 takes that idea, however, and elaborates on it, giving us what's technically a new category of zombies. These are referred to as uncommon infected, their functionality still being very similar to that of the normal infected, running at you, swiping at you, and so on. But when it comes to their appearance, and specifically their resistance, that's where the differences come in this time round. Take the Cedar Worker zombie for example, that only crops up in Dead Center. You may initially think that similar to the hospital zombies in No Mercy, they're merely reflecting Cedar's presence in the area, a kind of world building being presented in the zombies. And although that is still the case, due to the hazmat suits these guys are wearing, they're entirely immune to fire damage, rendering items like the Molotovs entirely useless against them. This goes for the uncommon infected we find in the passing as well, this guy being referred to as the Fallen Survivor, a zombie that can take quite a significant amount of damage before he ends up going down, with this guy carrying supplies like first aid kits and pipe bombs. The unique thing when it comes to this guy being his increased amount of awareness and seemingly intelligence when it comes to his own survival, with his first reaction when getting shot at being to run away, in which he'll actually escape and despawn if we don't catch him in time. We'll get onto more of these when looking at each individual campaign, but I just wanted to clarify now how much of a great change this ends up being. As you would have noticed from my appraisal of things like the Cola objective in Dead Center, I already believe each campaign in this game does a much better job at setting itself apart from one another, even if the environments that get featured are somewhat similar. But additions like this only amplify that even more. It's not merely 1 or 2 individual areas that have these uncommon infected. Every single campaign at one point or another brings in these new threats unique to the individual campaign. And it's not just their appearance that's different this time round, they also act differently too, and oftentimes react differently when it comes to getting shot. Getting onto the next stage, the atmosphere and style continues to be fantastic. The downpour carrying over from the last stage, while now being presented with many different neon lights and signs when making our way down the streets. A great contrast being showcased by introducing these more poppy, colourful elements when returning to the darker surroundings. Not pitch black like the first game, but definitely darker than what we saw in Dead Center. Water becomes a very key emphasis of this level, the first instance of this being seen at a construction site, with the water here slowing us down significantly, setting the player up with this knowledge before having it reintroduced later on. This comes about after we head underground, being given a couple different areas that show the floor being smothered by this same water, and whereas in the first case there were no zombies nearby to damage us while we slowly move forward, here there very much are. It leaves us in a similar situation to what we saw in the Sacrifice with that rocky mountain. However, our speed becomes even more of an issue in this case, because of the darkness that surrounds us, making it much harder to pin the zombies down before they reach you. This culminates in the final part of the stage, where we need to make another mad dash to the safe room, but depending on the equipment you're carrying, this might take a bit longer or shorter than you might expect. The item you'll be wanting more than any other during moments like these being the brand new adrenaline, being a similar item to the pain pills in that it works as a temporary healing item, but in the adrenaline's case, there's a brilliant trade-off that's implemented, giving the player quite a bit less health compared to the pills, but at the benefit of gaining a highly advantageous speed boost, allowing you to outrun zombies, reload weapons much faster, and perform actions like using a first aid kit at a much higher speed. However, with how we also experience the negative side effects of having this tunnel vision effect on screen, as well as having the audio become monophonic, we also need to have an increased awareness of our surroundings. A very balanced item in my opinion, bringing some really beneficial effects, but also others that could render these rather useless if we're not protecting ourselves. The reason why adrenaline's so useful during moments like these, as well as being very effective for most of the escape sequences, is of course because of that speed increase. But on top of that, it also stops the zombies from slowing you down when hitting you as well, something that can oftentimes be very dangerous if you're in a situation where you're potentially being held back and get dragged into into a horde or paralyzed by a special infected. But of course, there's something else we have to think about, that being our team. It's all well and good using the adrenaline to get to the other side of the water faster, but if your team's so far behind, you could be endangering them by not giving them support, endangering yourself by running off on your own, or potentially both. So again, some very good bonuses, with side effects that you have to control to gain the full effect. Overall, this section of the level is pretty great, the highlight being the tunnel we enter right at the end, looking utterly outstanding to me, and feeling so great to play, with your team having to push through the insane amount of zombies that run towards you in this extremely cramped area. A key detail that can be seen in areas like this coming from the muzzle flash our weapons create, this being something that returns from the first game, with the near blinding flash that's sometimes created from our weapon lighting up the darkness to create a great effect. Entering the third and final stage, we get another meeting with the survivors from the first game, the linking of both games' stories and the differences we see between both groups being very satisfying to watch.
What's your name again?
Rochelle.
Hello, Rochelle. A beautiful name for a beautiful lady. This your dad? What? Rochelle. You and your dad need to get down there and fill up the generator. Do that, and we can lower the bridge. Then...
Okay. Come on, Dad. Let's take the elevator.
I like the idea of bringing back an old cast of characters anyway. In the case of a game like GTA 5, characters like Johnny end up being brought back from GTA 4 with amazing results. In that instance, using a character that was previously seen as being very hardcore and dangerous, be torn to shreds by Trevor, the familiar face enhancing the brand new character we're playing as. What we see in the passing is quite a bit different to that though. The characters are seemingly being brought back with a certain amount of reverence. Someone like Johnny was never meant to be attached to in the same way these guys were, so it's giving players the opportunity to see what might actually be their personal favourite group out of the two, in a different context than before. As we saw right from the start of the passing, judging by how we spoke to Zoe on the same bridge we saw in the Sacrifice, we know we couldn't have been that far away from where that campaign took place. And sure enough, we're taken right back to the final level of the Sacrifice, giving us the exact same objective as the one we saw in Dead Center, where we collect several gas cans to power up a generator. Although I do love the return to a place that's now marked with Bill's iconic death, with the gameplay being great, as you can imagine, and essentially having all the same struggles being reintroduced from what we experienced in the Sacrifice itself. There's not much to really say because of how similar it actually is. Instead of going to separate parts of the arena to activate 3 different generators, we're now going to separate parts of the arena to collect gas cans, potentially prolonging the finale due to us having to go back and forth several times instead of merely stopping off at each generator once like before. But it is basically the same thing. Nothing wrong with that, as I said, but the highlight is most definitely the idea of returning to an area we've previously gone through, with this different team in a new context. One thing I will point out, however, is the help that's given to us by the other survivors. I know you can basically look at this as the exact same as the AI survivors we're always playing with, but I not only enjoy the idea of the original crew helping us out, as it makes us look back on them with even more fondness, but I think it's more the potential of this idea that I would have liked to see experimented around with a bit more. We never see non-teammate survivors help us out anywhere else in the game, and I can't help but feel there was an opportunity to have these kinds of survivors work as an additional form of support during other points in the game, even if it was conveyed in a similar manner to this, where the visual of these guys helping us out supersedes their rather basic functionality. I think it would have been interesting to see, whether it purely be conveyed through set piece moments like this, or maybe a full-on game mechanic, where you might have been able to rescue or recruit other survivors. Of course, that's just an idea. The game's good enough with everything it already has, and some might argue that adding even more teammates on our side not only takes away from the 4 part of left 4 dead, but it also might result in the game becoming a bit too easy. Still though, I enjoyed the prospect of our old team helping us out, and I wouldn't have minded if events from the past game were linked back to in this way a few more times, although as we'll see, that never really happens. Jumping from one campaign that's filled with familiarity to one that's filled to the brim with unexpected moments, Dark Carnival may very well be the campaign that breaks the mold, perhaps more than any other. As the poster and title suggests, we're going full zombie land in this one, with our crew being left stuck on a highway, with the road being blocked off by abandoned vehicles. First off, this is the way you go about handling an area similar to one you've done before. In this case, it's actually an area we've seen many times by this point, that being a highway or a long patch of road. The sky's a lot darker once again, but not the pitch black darkness we're normally used to, with the sun rising in the distance. It seems like we're in the early hours of the morning compared to the middle of the night. The cars are the main thing in this opening part that I feel diversifies it from many of the other roads we've gone on up to this point. Usually it's the connection between the open space and the zombies we're tussling with, but now, with the physical obstacle of the vehicles in our way as well, there's now a bigger issue when it comes to getting our shots off, with many of the vehicles allowing zombies to run behind them for cover. The cars also give us a harder time progressing forward, continuing continually having to leap up onto them and change our route in accordance with the several blockades that are created. I find the vehicles are also a particular threat when it comes to the special infected, with the additional cover and blockades I just mentioned, leaving us open to an attack from a smoker, for example, that your team might have a harder time dealing with if it's tucked away behind a vehicle, or just from the sheer fact it might take a bit longer for the team to actually reach them. I also think another great trait of the Dark Carnival campaign is shown off in these opening moments, where despite me enjoying the initial fight down the highway, it's not too long before we're brought into a new area, that being the motel, with one of the greatest strengths we'll see presented throughout this one being not just the variety, but the manner and speed in which it's given to the player. I do like the idea of having to fight our way through a motel, as due to the barriers that are set up around the area, we're forced to head directly through it, as opposed to just walking around it, giving us a brilliant in-between when it comes to the more enclosed hotel apartment environments that we're used to blasting our way through, while also having the openness of the outdoors compel even more threats. Unlike our usual interiors, that, as I say, are very enclosed, we've got a good view of the parking lot outside, which also means something like a smoker or hunter has a good view of us as well, potentially stunting your progress if one of them manages to drag you down. And staying in line with what I said a second ago, immediately after the motel, we're brought into yet another environment, all three of these different areas being ones that I could realistically imagine being their own level of a campaign, if they were merely drawn out a bit more. The swamp we reach when scaling down the mountain, bringing back the water, with me also wanting to know how all three of these areas handle zombies in a slightly different manner, this level being one that I think really keeps the player on their toes. The highway challenges the player when it comes to taking out zombies that have a greater degree of cover. The motel is our more classic close range encounters, with the additional risk of having an open environment right outside that we can potentially get ambushed from. And the swamp is a fully open environment that now has the surrounding wilderness covering the zombies, not physically like the vehicles, but visually, with how many of the dense patches of shrubs and trees can very easily hide zombies behind them. The second level shows us reaching the fairground, with the initial talk in regards to the Midnight Riders poster being the first of many references to them throughout this campaign, working brilliantly to set up the finale of this one.
Hey, check it out, man! That's the Midnight Riders!
Never heard of them. They any good?
Yeah, they're a pretty big deal, alright.
Hell yes! I got all their albums. Even their new stuff that ain't no good.
I'd say the fairground is one of the most unique places we get to explore in the whole series, and they make sure to take full advantage of this setting. I love all the many different fairground related objects and structures that are on show here, the many lights that are strung up around this place, the small stripy tents that are set up everywhere, the Peanut mascot, who seems to always be rather concerned about something, and how could we forget the clowns, this being the uncommon infected for Dark Carnival, although I'm not so sure uncommon really applies here, as the clown pops up fairly frequently throughout the entire campaign, but ultimately that's fine, as although it does supposedly have the ability to lure in other zombies to attack you, I never really noticed this having a major impact on the overall gameplay. There's two words that come to mind when thinking of Dark Carnival's fairground: authenticity and interactivity. As I said, I love all the different tents that are set up, many of which having signs above them letting us know what game was inside, and others like the hit the bottle stands being out in plain view, in which we're allowed to hit the bottles, kind of. But it's without a doubt the Peanut Gallery that stands out as the main fairground attraction, giving us the opportunity to start up the game and partake in a little bit of target practice, with earning 750 points, rewarding us with a garden gnome called Gnome Chomsky.
There's a pipe bomb here.
I think all this stuff is great, but interacting with the environment to this degree and introducing small mini-games like this gives such a burst of personality. There's a part of me that would have wanted to see a lot more of this stuff throughout the whole game, but equally, I can't deny that it's proponents like this which make Dark Carnival in particular stand out as one of the series' best campaigns. In some ways, there's quite a bit of appreciation I feel should be given towards this level of restraint, because ultimately, when you're working with a company like Valve and a game like Left 4 Dead 2 that just oozes quality, there's no question in my mind that more things like this shooting minigame could have been applied to the game at large. I don't look at it in terms of Valve blowing all their unique ideas on one map. I see it as them wanting to make this map stay special because of all the great ideas included. The gnome as well I find to be a hilarious addition, with what I think's a mix of the iconic design of the gnome as well as the very unique shooting range it's attached to, being the main reason as to why it's remained synonymous with the Left 4 Dead series. Although it's only featured in this one map, the prominence it's given will without a doubt make this little figure stick in your mind. That prominence coming in the form of the Garden Gnome achievement, where the player has to reach the end of the campaign while carrying the gnome from level to level. Not being the most difficult task in the world, as you are allowed to throw it on the floor and use your weapons, but still impeding the players regardless. For newer players on PC as well, Gnome Chomsky will actually be one of the first things to pop up when launching this game, due to there being an achievement that gets unlocked straight away called Gnome Alone, with this being a reference to how Gabe Newell sent a 3D printed version of Gnome Chomsky up to space. Anyways, the fairground I just find to be great all round. One of the most standout levels from one of the most standout campaigns in the series. series. I could be pedantic and say it would have been nice to have a few more of these fairground rides active, and perhaps have things like the slides work functionally, instead of having us merely fall down them like normal. But I feel like we're already given so much stylistically that requesting this does feel a bit cheap, gameplay wise as well, but I'm not sure the devs would have wanted to get too ahead of themselves, and take too much focus away from the zombies. They are still very much the main focus of this one, despite the brilliant environment we get to experience. And ultimately, when it comes to the level design, it's just about as you'd expect a local fairground to be. The areas that feature rides and stalls being predominantly flat, with only some brief moments where we journey upwards, like when we go down the slide for example. It's all capped off with another great set piece, being quite similar to the one found in Dead Center, where we activate a power switch that turns on a carousel, where we then need to switch it off as zombies come to attack us. With how this part's set up, I've had experiences where things can get insanely hectic very quickly, as due to the way forward lying beyond the very enclosed, fenced off carousel. There's been times I've played this level where there's been a huge number of zombies crammed into this place, where your team really has to make an effort to not only push forward, but also to not get yourselves trapped from both angles and killed. Not long after this, we reach the Tunnel of Love, which as you'll be able to see is another location that's just dripping with personality. First, however, I want to take a look at some of the new weapons we've got to mess around with, many of which you would have already seen me using. Now, when looking at how the weapons have been implemented in this sequel, we can realise very quickly when playing that the tier system's made a comeback, having the return of tiers 1 and 2, but also having a third tier now, that hold a couple more special weapons. Tier 1 now has 2 additional weapons, those being the chrome shotgun and silent submachine gun, both of these being interchangeable with the regular sub and pump shotguns at the start of levels now, which says a lot about how much they actually differ. As although when looking into the raw stats of the weapons, you'll find the silent sub deals more damage, or the chrome shotgun has a tighter spread, it really doesn't matter in theory. More than anything, they're 2 new variants that have the potential to vary up the loot pools in the opening stages, but I'm fine with that, considering this is exactly what I was asking for in the first game. Not to mention, weapons like the chrome shotgun look and sound amazing. Tier 2 weaponry is where things start getting a bit more substantial however, getting multiple variations on the assault rifle, tactical shotgun and hunting rifle we had before. The only one that doesn't really stand out as much being the combat shotgun, as although it's got a great design and brilliant impact once again, it's basically the exact same as the tactical. The assault rifles however end up differing quite drastically, especially when it comes to ones like the combat rifle, this being the only burst weapon we have in this game, firing 3 rounds at a time, but at such a pace that it hardly impedes you in any way. This is a weapon that, if we're going by tiers, I would elevate above the M16, due to how there's basically only downsides when comparing it to the combat rifle. Don't get me wrong, we do still find ourselves in a position where almost every weapon is viable, but if we're going off pure results on the zombie killing battlefield, things like the accuracy, damage and ammo capacity outclasses the assault rifle in every way. Believe it or not though, despite the effectiveness of the combat rifle, it still doesn't end up being the best assault rifle in the game. That crown undoubtedly goes to the AK-47, giving out the highest amount of damage with each shot by far. On normal difficulty, it will take only 1 shot to kill a zombie with this thing, and what might sound like a negative in that it's got a lower fire rate compared to both the assault rifle and SCAR, actually works to our advantage when it comes to conserving ammo, as ultimately the only real drawbacks when it comes to the AK is the smaller magazine size and larger amount of recoil, which also leaves it as the most inaccurate of the 3. Damage is quite literally everything in this game though, and those minor downsides don't even remotely take away from that one big positive. And do I even need to mention how great this thing looks and sounds? Another beastly weapon all round. When it comes to the sniper however, I'm not sure how to feel about this one, as we've got another case where this new variant is working more as a straight up replacement. Once again, they're both great weapons, and the hunting rifle does still boast things like being the most accurate weapon in the game, with very high penetration damage. But I find the sniper rifle ends up solving the biggest issue the hunting rifle had, that being its rather small magazine size, increasing the hunting rifle's 15 rounds to 30, and with the reload times being very similar between the two. The sniper rifle in my view gives you a better chance all round to be letting out a steady stream of fire when it's most important, compared to using the hunting rifle before, where I always felt like I had to reload while zombies were still charging towards me. As I said, both are still great obviously, but it's that increased mag size that makes the sniper rifle far superior to me, as taken into account that both are dealing penetration damage and both have the exact same damage per shot. All you're ultimately wanting in that case is for the ammo supply to last longer, so you can keep pumping out shot after shot. Those are all the new weapons that are found in the base game, but there is a caveat, as when the Last Stand update was released, released in 2020, we had a few new weapons added to the game that were originally only featured in the German version of Left 4 Dead 2, working almost as an apology for the heavy censorship the game received in that country. I'll be honest though, I find pretty much all of these to be very underwhelming when it comes to functionality and appearance, and feel like they can only truly be appreciated by those who are deeply interested in these German exclusives being given to everyone else. Don't get me wrong, I can understand that point of view, as these weapons have essentially been a locked away piece of content that only one nation had access to for many years. But now the dust has settled and the hype from the rather unexpected Last Stand updates died down, I'm really not a fan of these. Functionally, weapons like the MP5 and SG552 are not only near identical to the submachine gun and assault rifle respectively, but to me they look terrible, which predominantly stems from how these models are directly ported in from Counter-Strike's source. But that's no excuse. I kind of wish we were given an option in-game to switch these off, as although you may be thinking they add variety, which I previously described as only being a positive, they look so different to every other weapon stylistically that it does take me out of the experience somewhat. I always have the thought cross my mind when seeing these in-game as to if I'd installed them via the workshop, because that's exactly what they look like to me, but a weapon reskin. Just compare, say, the knife to the machete, or the MP5 to the chrome shotgun. The difference in quality is blatant, and I don't care if the game's been out for years, you are going to have new people jumping on at one point or another, and weapons like this will more than likely have them scratching their head as to why they look so bad compared to all the other weapons. And not to mention, when it comes to the Scout and Orb, these aren't just weapon reskins. In fact, I think it would have been better if they were. These are two bolt-action sniper rifles that, while dealing a higher amount of damage compared to the other two snipers, have an unbelievably slow fire rate in a game where fire rate can sometimes be just as important as damage. These are not weapons that fit into a game like this. Depending on how you play with them, they can be viable, but there's no question as to why the other two snipers are semi-automatic. It just becomes a really annoying experience to use these. As for me, I never felt like I was able to appropriately keep up with the zombie hordes due to how slow I was shooting. That's all of the main weapons out the way though, a pool that originally I thought was great, that's now ultimately become more of a mixed bag with the weapons added during the Last Stand update. Allow me to turn these off, kind of like the exact same thing Half-Life did when it came to the original and HD weaponry, and there wouldn't be much of a problem, as I'm still able to experience the game without these inclusions. But in an instance like this, I don't care if there is or isn't a mod to deactivate these. Just throwing something like this in without an official option to turn them off seems lazy to me. However, that's not all though, as we also have those tier 3 weapons, coming in the form of the grenade launcher and M60. The grenade launcher is without a doubt the most powerful weapon in the game, dealing out a massive amount of damage per shot while treating tanks in a slightly different manner, with the stats showing that compared to the 400 damage that's given out when firing normally, that increases to over 1000 damage when hitting a tank, giving it a really unique function compared to the bulk of other weapons. As you could assume, what makes this weapon great isn't merely the pros, it's also the very substantial cons on top of them. In my opinion, the best weapons in any game always present a balance of some kind, and there's no better place to look than the extremities found in the grenade launcher. An incredibly high damage output, paired up with one of the slowest reload times out of any weapon, and the ability to only shoot one grenade out each time before you need to reload. These factors make it a weapon that, while I do think definitely makes it a welcome addition, is one that will be best suited for online play, not single player. The AI teammates can only take you so far, and ultimately, if you're aiming to hold on to the grenade launcher, I think you're going to need a certain amount of additional protection outside of merely switching to your pistol or melee weapon. Not that it's impossible, but I found that because of how slow the reload times are, there's a lot of cases where if I wanted to avoid incoming damage, I'd have to basically shoot out one grenade during a fight and then not use it for the endurance of it. It's just far too risky to reload this thing when there's zombies charging at you, and you've got an AI team that doesn't take notice of the fact you've got the grenade launcher and have to reload. Don't let that confuse the point though, but I still find the grenade launcher to be a worthy addition, and the destructive visuals that can be created from solely one shot of this thing can be marvellous. There's not as much to say about the M60 however, but it's another immensely powerful machine gun that only crops up in the DLC and Left 4 Dead 1 maps, with there being several positives and also downsides when it comes to the weapon's ammo count, only having 150 shots that can't be refilled, but having those 150 shots coming from one continuous belt, meaning that we don't have to reload, essentially turning this thing into our own portable mounted machine gun, with the main factor we should be taking into account being ammo management, as functionally it's not too dissimilar to the AK we already looked at. So that's all of the new primary weapons, with the secondaries only having one new gun in the form of the Magnum, holding less shots compared to the regular pistol, but dealing out significantly more damage. And overall, when it comes to the weapons, I'm pretty happy with everything we see. I wanted more variety in the first game, and that's basically exactly what we get in the sequel. And with weapons being near interchangeable once again, due to how effective all of them are, there's not many factors that will impede you from reaching the end of a level, regardless of whatever weapon you're using. It's still all revolved around personal preference in my view, and it's still pulled off incredibly effectively. Coming back to the Tunnel of Love, the design of it isn't too dissimilar to many of the other underground sections we've we've already gone through, with there not being many options when it comes to forward progression. But this area specifically is given far more personality compared to our usual dark sewer systems, when it comes to facets like the lighting and visual design, staying true to the setting and having the area filled with purple, red and blue lighting, as well as featuring the outlines of large hearts down the main part of the tunnel, while also having small areas to the right and left featuring other romantic based scenery. The juxtaposition, of course, being pretty hilarious once again, much like the fairground section. What used to be a place where people would smooch while riding a swan down a tunnel, now is a place where zombies eat human flesh and viscerally get their heads blown off. A large part of the level takes place inside the tunnels, which as you could assume leads to gameplay that we're all too familiar with. But when reaching the outside, the level's capped off with another alarm sequence, this time with the crew having to make their way through a roller coaster track. While I've always found it a bit of a shame that we can't ride the coaster for ourselves, I do understand that allowing us to do this would essentially destroy the gameplay segment. The run through this very tight track reminds me a lot of the motel we saw earlier. It's an area that from my many playthroughs of this level in the past allows the special infected to absolutely thrive, especially when it comes to enemies like the Smoker or brand new Spitter, who we'll talk about in a sec. It's got to do with how open the area is again, and how all their abilities complement each other. If you're very unlucky, you could be left in a position where the path gets blocked off by a Spitter's acid, and because of how you can't move forward, you get jumped by a Hunter and lose a lot of health, and then potentially get dragged off the track by a Smoker, where you then need to go right back to the beginning. There are ladders set up at certain points to prevent this, but that mainly depends on where you get knocked off, and bearing in mind that if you're made to start again with a significant amount of damage being applied to you now, if you haven't got any healing, you're going to be a whole lot slower, possibly leaving you open to even more attacks. The penultimate stage has us travelling through many of the same fairground attractions we've already seen. Some more minor moments of interactivity in the environment coming from things like the game where you have to hit the bell, where hitting the bell with adrenaline popped will lead to the game breaking, and simultaneously netting you another achievement. The best part of the stage, however, comes after our small diversion through some barns, being presented with one of the most insane dashes to a safe room in the whole game. It starts off like any normal holdout when waiting for the nearby gates to open up, but it's when actually making your way forward after this where things start to get properly intense. This is a concept that I think Left 4 Dead 2 experiments with on several different levels, and I think it usually plays out brilliantly. A good example would be from Death Toll, one of the maps that were ported over from the first game. As you can see from the end of the original version of the 4th stage, we head into some buildings, make our way beyond a fence, and enter the safe room on the other side. As you may have noticed, not a single zombie in sight. Now take a look at the exact same moment from the updated Left 4 Dead 2 version, and I don't even have to say anything really. This is referred to as a crescendo event, and turns what before was just a fairly standard navigation moment into a full-blown zombie onslaught, with so many zombies being launched at you that it's not hard to become overwhelmed and potentially die. And tying this back to Dark Carnival, it all ultimately comes down to the placement of these hordes, chucking basically everything they possibly have at the front end, with a few stragglers coming at us from the back, creating a brilliant dynamic between the efforts of your team and the goal of getting to the safe room, having to put literally everything you have into pushing back the zombies and moving forward. Even on normal difficulty, it's definitely no easy feat. It shouldn't be understated simply how much gets thrown at us during these points, leading way to set pieces that I find to be some of the most intense and engaging we experience, in my opinion, even surpassing many of the finales. And then coming into the finale of this one, we get what I perceive as arguably the best escape out of any campaign we've seen, being rivaled with the Sacrifice for me in terms of a last objective that feels satisfying in both a narrative and gameplay sense. Unlike the Sacrifice, the narrative beat in Dark Carnival is self-contained, hearing several times about the band The Midnight Riders, and as a result, appropriately having their music accompany the zombie slaying action that takes place.
We need to crank this shit up, man.
It's another factor of Dark Carnival's campaign that remains special, compared to the usual soundtrack we hear when taking on these finales, all of which tend to have the emphasis on blaring horns and dramatic strings. Here, we instead get some explosive hard rock. It's not just that though, but I like how it's specifically conveyed as the Midnight Riders. Hearing their music and having it shown off in this manner makes it feel like a satisfying payoff, considering how much characters like Ellis and Coach talk them up throughout the campaign. Audio isn't the only thing I find to be impressive here though, as we also get some interactable elements like the pyrotechnics on stage, presenting even more style when it comes to our slaughtering. And we've also got some totally unique explosive items in the fireworks, which as you could assume, not only create an equally flashy visual compared to the gas cans and propane tanks, but are also just as effective, functionally being near identical to the gas cans, but having the additional sparks and explosions we see occurring on the ground make them feel fresh, and especially appropriate considering the area we find ourselves in. On the gameplay side of things, it's everything you can expect really. The arena's very open, with hardly any cover, so there's a lot more opportunity opportunity for the special infected to launch a successful attack. But it is still those visual elements like the fireworks and stage pyrotechnics that make this finale in particular stand out. It's explosive in every way imaginable, and is the perfect send-off to one of the best campaigns in the series. Swamp Fever's up next, a campaign that, much like the previous one, lays out its concept directly in its title. After the helicopter pilot apparently turned into a zombie, the cruise ride ends up crashing into a swamp. This game's emphasis on swampy bayou areas being a unique characteristic that we never particularly saw the first game ever really touch on. There is a noticeably different feel to these areas when it comes to elements like their visual design, even when comparing it to the more outdoor-based campaigns like Blood Harvest. Blood Harvest had a far more industrial feel to it, going into warehouses, travelling down railroad tracks, whereas a map like Swamp Fever takes us quite a bit deeper into the wilderness, as I said, giving us these very authentic feeling bayou-type surroundings, which have that uniquely American feel. There's no kind of factory locations or train tracks around here. Instead, you've got these small wooden houses and stores set up that at some point would have likely been quite a quaint little town with a tight-knit community. But with the zombies now infesting these areas, we've got another level that works off wide open spaces and dense vegetation when it comes to the zombie threat. This first stage is quite standard, predominantly showing our crew making our way into these swampy areas, the look of these being about as you'd expect for a swamp, but still being great regardless. Tall trees and grass, gross looking murky water, and the unique addition of having tons of flies we can see in the air, all of which go towards making this place feel as gross as possible. Gameplay here is about as you'd expect, at one point having us wait for a ferry in which hordes of zombies come to attack us. But it's when the water starts getting introduced where you begin having a more unique dynamic, with there not only being two different ways of progressing forward, those being on the ground level and the wooden pathways, but as the elevated wooden path is obviously the superior approach, it leaves you and your team in a sticky situation if one of you perhaps fell off or get knocked off, in which you need to then decide if your team as a whole now jumps down to go help in this more treacherous deep water, or maybe splitting into a couple groups. This concept only gets enhanced even further towards the back end of this stage, with these pathways in which we aren't slowed down by the water being placed on the ground level, losing our height advantage that allowed us a wider view of the area, and becoming increasingly dangerous with the more large bushes that are placed in our path, as many zombies end up being placed within these and subsequently surprising the player, once again potentially throwing them off the path and slowing their progress. A good start to the campaign in my opinion. I understand the swamp environment might not be for everyone, as although it is obviously intentional, the disgusting green and brown tones that are created don't make for anything all that eye-catching, especially compared to the campaign we just discussed. I do really enjoy the idea of heading through a town that would have held a far smaller population compared to the massive metropolitan cities we usually find ourselves in. It gives us a greater perspective that even when it comes to these more tucked away communities, who actively remove themselves from the bustling city life, they all became infected regardless. There's also some pretty bizarre things we see here that don't really crop up anywhere else in the game, like how assumedly one of the survivors who perhaps used to live here has strung up one of the Charger infected, the narrative purpose perhaps being a sign of strength on the side of the humans. But some people also claim this is Valve subtly inserting the Lambda logo from the Half-Life games, a small Easter egg they might have carried on from the first Left 4 Dead, as in that game the Lambda logo was previously seen as what appears to be a scar on Francis's head. Talking of the Charger however, I think it's time we finally had a closer look at some of the new special infected you would have been seeing so far, and how they fit into the overall experience without stepping over the line into becoming tedious. Now before we get onto them, I think it should be noted how almost every single one of the previous special infected we tussled with in the first game has now had a pretty substantial redesign. There's one key through line between all these new variants though. They amp up the grotesqueness in about every way imaginable. The Boomer's body now has even more of those fleshy tumours bursting out of it, as well as also featuring a female version this time round, known as the Boomette. The Hunter's clothing is now a lot more torn up, revealing the rotten skin and exposed flesh lying beneath, with his mouth and hoodie now being covered in blood. The Smoker's what I'd say is easily the most bizarre of the lot, having the mass that was growing on the left side of its body blow up to an enormous size, with it now also either featuring multiple tongues that stick out of his head, or one massive tongue that appears to have just kept on growing. The only ones that kind of remain the same are the Witch and Tank, although I will say, I think I actually prefer the design of the tank in the first game. I think it's particularly the colour and size between the two of them, with the original's muscles seeming a lot more beefed up and intimidating, as well as the colour of this new one somehow making it look even more like an overgrown ball bag. However, looking at the new ones, let's start with the Charger we mentioned a second ago. Much like the tank, this guy is significantly larger compared to most of the other zombies we go up against. I'd argue that while the design is still distinct, with the highlight undoubtedly being the contrast between his massive green right arm and his tiny left arm that trails behind, he's the only special infected that sometimes blends in for me, mainly because of how similar I find it to be to the tank. Even when it comes to things like the booming sound that's created from its footsteps, it's an enemy that when looking at it seems like just another foe with high durability. And while that is the case in some sense, with it being able to take significantly more damage compared to enemies like the Boomer or Smoker, it's how this thing functions that makes it a very worthy addition, with that function being able to be obtained directly from its title, with the main way it deals damage being to charge directly at you and pummel you into the floor. This is another enemy that uses sound and visuals to enhance what's a rather simple concept. It's not a case like the Smoker, in which we see it climbing up on rooftops and actively retreating. When the charger spots you, it will immediately dart towards your position, in which a few different outcomes can be garnered depending on how quick you react. The charging itself is both hilarious and pretty scary, with the charger letting out this muffled scream as it launches itself towards you. Again, that's why sound is so important. It not only adds to this guy's personality, but it's also an auditory indication that there's not only a charger nearby, but that it's already charging, making the player observe their surroundings to make sure they aren't the ones it's aiming for. The speed in which it charges though is incredibly fast, so if you take too long standing in the same place, it'll be sure to hit you. And to be honest, it can oftentimes outpace you even if you are on the move. That's where positioning becomes important, as the charger tends to position itself to where it's close enough to hit its target, but still far away enough to be unexpected. But that's just one part of their attack, as upon grabbing and smashing you into whatever surface it collides with, it then begins pummeling you into the ground, in which much like the Smoker and Hunter, your team then has to come to your aid and kill it. If it were to miss you during its charge however, and crash into a wall, there's a good balance shown by not letting it launch straight into another one, usually tending to walk straight up to you and your team and start throwing out normal hits. The while still being damaging, obviously don't hurt as much as the charge and pummel. Then we've got the Jockey, a nasty looking gremlin that throws us off immediately in terms of its size. I'd say this guy's nowhere near as much of a threat in itself compared to many of the other special infected, but its main function is the reason you could still find yourself downed very quickly, despite the Jockey's rather low damage output. That's because its primary attack consists of running up to the player, jumping on their head, in which it starts scratching away at you, with the biggest twist coming from how it doesn't end up paralyzing you, but instead does almost the exact opposite. Essentially, what the Jockey thrives off is getting you away from your group. So what we witness is a foe who controls our movement for a short period of time, where it not only tries to get you as far away as possible from any teammates, all the while dealing damage, but simultaneously it will lead you straight into groups of zombies, which, depending on how many there are, could lead to an attack that's even more devastating compared to something like a tank. The Jockey is yet another enemy that just works so well in terms of the team-based co-op format. Off the bat, I love how small and cramped this thing is. Alongside the Hunter, it's one of the few enemies where we have to properly adjust our aim, as everything from the regular infected, to the tanks, to the Smoker, all of those things are either human-sized or ginormous. But even when comparing it to the Hunter at least comes with the added benefit of moving incredibly slow when it's getting ready to pounce. The Jockey makes sure that it's always on the move, and the movement patterns it follows are oftentimes very erratic. It's yet another great addition in my opinion, and it's another punishment that can become increasingly severe depending on how well you're working as a team. With something like the Hunter, the severity of its attack revolves around how you shouldn't allow yourself or someone else to be so far away from the group that they end up getting caught with no one there to immediately help. The Jockey still has that factor, but it debatably remains as much of a concern up close as well. You're having to pay attention to your surroundings a lot more, as even if your team's close together, there's still the potential for it to grab hold of you and perhaps drag you around a corner, and thus taking more damage for a longer period of time. Bear in mind as well, even though we're on the move, we are basically still paralyzed, although unlike other special infected, we are given a small level of resistance, which I'm glad was put in, allowing us to push in the opposite direction to where it's pulling us, in which we can slow down the speed in which it drags us. But no escaping of course, your team still needs to come and help if it jumps on you. Finally, we have the Spitter, what I find to be the vilest looking one of all the new special infected. Its most prominent feature of course being its wide open mouth that loosely hangs open, exposing its rotten teeth and flesh. Whereas many of the other special infected are predominantly heavy hitters, working more as a dangerous consequence that lie amongst the zombie hordes. Both the Spitter and the Jockey we just talked about work more as a support for the more lethal special infected. As I was saying with the Jockey, the main threat in that enemy's case are the many zombies it can lead us towards, that will then start attacking us. The Spitter however can be a big problem in regards to all kinds of infected, because as you would have been saying, its main function is to spit out this disgusting green stomach acid, that when put in practice serves a multitude of purposes, despite being very simple. The best way to tackle pretty much all of the Spitter's attacks is to once again stay on the move, and don't let yourself get backed up into a corner. The acid it shoots out can cover quite a substantial area of the ground, and you'll oftentimes find that in the more enclosed areas we go through, if a Spitter's present, it'll basically aim to stop you in your tracks, and hopefully get you ambushed from zombies that come in from multiple different angles. Its attack attacks are much less of an issue when you're in an open environment, but still not harmless, tying into how the other special infected play a role here. With how multiple of these special infected can be thrown at you all at once, the Spitter uniquely finds itself being the only enemy that can really help pile on damage, while another special infected has grabbed you. As you could assume, with ones like the Hunter, Charger, and Smoker, all presenting a situation in which you're stuck in one location, now with the additional effect of the toxic stomach acid, decreasing your health at an even more rapid rate. That's what I mean about it being more of a support infected, kind of like the Boomer. On its own, it's really not that much of a big deal, but when paired up with the many other threats and obstacles we're dealing with, the toxic acid could sometimes be the key difference between life and death during certain moments. On the surface, it doesn't particularly appear like anything all that special, but I'd say out of all the special infected that were introduced in this game, the Spitter might be the one that's had the most influence. Presenting a pool of acid on the floor might not be as dangerous a threat as the many other things we're grappling with, but due to the additional damage it does give out, which I'll add can build up quite quickly depending on how long you stay in it, on top of the bright green colour of the acid, it's a threat, and specifically an attack, that will almost always make the player and their team think about their approach. As I said, sometimes your only way forward can end up being temporarily blocked off by this acid, where you can imagine you and your team will naturally start observing the area, locating entrance points, and preparing for any other potential infected. You can always jump over, or walk through the acid of course, but as you start rising up the difficulties, you can assume this becomes less of a realistic option. And not to mention as well, the Spitter always ends up leaving a little toxic surprise when taking it out, so there are scenarios where you're even having to pay attention as to where you kill this thing, because ironically, you could end up blocking your route forward off solely by taking it out. All in all, each of the new special infected not only introduce brand new threats from the ones we were already used to, but with how perfectly all their abilities complement them as well, it feels like an enhancement all round. While difficulty may be a factor, but it's design that I'm paying the most amount of attention to. Going up the difficulties, you are of course going to notice each of these infected dealing out a higher amount of damage, but that's besides the point really. I think each of these guys inherently strike the same level of concern, and demand the same kind of importance as all the other infected, that being one of the key reasons as to why I say all the special infected benefit from these inclusions. As with the additional threats that now lie ahead of us, we're having to reevaluate what kind of situations we might be left in if some of these new ones attacked us at the same time. For example, being pinned down by a Hunter whilst lying in Spitter acid, or being controlled by a jockey while a tank's coming after you. It's too easy saying these guys merely spice up the gameplay. I think the impacts they can create have a profound effect on how you carry out your objectives from this point on. The second level is aptly named Swamp, but I mean, to be honest, there is no better description than that in terms of what we actually see here. This entire level not only looks predominantly the same to what we saw in the previous one, but it also plays the same as well, with that same dynamic of the water that slows you down and the pathways and land that let you run like normal. There are brief moments of intrigue, like the crash plane, that when making our way through it leads to a small action set piece, but I can definitely see why there's quite a lot of players who aren't a fan of these opening stages, some not being a fan of the campaign as a whole. The biggest new addition in this one definitely comes from the Mudmen, the uncommon infected for this campaign. Now, there's some people who absolutely despise these, but I'll be honest, I've never had too much of an issue. While not being as visually distinct as something like the Clown, I find their functionality to arguably be the most game-changing of all the uncommon infected, with this mainly stemming from its ability to throw mud in your face and temporarily blind you, kind of like a less intense version of the Boomer Bar, as depending on where this mud lands and how much he throws on you, there's still a chance you'll be able to see the most important details, like where the zombies are coming from. Outside of that, they're not too different to your average zombie, with only its ability to sprint on all fours, making you need to adjust your aim, and its muddy body giving it a certain amount of camouflage. The third level starts us off in another one of these small town areas, but again though, I do find this level to be slightly underwhelming when it comes to the gameplay, as the way it's laid out is pretty much the exact same as what we saw in the previous two stages. Lots and lots of water over a flat landscape, with the only things that break this up being the small structures that are built up nearby. By this point in the campaign, I can see why many people see this as one of the weakest in the game, as it really is just a bit too samey. I get wanting to stick to this swamp environment, but I feel there had to be more included to liven this place up a little bit, aside from the odd house or walkway. I feel like at this point, it's clear to see aspects like the campaign's colour palette and world design end up being hampered significantly because of how close they stick to the swamp idea. There's no real experimentation we see in either the gameplay or visual design during these first 3 levels, making 3 parts of this 4-part campaign not an outright failure, but just a bit too bland really. Swamps inherently don't call out for bright colours and lots of different buildings. It is a swamp at the end of the day. It should mainly be filled with grimy water and dirt. But I don't know, I feel conflicted when it comes to stuff like this. I will say, it's mainly the visuals that are my biggest problem. There's rarely any points in the game where the zombie killing significantly differed from or hindered because of the environment we're fighting in. But yeah, even when looking at the title of this stage, Shantytown, that idea is essentially only reflected at the very start of the stage. And that kind of sums up my point of how everything blends together. In Dark Carnival, when we had the levels called Fairground or Coaster. Those levels most definitely resemble what their title was describing. A level like Shantytown though really doesn't, as we're going through the exact same kind of areas with the exact same buildings we've already seen. It's not very distinct. That does thankfully change in the final stage though, making our way out the swamp and finally seeing the return of warm sunlight and solid ground. The finale takes place within a plantation, and mainly in the plantation house, serving as a great landmark, both in terms of how it looks and how it helps us in taking out all the zombies. I will say though, at least on normal difficulty with an AI team, I found this finale to be by far the easiest out of all the campaigns we've talked about, and I'm pretty sure I'd have to pin it down to aspects like the environment and the weapons we get to use, namely the mounted machine gun that overlooks the garden, with almost all the areas where the zombies come in from being in the machine gun's range, leaving us in a situation where because of the sheer power of this thing, we can essentially aim at a few sole spots and wipe out all the zombies coming in from them. If you're playing online and your team's a bit more spread out, I could understand perhaps some more issues cropping up. But here, where I've got my full team directly behind me covering any incoming stragglers, it also leaves me in a position where I can stay on the machine gun without any real risk. There is an opportunity for that, of course. I assume it's why there's a giant gaping hole inside the house where zombies can pour in from. But needless to say, I hardly ever felt overwhelmed during this fight, as if the defense from behind wasn't good enough. The enemies that are coming in from the front not only can't hit me, but the very few that do end up slipping through can be dealt with more than effectively by the other teammates. Not to mention as well, this front garden part is where most of the enemies come from, and although you'll find some making their way into the house and coming from slightly different angles, what the guys coming in from here tend to do is climb up the pillars of the mansion. Bearing in mind, that gives us an incredibly clear visual of them, and as they don't even climb up all that fast, you're able to take them out really easily. It leads to a finale where unfortunately I feel like I can handle everything pretty efficiently when on cruise control, and that's never a trait you want to be associated with these finales, when the main aim of all the previous ones we've looked at is clearly to be intense and overwhelming. So coming to the end of Swamp Fever, I would say that I have to agree with the sentiment a lot of players hold over this one. I can appreciate the want to design a campaign around a swamp environment, because for some reason this seems to be a type of location that almost every developer wants to integrate into a video game at one point or another. But it's a campaign that for the vast majority of it looks and feels the exact same from level to level, and capping everything off with a finale that I find to be rather underwhelming. It leaves us with an experience that has a lot of room for improvement in my opinion. If you want to say cranking up the difficulty makes the finale a far more frenetic and engaging experience, I totally agree, but that's not really a good argument when you could apply that to essentially every single level in the game, and have those also share the same qualities. Up next is Hard Rain, which from its title and poster doesn't get off to a great start, considering how similar it initially appears to the campaign we've just talked about. But this campaign arguably has the most unique concept compared to any other, being told right from the start of this one that our mission isn't just about escaping like usual. Instead, the crew decide to stay with the guy who rescued them during Swamp Fever, and set out to go find fuel for his boat. See, specific objectives like this are where the game instructor seems reasonable, as we're now dealing with an entirely new concept. Before, it was all about merely pushing forward, but as we're told by the instructor, it turns out we'll be returning to these areas later on, so we now have to be aware that taking things like first aid kits and pills from this place now will in turn leave us without them when we come back. A good concept in theory, although they do make sure to place a few more first aid kits at the start to make sure you at least have some form of healing, lessening the impact on our return somewhat, because as you'll see, supplies were never really an issue despite me taking everything I needed right at the start, and despite that clearly being the intention. Now this first level was considerably short, quite literally going through a couple suburban streets and arriving at the safe room, but I have to assume this was done to make the return trip feel like a bit less of a slog. As we'll see, there's a clever mechanic implemented in this one that does end up transforming these levels into something different later on, but they are still ultimately the same area. It'd be a bit of a pain if we have to journey back too long a distance. I love the manner in which the rain subtly brought in throughout this first level. It's a brilliant first glimpse into the storm that's about to descend upon us. For first time players in particular, there's something quite hilarious to me about this rather tame rain we see at the start, compared to what we see in the upcoming levels. All the times we've seen rain before, it's always been used as a weather effect, merely to give some more texture and atmosphere to the environment. Little do we know, the rain in this level is going to be taken a whole lot more seriously than we might initially expect. This gets shown off even further in the second level, the sky now darkening significantly more, and the rain starting to become even more intense. There's something about the industrial environment presented in this one that's majorly to my liking. The broken down abandoned factory we head through looking very good, and having many of these large pieces of machinery and pipes lead way to situations where you can very easily be caught off guard by many of the infected that lie inside. The most prominent one in this case being the witches, which as your team remarks, appear to be absolutely crawling throughout this place.
Man, that's a lot of witches.
Man, I'm gonna start crying in a minute.
For whatever reason they're drawn to this place, I'm not quite sure, but as you would have been seeing, they're even more of a threat in this game compared to the first one, with the main reason for this coming down to their wandering variant, with witches that crop up in the daytime walking around, presumably trying to find a way out the light. This in turn means that shining our flashlights at them is no longer a problem. However, depending on where the witch is travelling, it could either be a good advantage or a strong negative, because if you're lucky, the witch will just wander off into a corner and allow your whole team to slip past easily. But equally, the witch might walk directly towards you, or walk back as you make your way forward. Although the factory itself doesn't present much in the way of different approaches, at least not on our way forward, I like the verticality we see in the large concrete building that lies beyond it. This also being where we launch into another crescendo event while waiting for an elevator. Past that point is a sugarcane field, having tons of these tall leaves densely packed into an area, making it genuinely quite hard to get a gauge on where the zombies are coming from and how many there are. When reaching the safe room, however, which is also where we find the fuel, this is where the level's true concept is revealed, with the rain outside picking up significantly and leaving the area we previously traversed through completely swamped with water. The flooding is the most interesting part, of course, completely changing the dynamic of certain areas and making you have to traverse them in almost an entirely different way. Visually, I love the rain in this game anyway, but with how severe it ends up getting at points, there's a nice warm and cold contrast presented between when we're out in the open getting pelted with rain and when we're on the inside. This first case arguably being the best example of that, coming out of the field into the building that has these nice warm glowing fires. This level now becomes very similar to what we experienced in Swamp Fever, although I'd say even in this case, where we're literally going back through the exact same areas, the areas themselves are a lot more visually intriguing. I get that a lot of people really don't like this concept, but I not only find it a good idea to experiment around with, regardless of if it works or doesn't, but I'm also someone who thinks it actually works really well, particularly when it comes to things like the sugar mill during this first part of our return. The flooding now ends up giving us even more trouble when trying to avoid the witches, as obviously it's going to take quite a bit more time walking past them, and with the sky becoming darker as well, we don't even have the potential benefit of the wandering witches anymore. What the rain does more than anything is make everyone pay attention to their environment a whole lot more. Sporadically, we get these intense bursts of rain that fall from the sky, clouding our vision even more than it already is, and genuinely leaving you at certain points questioning if you're heading in the right direction. It's not just an incredibly immersive feature of the map, it also pushes teamwork even further, as having someone get caught up in this storm by themselves could most definitely be a death sentence. As we progress, enemies like the tank eventually get thrown at us, where I can understand that if you're playing on higher difficulties, this could start becoming a bit of a nightmare. But still, I find that to be a good thing. While at first it may be unexpected, and perhaps even lead to your team's demise, on subsequent playthroughs, the idea of now strategizing to compensate for the slowing effect of the water showcases to me how successfully this idea was actually implemented. Unlike I found with Swamp Fever, the downpour here leads to significant consequences if we're not playing carefully. And talking of Swamp Fever, the platforms we're able to climb onto in this one also have a much greater purpose, feeling dynamic with how we're making our way up fallen pipes and metal walkways, opening up the gameplay opportunities even further, but in a level which, as I keep saying, we've already been through. For me, it's the fact that we are going back through areas we've just come from that's the most impressive part. The level's been designed in a way where different gameplay opportunities are being presented between the two different halves, whereas in a campaign like Swamp Fever, you were just trudging through water the entire time. The level design only gets enhanced even more for me when heading through the final two levels, where as opposed to climbing on those broken down pipes, we're now having to carefully make our way onto rooftops, submerged cars, fences. This being great to me due to the increased amount of chaos that's conveyed from having what initially seemed like normal parts of the scenery on the way forward, now be turned into rather important ways to make our way back to the boat. And arguably, it's navigation that becomes the most prominent feature of Hard Rain during the second half. There are still zombies coming after you, of course, but you'll be able to see for yourself how much more time is given towards simply mapping and carrying out a path forward. And although the finale doesn't play as much into the strengths of the heavy rain, due to us holding out on one location instead of travelling somewhere else, things like the brief intense storms still provide a unique threat that could result in some zombies sneaking in without you noticing. Overall, it's a campaign that I actually really enjoy. A unique concept with a unique execution. It's exactly the kind of thing I was searching for when talking about varying up some of these campaigns. Because ultimately, when you look at the first half, aside from maybe the sugar mill, all of the environments we went through looked exactly the same as many of the other suburban towns we fought through in the past. Merging the water we experienced in Swamp Fever with these creates a new effect, and as we saw, areas that we become accustomed to now required a readjustment. It fits into that bracket I was talking about with Dark Carnival in many ways. I wouldn't want anything to differ from the core gameplay loop in too much of a substantial way, but simultaneously, I do feel that more variety is needed at points, so we're not literally doing the same thing over and over again. Dark Carnival had many features that I really enjoy, but wouldn't want to be repeated, due to the possibility they might become either stale or lessen the impact of their individual appearance in that specific campaign. And Hard Rain is kind of the same in that regard, with the only downside being the existence of Swamp Fever, which I think handles the water in a far less effective manner than what we see here. From its concept to the execution, Hard Rain, while being hated by some for the exact same reasons I actually appreciate it, ends up as one of the standout campaigns, regardless of if you love it or hate it. If you personally stay away from this one because of the frustration that comes with the slow water and lack of visual clarity, I completely understand, but I feel that's always going to be more of a personal issue, as ultimately, I find the way it's pulled off to be very effective, with the rain and backtracking turning this into one of the most unique campaigns in the game. While some other campaigns can blend together, you can't really say any other map functions quite like this one, and you have to admit that aside from it being done well in my opinion, it's admirable enough from an experimental standpoint too. That takes us to what's technically the final campaign of the game, the Parish, getting off to a good start straight away when it comes to the look and narrative of this one. Upon being dropped off by the boatsman, we very quickly are made aware of a couple jets that fly past our position. These additional stylistic elements not showing up a whole lot throughout the game, unfortunately. It makes sense, as ultimately we spend most of our time by ourselves, with only a few sporadic moments of interacting with other humans. But these jets right off the bat work as a minor foreshadowing as to what's going down in this place, and simultaneously informs us that while we're still mostly dealing with zombies, there are clearly other humans hanging around not too far from here. As opposed to all the previous campaigns that took place in Georgia, the Parish is located in New Orleans, a difference that I think can immediately be felt from the architecture of this place. It's always looked far less American compared to the areas we go through in Georgia, which as you could assume isn't a mistake, or merely a want to mess around with different kinds of building layouts, as New Orleans in real life is well known for its roots in French and Spanish architecture, being a city that was originally founded by a French colonist, and having well-known neighbourhoods like the French Quarter feature a heavy resemblance to what we see in the opening moments of the Parish. So a unique design straight away that I really enjoy, but that's really only the start. In terms of the gameplay, there's not too much to write home about, the highlights for me coming from the forced moments of verticality when being blocked off by certain vehicles, as well as also having multiple different ways of progressing forward at points, like the 3 different pathways that are presented before entering the kitchen area. But I find that from the very beginning, it's specifically the visual storytelling in this map that grabs me a whole lot more, and that's saying a lot considering how well all the other campaigns feature these elements. If you didn't know, this is the place we've been aiming to reach right from the very start, unlike what I assume the survivors in the first game were doing, that being to just stay alive at all costs, and maybe get to an island offshore. Our group here actually had a plan. There's a map that can be found in dead center with many X's all over it, but one giant circle around New Orleans, this indicating the last remaining military outpost that hasn't yet been abandoned or overrun. And as we see when drawing up to this place, it doesn't give us much hope that's still the case, featuring fences letting us know that we're entering US military territory, but not being able to actually see any military in sight. The writing inside the first safe room informs us the military was definitely here at some point, but there's a big issue that many of the past survivors faced, in that the military only seem to be willing to evacuate people known as carriers, those who are immune to the virus, like us. And the story we essentially see play out when journeying through the map are the military's failure to deal with the increasing numbers of infected, and the caution and eventual violence that's shown towards these carriers, with the military discovering that while the carriers are immune themselves, they're still capable of spreading the virus. This being shown off in several moments across this map, seeing human bodies piled up in safe rooms, lying outside restricted military areas. A twisted reality that ends up turning the conclusion of this map into one that's a lot darker than it might initially appear. Getting into the second level, we start off by making our way into a park, one that previous survivors mentioned was once an evac point, now of course not seeming like anything of the sort. But before we get to that, I just want to briefly mention the final remaining pieces of new equipment, that while not creating a huge impact on the game, with most of these actually being significantly hard to attain, still add to the experience to a certain degree. We've obviously already talked about the adrenaline, the only new healing item, and when it comes to our throwables, we've also got only one new addition, that being the boomer bar. Despite being a cool concept in theory, being able to turn the tables and essentially use the same attack that's only gotten us in hot waters before, it really isn't all that different to what we already see in the pipe bomb. It's another throwable that distracts zombies for a short period of time, with the main feature coming from its ability to have the infected fight amongst each other, depending on if any of them get hit by it. I like the concept and standout bright green look of it, but when it comes to functionality, I just find it a bit too similar, yet inferior to the pipe bomb. Bearing in mind the only infected that get taken out while using this thing are the ones which the bar lands on, you oftentimes see something akin to a pipe bomb that just never detonates, with all the infected crowding around this green stream of gas, with no impactful explosion. I would have liked to see a slightly more unique function compared to what we have, as although I appreciate the attempt to add new throwables, when looking at pieces of equipment like the adrenaline for example, that's the direction I think they should have followed. You've got a distraction and highly damaging item in the pipe bomb, a highly damaging item in the Molotov that covers a very wide area on the ground, and then you've got another distraction, but this time with no substantial damage output. Not a terrible item at all, and unlike the pipe pipe bomb, there is a part of me that does like a certain degree of risk-reward, just like we see in items like the Molotov. But in terms of sheer effectiveness and unique functionality, it does falter in quite a big way for me. There's nothing introduced in this game that ever tops the first aid kits, but one item that has now been added might actually be worth the sacrifice when it comes to how good the player thinks they are and how poor they think another player is. And that's the defibrillator, a simple item with simple usage, in that if one of your teammates dies without being dragged into an unreachable place, you can pull this thing out and bring them back to life. As I said, if you're playing with a good team that all know what they're doing, chances are you'll be taking the first aid kits. But in the event you are playing with someone who's perhaps a bit more unfamiliar with the game and is prone to taking damage, it might be a good idea to keep one of these handy if they do end up dying. I wouldn't say it's an incredibly useful item, as there's already ways for a dead player to return during the course of a level, but I wouldn't say it's useless either. It has its place without a doubt. It's just an item that will likely become less and less viable the more you and your team improve. Looking away from that, however, we now also have several different weapon upgrades. You're able to find these at one point or another in most campaigns, but don't mistake that for them being common, as although in most cases you will find one of these upgrades, that usually is just about the limit in which they're dished out. And I'll be honest, I'm not really sure how to feel about some of these, as when thinking about it, I think I'm mainly happy about discovering these items, purely because of how infrequently they crop up. What I'm referring to mainly in this case is the incendiary and explosive rounds, which when applied to your weapons, act about as you'd expect. The incendiaries set things alight, kind of like an even more efficient Molotov depending on your aim, and the explosive rounds basically make your shots deal out AoE damage, with one shot placed into a group of zombies, now potentially taking out multiple, instead of just one. Now, these can be useful of course, but I don't believe how they function justifies their rarity. And on top of that, I think while their effectiveness can sometimes be beastly, it does depend a lot on the environment. For the incendiary rounds for example, as the zombies that get set alight stay on fire for a while, even when falling and dying on the ground, this allows other zombies that are running past them to also get set on fire, creating a chain reaction where only a few shots could wipe out a massive amount of zombies. But on the flip side of that, they not only perform actions that are near identical to other pieces of equipment that we find way more often, but we also need to take into account how they fill up our first aid slot, leaving us in a position where the vast majority of players will simply use it straight away and pick back up their medkit, unlike how I think they would have been originally intended to be taken along with us, and used at key points like the finales. But then you've also got to realise how these can only be used once by each member of the team, and then never again. And bearing in mind these only fill up one sole magazine with this special ammo, that means with a weapon like a shotgun, you've got 10 bullets to work with. See what I mean? Not all that effective when you start breaking it down. So a good concept with poor execution in my opinion. The effects we can see when we do use these can be pretty impactful. Not game changing, but noticeable. I think it would have been a better approach to make these a lot more common, and perhaps give you more ammo than just one magazine's worth. Say these were made to be a refillable ammo source. In that instance, I think it'd be way more likely that one of your teammates would carry it all the way to the end. But as it stands, I do think both of these ammo types are quite underwhelming. The final weapon upgrade we have is the laser sight, that plain and simple sticks a laser on whatever weapon you're holding, obviously excluding melee weapons, but also not allowing you to put it on your pistols either. The main thing this does is reduce spread, turning already great weapons like the AK and sniper rifle into ones that are near unstoppable. But that's seriously about it. Just like the ammo upgrades, these can only be used once, and are arguably even rarer. So you're wanting to make sure that when you find one of these, you're hopefully carrying a weapon that you could see yourself using right up until the end, and also ensuring it's one that would actually benefit from the laser sight. As I say, spread is the key factor with these, so while applying it to the submachine gun would only really bring positives, putting it on a shotgun would more than likely work to the weapon's detriment. Coming back to the parish however, the park area we initially make our way through ends up being quite broad in size, giving us 3 different pathways that all hold unique equipment lying around their different landmarks. On the left we've got a small pavilion, in the middle we've got a large statue, and on the right we've got a set of restrooms, which all more than likely have several different weapons lying nearby, and likely an ammo refill at one of them too, rewarding the player with equipment regardless of how they choose to proceed. A great choice that pushes that freedom angle, and perhaps will encourage players to experiment with different pathways when retrying this level in the future. One thing I feel is important about these first 2 levels is their pacing. I've always felt these might possibly be the most well-paced levels I've experienced in the Left 4 Dead games. The first one was quick and snappy, setting us up with this new environment by fighting our way through a couple blocks in the market and getting into the safe room. And in the second one, we obviously start off making our way through the park, but directly after this are then brought into one of my favourite crescendo events in the entire series. Now the event itself is exactly what you'd expect. Tons of zombies running at you featuring both normal and special infected, but it's specifically the layout of the area that really makes this one, giving us what's basically a very drawn out version of that fenced off carousel during Dark Carnival, and having us run through several long corridors corridors, with the zombies quite literally being able to attack from all angles. That's what I like the most, and what I feel keeps the scenario more intense compared to anything else. Just like a set piece like the church from Death Toll, sound is used from the off to strike a sense of fear and panic into the player, having this wailing siren blare out that lets you know you're in for some trouble.
Gotta agree with that.
But when it comes to these corridors, I appreciate the different strategies that can be employed, some perhaps being riskier than others. Inside the trailer we enter before this, there's usually about 1 or 2 adrenaline shots, an item that, as you could assume, is incredibly effective in this set piece, as we're able to get to the alarm switch faster. But as there's only 1 or 2, this will once again leave your team in a position where you might want to break off into 2 groups. And with how intense things can get if the alarm continues to ring out for a prolonged amount of time, being separated might lead to your ultimate failure. But say you do take this approach and 2 of your teammates reach the alarm successfully. Well, the switch for the alarm lies atop some scaffolding, giving you a great overview of the area. And with the sniper rifles that are usually placed up here, it gives a very clear indication that helping out our teammates who we've rushed ahead of is the way to go. As I say though, it's the way the zombies act on the ground level that's by far the biggest positive for me. With how many get thrown at us from all directions, you're ideally wanting to keep moving at all costs, while also not having one individual teammate be left separated from the rest of the group. And with the slowing effect the zombies give out, that is something that's entirely possible, especially given the fact that most of you will likely be paying more attention to getting the alarm shut off compared to anything else. With how zombies can jump over the fences and teammates can be left stranded by themselves, spatial awareness becomes key, and a balance needs to be reached between moving fast but not too fast, helping out your teammates but not so much to where the alarm rings out for longer than needs be. And again, the arena itself, while being simple, can pretty much serve as the perfect representation of what makes the mechanics of Left 4 Dead so great, being given just enough space to freely move around, but still tight enough to where it's essential you take out the zombies that will slow you down, potentially holding you back and drawing you into a whole horde of them. The third level returns to a formula we're a lot more familiar with though, with the main emphasis of this one being the many buildings and backyards we enter. Nothing all that special on a gameplay level, but again, in terms of visual design, the appearance of the environment itself does feel quite a bit different. There's what I describe as a strong Southern American feel to many of the houses, which makes sense considering New Orleans is located in the southeast of America, but we only really start seeing those qualities presented here compared to the far more unique market area we saw earlier. I enjoyed the destruction we see in many of the houses, most of these already being in a bad state, but some being completely burned to the ground, paired up with the overwhelming military presence that can be felt from the fences and signs that are posted up nearly everywhere we look. It's a reminder of how futile their efforts have been in trying to contain the virus and rescue civilians. And after a short journey through some sewers, we arrive under a highway with countless cars being placed in front of us, many of these having car alarms that will activate upon being hit. These have actually been a feature going all the way back to No Mercy, and were highlighted prominently in the first game's opening cinematic. Aside from arguably this one gameplay section, every other time the cars have cropped up in this series, I've always viewed them as more of a self-imposed threat compared to one that truly catches you off guard. And as you could assume, I don't think that's the intention. Just like here, I think the car alarms overall were put in place to punish players for shooting recklessly, and on the surface, that does sound like a pretty good idea. But it's the placement that's always been the biggest issue for me, and is the main reason as to why I see the challenge as self-imposed. Take the very first one that crops up towards the end of the first level in No Mercy. First off, there's too many things that give away the car. The design and look of the car itself is the same almost every single time, so you've already got that to look out for. Then you've got the orange and red lights that frequently flash from inside and outside, this being a fine inclusion, as I think there should have at least been some indicator as to which cars have these alarms. But then you get to my biggest issues, in that one, the car's been placed in a position that makes it stand out even more, compared to all the other vehicles surrounding it, when ultimately, I think players would have been thrown off guard a whole lot more if the placement was more covert and sneaky. 2, while the position here isn't too bad, it's not a position that I'd say would really get caught in the crossfire, as the 2 angles we can come at this thing from will have zombies running at us from positions that don't have the car in our sights, or even in our range, this being something else that many of the alarm cars in other campaigns also follow. But then you've got the biggest one for me, and that's how the game instructor will consistently warn you of their presence. And not only that, they literally throw a sign directly above the car telling you to watch out. That's arguably the main reason as to why I find the challenge self-imposed. Paired up with all the other factors I mentioned, they just seem to be too obvious a threat to ever truly catch us out. Don't get me wrong, it will happen from time to time, but I really feel these had a far greater potential to be a sizable threat, as with the horde that gets thrown onto us after activating one of these alarms, there's a great sense of dynamic gameplay that's introduced. The quality of our aim doesn't just have to translate to the zombies, it can also translate to the environment as well. But as I say, that's really not the case in the vast majority of instances where these crop up. Don't mistake though, this moment under the bridge in the parish surprisingly is one of these rare rare instances, but it's got less to do with those negative factors I mentioned actually being solved, and more just about how many of them there are to begin with, and how many cars that surround them that allow them to blend in easier. This is a section that requires genuine caution in regards to our shooting, which is already good, but we also have to pay attention to our navigation, as there's several points throughout this small area where we essentially have to jump over these vehicles, obviously with jumping on the ones with the alarms setting them off. The more alarms that get set off, the more zombies come to kill us. Simple stuff, but with the environment that's absolutely jam-packed with vehicles, things can definitely get a bit hectic here, and possibly lead to us setting off even more alarms when trying to handle the huge number of zombies. Coming towards the end of this level, we get some fantastic visuals that cleverly convey even more of the story. Those jets we saw at the start making their return and blowing up a massive chunk of the bridge in front of us.
We did it, people. We're on the bridge. We're almost out of God damn!
Looking great obviously, but also showing us what's likely about to happen to this place. We've seen throughout this level that the military's failed tremendously at trying to contain the outbreak, and from what we can assume are these jets being piloted by military personnel, but it seems like they're cutting their losses, and deciding to carry out bombing runs to wipe out the zombies for good, making the situation from the survivor's perspective even more intense. We get diverted into a cemetery after this, which, despite not being that large, features this maze-like design with quite a few dead ends that I wasn't a big fan of. Visually it's appropriate of course, considering the zombies we're going up against, but too inconsequential and confusing to feature anything of real note. The fourth level sees us returning to the market areas we got a taste of in the first stage, with the same unique architecture and a few good moments of verticality. But outside of the visual elements, this level's a pretty standard affair of heading through some buildings, eventually reaching a crescendo event, and then shortly after getting into a safe room. What this does give me a chance to focus on, however, is the substantially improved gore effects that you would have been seeing up to this point. The gore effects in the first game were still great at the time obviously, but when comparing them to what's featured in the sequel, this game leaves no debate as to which system is more impressive. Starting off, something as simple as the blood between the two games has been improved dramatically. We see a damn lot of it in both games, and in the case of Left 4 Dead 2, I not only feel the amount of blood has been amped up to a massive extent, but the way in which it bursts out of each zombie's body also looks a lot more realistic. It now appears to come out in several varying streams, and can shoot out quite far in many different directions. Whereas looking back to the first game, you would have noticed that when shooting zombies, the blood was far more self-contained to the zombie's body. It wasn't flying around to the extent we see in Left 4 Dead 2. Another massive improvement is the gore and dismemberment system, both of these being ramped up exponentially. I mentioned this briefly when talking about the different damage effects that are conveyed when using certain melee weapons, where as I said, using a blunt weapon on a zombie's head will result more in it exploding, but using a sharp blade will result in the head actually being sliced off. That really is just the start of it though, as it's obviously not just the head that creates this kind of effect, but it's the entire rest of the body as well. In Left 4 Dead 2, it's clear that a lot of effort went towards making essentially every part of a zombie's body react realistically towards the many kinds of damage we can inflict on them, and as a result, we end up in a position where taking out zombies has never been more satisfying. Shooting a zombie's torso now oftentimes results in many of their internal organs and bones presenting themselves, with a well-placed shot to the abdomen often having the zombie's intestines burst out of their body and trail onto the floor. The amount of variation now when it comes to shooting a zombie's arms, legs, and head is now massive, and I feel it frequently takes into account the type of weapon you're using far better. The sheer power and spread from a shotgun blast up close, for example, will show several parts of the zombie's body be absolutely obliterated. Many of these different limbs and pieces of brain matter turning into individual physics-based objects that separate themselves from the zombie and land on the floor. But it's the level of variation that's easily the most impressive part. It's no longer about just shooting a leg and watching it fly off. The manner in which it gets amputated and how much of the leg flies off now lies in where you shoot it. Nothing most players will actively be aiming for, but an effect they most definitely will feel when engaging in combat. Just about everything is amped up basically. More blood, more guts, and so many different ways in which your actions can be reflected in the most visceral way possible. That takes us to the final mission, the bridge. A mission that consists of one mad dash to a helicopter that's preparing to take off at the other end. But what's more interesting when looking at this in terms of not just the finale for this campaign, but the final moments we experience with this crew as a whole, is who it is that's rescuing us this time round.
Hello?
Rescue 7. That's coming from the bridge. Bridge. Who is this?
Hey, there are 4 of us on the bridge.
Bridge. Are you immune?
We are not infected.
Negative, Bridge. Are you immune? Have you encountered the infected?
Encountered? Boy, I am covered in zombie blood, puke, eyeballs, and 20 other parts I don't even recognize. We are immune as shit.
As we can hear from the radio we use to communicate with them, it seems like we're finally crossing paths with the military, with their last helicopter leaving in around 10 minutes time. Making our way through the bridge, the experience is just what you'd expect. Tons of zombies running towards us, loads of vehicles obstructing our movement, requiring us to carefully navigate at points to progress forward. But the best part for me comes from having this all take place on a bridge that's been torn to absolute shreds, putting an even bigger focus on navigation when being presented with these massive holes that have now been created, blocking off paths and once again remaining as an actual threat that you can fall into. As has been the case with all the instances previous to this of a survivor falling off a surface that's considerably high off the ground. If you fall into one of these holes, you'll be placed into a similar state as when you're caught by a hunter or smoker, totally paralysed, with your only hope being one of your teammates who can drag you up. Particular enemies become enormous threats when it comes to the bridge, so you're having to err on the side of caution, while simultaneously moving at a pace where the zombies aren't going to overwhelm you. The biggest threats here, without a doubt, being the charger and tank, where as you can see in one of my attempts at this, if you happen to get attacked at the wrong angle by one of these guys, there'll be no hesitance in chucking you off. In single player, this of course means you have to try the entire stage again, making this section particularly scary for solo players. But even when it comes to playing with a team, you're still left in a position where you've gone one man down in the blink of an eye, with the removal of that additional firepower potentially being the difference between getting to the end or dying. I find the bridge to be an utterly fantastic way to cap off this campaign. While not being the most visually stunning location, due to the surroundings being mostly covered with fog, the amount of tense action that's showcased makes this one of my personal favourite escape sequences. I appreciate the finales being switched up to begin with, as I feel like we did reach a point in Left 4 Dead 2 where just waiting for our evac to arrive was overstaying its welcome, perhaps with the exception of Swamp Fever, but it seems like they went to great lengths to ensure they weren't treading water. Dark Carnivals having a massive focus on the rock music and pyrotechnics to liven everything up, and Hard Rain working off its main mechanic by making the area we escape the exact same one we came in from, of course with the added bonus of having the area now completely flooded and having storms roll in. The bridge is just another great unique finale, with high stakes, exciting action, and an ending that leaves the well-being of the survivors entirely up in the air. We already know the military in this place were intent on wiping out the carriers, due to their potential to spread the virus. So with that knowledge, it seems a bit strange to me that we could ever see this as an outright happy ending. Ultimately, we don't know and may never know what happens next, so everything can only really be fan theory and opinion. But in my view, knowing what we know about how the military's dealt with the carriers in the past, the prospects don't look all that great for our crew. But at the end of the day, judging by the helicopter crashes, car crashes, and altercations we faced over the many campaigns across the series, it seems unlikely we would have even reached our destination to begin with. That takes us to the end of the main game, but I also just want to take a brief look at both of the non-canon campaigns that were released later down the line, those being Coldstream and The Last Stand, with the latter being the campaign we received during the pretty unexpected Last Stand update in 2020. Coldstream overall has a pretty bad rep for what I think is an alright campaign, to be honest. I'm really not sure where a lot of people's criticisms come from in relation to this one. Is it the fact it's non-canon? Does it feel too similar to the campaigns we've already been through? I'm not really sure, but from the very start, I think Coldstream starts off very promising, having this unique and cinematic introduction that shows off the area we'll be travelling through, and having the title be presented above our characters. I think the look of this area, and the look of most of this campaign, is pretty great. As could be assumed from the title, there's a large emphasis placed on this stream throughout most of the stages, with us always coming back to it at one point or another, regardless of the few deferrals we make along the way. The forest environment feels a lot more unique compared to the ones we experienced in campaigns like Blood Harvest or Death Toll, being far more spaced out and having a greater focus on these individual tall trees, compared to the densely packed regular ones we usually saw. The terrain is something else I enjoyed a lot, the rocky landscape making up the bulk of the surrounding area, with us being able to make our way up many of these curved surfaces to either go looking for items inside nearby lookout towers, or perhaps to just gain a greater perspective of the area at large. The environment does happen to be the key feature for me in most of these levels, to be honest. In this first stage, it's both the look and feel of the many different structures that have been set up that draws me into this campaign. The sloped bridges leading to a lower level, the fallen trees that we have to carefully cross. Unlike many other levels that share this kind of environment, I don't think any of them have made me feel quite as stranded as this one does. There's a feeling of being very much out in the wilderness. No factories or roads this time round, just tall trees, towering mountains, and a cold stream. The second level continues this, starting off with a pretty bizarre concept of impeding the player's vision, while having to deal with a whole cluster of zombies zombies that lie ahead. I've heard some people complain about this, but I don't really see the big deal. It doesn't last that long anyway, and the concept in theory is quite similar to what we've experienced so many times already, with the Boomobile and the storms from Hard Rain. The opening of this stage mainly has us wandering directly down the stream, leaving quite a bit to be desired in terms of level design admittedly, but visually once again being very appealing to me, with things like the wonderful colours we see in the sky, the glaring sun, the flames and smoke that we can see being generated from behind us, as well as the stream itself, all looking great. We do eventually start breaking away from the wilderness angle I was talking about in this one, heading back onto roads filled with vehicles, and eventually a cedar outpost, but I think there was a concerted effort towards never making us stay in these areas for too long. I feel like with the stream playing such a key role in this campaign, it comes with the added benefit of not staying in these areas we're so familiar with, and instead constantly drawing us back into the wilderness, with the pathways and routes we head down during these points being far more unconventional and open compared to the roads we usually go through. The end of this stage shows us going down a long tunnel with a strong current pushing us increasingly fast as we get closer to the safe room. Nothing I'd be genuinely concerned about, but just like in Hard Rain, I appreciate the attempt to include environmental threats in this kind of way. The next stage, Memorial Bridge, despite still looking good to me, doesn't stand out anywhere near as much, considering how we've already experienced a level that looks and plays incredibly similar. It is basically the bridge from the parish again. Vehicles that work as obstacles, holes in the bridge that we can fall through. It's nothing bad of course, just one of the more obvious examples you can point to of an idea that's already been attempted in the exact same game. Much like the previous levels, the best stuff for me once again comes from our deferral from these kinds of areas, starting with our descent down these very tight stairways, where despite not working very well in a gameplay sense, due to the zombies oftentimes getting confused when climbing these stairs, does end up giving us a great sense of scale from some of the views we can achieve. Upon reaching the ground as well, we get small moments like when part of the bridge collapses, which once again uses the environment as a threat.
Holy shit!
It's very unlikely you'll get hit by the car itself, unless you're running full speed with adrenaline, but it's more the idea of this being the thing that activates the car alarm. I feel like it would have been good to see more of this in some of the other campaigns, because as I mentioned during the parish, there's very few times these car alarms actually caught me off guard. Scenarios like this back you into a corner, using a mechanic that crops up elsewhere in the game to achieve a different effect. One that still has large hordes coming after you, but also one that was completely out of your hands and came as a surprise. And coming into the final stage, there's not much to really say about this one. It once again follows the same formula as the parish, with the finale being one mad dash down the stream until we eventually reach an outpost. Some good moments in between, like when tons of zombies are thrown at us down a claustrophobic tunnel, and also the outpost itself that features many twists, turns, and elevations, but ultimately, it's nothing we haven't already seen. And then we've got The Last Stand, the newest campaign in the series, being released around 8 years, that's right, years after the release of Coldstream. I think this stands as a testament to how loyal and thriving the player base of this game still is all these years later. If this game was dead, or even anywhere close to that, could you imagine them creating a full-on DLC for a game that would have been well over a decade old? I personally still find it quite insane, to be honest. I'm sure things like this have happened before, but I remember at the time it came out how surprised I was, considering this is a game that I was playing ever since I was a kid. It's like getting a brand new DLC for Black Ops 1 or something, and even then, Black Ops 1 came out after Left 4 Dead 2. It's important to note though, most of the props should be given to the Left 4 Dead community in this case. Valve made a concerted effort when this came out to make everyone aware this was a community update, one that was made by the fans and was only being endorsed by Valve. Not all that surprising, considering how hands-off Valve had already become during this point when it came to creating new video game content. But bear in mind, this is a full-on DLC we're talking about here, not just one sole campaign. This update brought along with it all those region-locked Counter-Strike weapons I talked about earlier, a positive in some regards, but a negative in others. It also brought in 26 new survival maps based in many different areas of the previous campaigns, loads of bug fixes, new achievements, and even a new game mode with versus survival. Well, somewhat new. We'll talk more about that when getting into the other modes. Looking at the Last Stand campaign, however, with us not only returning to the old cast of characters, but also having the whole campaign revolve around the survival map of the same name that was previously exclusive to Left 4 Dead 1. There's a sense of finality presented here that permeates for me. That's not to say a third Left 4 Dead game will never be made, but judging by Valve's track record, as well as them personally greenlighting this project, it doesn't really give me a lot of hope. The campaign's broken up into only 2 different stages, basically having the first one be the new stuff that turns it into a campaign, and the second being the survival map we already knew from the first game. And talking of the first game, this campaign's style very much goes back to that one, being considerably darker than most campaigns before it, and returning to those same dense forest environments we saw during Blood Harvest. For a map made by the community, but I think it fits right in with everything else on offer, with that being a big achievement in itself that I think the team should be commended for. I'll admit, due to this one not being created created by Valve, I'm looking at this campaign from a slightly different perspective. For me, a large factor of my appreciation for this one comes back to the idea of restraint. In my opinion, a community-led project like this could have had the potential to be an absolute disaster. A project that could have been overly ambitious, with an emphasis on introducing new and different ideas. But they really don't do that. Despite coming back around 8 years later, they stick close to the formulas that worked for all the other campaigns, and decide that instead of trying something totally new, they're merely going to add to the range of campaigns that are already on offer. It might sound simple when laid out like that, but put yourselves in the dev's perspective for a minute, and you might see what I'm getting at. For a game as beloved as Left 4 Dead 2, it must be quite a privilege being given the opportunity to have your work featured in a game that you also love. Much like most fans, however, there's many small personal grievances you might have felt impeded the main game, that many others either didn't notice or didn't mind, or perhaps new ideas and additions you thought could have enhanced the main game. But that would be going too far in my opinion, and I assume that's partly why Valve endorsed this project to begin with. This is a community-made map for a game that wasn't made by that community, so trying to impose too many of their own ideas just wouldn't work in my eyes. There'd be nothing more disappointing than having a new campaign for Left 4 Dead, and have it not really resemble the Left 4 Dead experience. And as I say, that's the biggest trap they avoid. This campaign does feel like something that could have been a locked away piece of content that we never gotten to play before, but although I'm talking about how the gameplay is quite similar throughout the course of it, which it basically is, there are notes that I think have been taken from many other campaigns that give The Last Stand a distinctive edge that makes it a campaign that truly stands out. I think this can be felt right from the start when making our way through a nearby lake, where similar to how we saw multiple jets flying around in the parish, we see a plane with flames bursting out of it fly across the sky. A good visual in itself, but one that also presents itself later on to even greater effect. Discovering the crash site of this plane, and getting this wonderful scene of the many trees nearby being engulfed in flames, which I can say is one of the best and most standout visuals that I personally take away from the Left 4 Dead games now. And that's saying a lot, considering this isn't only a community-made map, but it's also a map that hasn't been around anywhere near as long as any of the others. Prior to this, however, we do get the most unique element of this campaign for me, coming in the form of what initially appears like your standard survival-based set piece, as we wait for the crane to refuel. But we do see a slight diversion from this when the fueling process completes, swiftly being told that we now need to activate the several generators around the area, this being a prime showcase of what I was talking about when balancing new concepts with the same formula. What we essentially get is a merging of ideas we've seen before, the short survival-based set piece that we've experienced several times in the past, being paired up with the activation of the generators that was featured most prominently in the Sacrifice, thus creating a new kind of gameplay scenario that still fits into formulas we're familiar with. I personally don't think it would have been a massive issue if they wanted to get a bit more experimental than this, but I do obviously understand the risk you'd be taking with other fans, who would claim anything new would ruin the experience. Shortly after this, we reach the safe room and are brought into the lighthouse finale, being identical to the lighthouse in Left 4 Dead 1 when it comes to look and design, but featuring gameplay that does throw up some new surprises, most prominently when it comes to the generator, once again introducing a concept we saw in previous campaigns, this time being dead center in the passing, to spice up what ultimately would have been the same map we've already played, but merely with a conclusion. The survival itself is just as good as the original lighthouse, with me particularly enjoying how we're able to climb up all the way to the top, which in this instance produces a great risk-reward factor when it comes to our view of the area paired up with some of the special infected. Things like the tank, the charger and the jockey can be absolutely devastating the further you climb up, because as you can assume, all three of these can make you fall right off, pretty much a death sentence if you've climbed any higher than the first rooftop. But that's not all, as after you fill up the generator, we also get another moment that I feel adds to this grand conclusion for the Left 4 Dead series at large, being somewhat similar to Dark Carnival and how this hard rock music starts picking up in the background. But in this case, they also pair this up with two tanks that start simultaneously attacking your group. This idea in particular being one that I wish would have been carried over to the vast majority of these finale types. The set waves just became way too predictable, and it's a bit of a shame that it's the community map that capitalized on this sort of potential. I agree it might have been a bit harsh in some cases. You couldn't have a scenario where 4 to 5 hunters are thrown at you, as the risk of everyone getting pinned down would be way too high. But it's the general idea that would have been interesting. Multiple charges getting thrown at the player, a bunch of boomers, Guards, a group of spitters. The two tanks that are presented in The Last Stand not only make for a good unique challenge, but the accompaniment that comes from the music makes it an even more standout moment. The tanks that normally show up during finales do present a challenge, but after the first two campaigns in the first game, they're entirely expected. Even the manner in which they're introduced is expected. But not long after we deal with them, the boat arrives, capping off a campaign that, while in no way being my favourite, remains a great inclusion when looking at it in context with the game as a whole. I think what's achieved from the community dev should be highly praised, as they managed to recapture the same feel as all the other campaigns before it, while adding somewhat of an emotional element for long-time fans of the series. As I said, while it may not ultimately be the final time we see something new from the series, it very much feels like a farewell, a final send-off, a thank you to the fans who've continued to support and play the game over the years. So that's all the campaigns wrapped up, but of course we've got a host of other game modes, both ones that return from the previous game and others which are brand new. So let's take a look at those now. As for the versus mode, it's pretty much the exact same mode we experienced in the first game, where, as you could assume, this time round we've got the new maps to work with, and some new special infected to inhabit. Still good fun, but more of the same really. Survival's back, with the Last Stand update making it absolutely jam-packed with different maps and areas to hold out in. The only differences we see in this mode being about the same as Versus, to be honest, with us being given access to the brand new equipment, maps and enemies Left 4 Dead 2 presents. However, then we start getting into some of the more interesting additions, starting off with the Mutations mode. This was brought in alongside the release of the Passing, and is what I perceive as a good example of what would soon become known as the live service model. Essentially, from around 2010 to 2012, Valve were consistently pushing out these new mutation modes that all brought a unique spin to the usual gameplay experience, keeping players coming back to see what mode was in store for them next. There's around 30 different modes in total created for the game, where at the time, each one would be brought into the game for around a week, before being removed and replaced with another one. I wasn't playing Left 4 Dead 2 during this period, so I can't confidently say what impact this truly had on player engagement, but needless to say, the sense of community they were seeming to establish at this time was very strong, even featuring an encore week every month, where players were given the chance to vote on which previous mutation they'd like to see return. All really great stuff. As I say, I'm not quite sure of the impact at the time, but Valve most definitely laid the groundwork for a system that would keep players returning week in, week out. Of course, I just don't think Left 4 Dead is the kind of game that would truly fit into the live service bracket, so eventually, Valve made all these mutations accessible to play at any time. And ultimately, if you've heard the idea of mutations before in video games, it's exactly what you'd expect. These are game modes with many differences baked into them, which present alternative and oftentimes goofy ways of playing. Some of them are challenging, like The Last Man on Earth, a mode which has you playing by yourself without any AI, and no common infected, instead having the only enemies be special infected, where upon getting grabbed, you're given one chance to heal yourself before dying. You've also got ones that are the direct opposite of that, however, like Gibfest or Chainsaw Massacre, two modes that unshackle you from any scavenging you would have been doing in the main game, and start you off with an M60 or chainsaw respectively, both of which have infinite ammo, allowing for a serious amount of destruction with hardly any consequences. And then you've got some more interesting ones like the Healing Gnome, having each survivor only work off temporary health, with the only form of healing being Gnome Chomsky. All three of these should showcase exactly why this mode works. It's not just about giving players increasingly hard challenges, because there'll be players who wouldn't want them to begin with, and others who may become tired of how hard they are. Simultaneously though, it's not about giving players easy modes with hardly any danger, as that would eventually become boring too. The diversity on show and the interesting concepts that get introduced are absolutely fantastic. It's not going to be for everyone of course, but it's most definitely a worthy addition for those looking for some extra content outside the main experience. There's also a brand new mode called Scavenge, but while having the main focus now be revolved around picking up gas cans and filling up generators, it's essentially just the versus mode with a twist. It's survivors versus zombies, with points now being measured in terms of how many gas cans you use to fill up the generator. It's closer to survival, to be honest. You're placed in one set area, and have to either stop the survivors getting the gas cans if you're the infected, or stop the infected stopping you if you're the survivors. The team that wins the round is the one that uses the most gas cans by the time either everyone's died or the timer's run out. A pretty simple concept, and for sure a dead game mode, with almost no one playing it anymore, but surprisingly intense fun when you get into it. Nothing groundbreaking, but a high octane blast, once again depending on the kind of players you're working with and how much they differ to you in terms of skill level. Funny enough, with the Last Stand update there is also a new tab for Versus Survival, which before was merely one of the mutations, but that really doesn't need to be talked about, as it's exactly what you'd expect. Therefore, the only thing we're left with is the Realism mode, giving us all the campaigns with some slight tweaks when it comes to aspects like our UI, and how damage is given out from our weapons. While Realism isn't a difficulty mode, it does make the experience noticeably harder, and with the difficulty still being able able to be accessed here, going on expert in realism hands down gives us the hardest possible experience the game has to offer. The whole point of realism mode is spelled out in the title. It's supposed to be a more realistic and cinematic experience compared to the usual campaigns. And while realistic might be a bit of a stretch, considering how outlandish the game already is, I feel it's feeding more into conventional zombie tropes, while cutting out some elements that I previously mentioned can be somewhat distracting. Zombies in this mode are now more durable to the body, being more lenient on the common idea of the head being the only way to kill zombies like many other pieces of zombie media, but still going in that general direction. Survivor outlines are entirely removed, meaning that if someone gets lost, left behind, or grabbed without anyone knowing, the risk of them dying raises dramatically. And that feeds into the cinematic angle of this mode, something I feel could have been pushed quite a bit more than it actually does. If they truly wanted a cinematic experience, don't just get rid of the survivor outline, get rid of all the outlines. As we can see when picking up weapons and equipment, these unrealistic highlights still pop up. When I think that not only would most players not even need those outlines, considering whatever you're looking at will almost always be picked up. But even then, you've got the additional guidance of the hand that comes out upon looking at a piece of equipment for a while, informing the player something's able to be grabbed. And adding to that, I know how important the health bars are in this game, but I wish there was an option for us to either have a significantly pared down design, or the ability to remove them entirely. So what if you can't see your health? I imagine there'll be some players who wouldn't want any UI elements on screen, even if it works to their detriment, this being one of the biggest missed opportunities for this mode in my opinion. But by far the biggest highlight for me is that in realism, we finally have a mode where the game instructor's turned off. Not completely, as it does pop up to inform you about the changes right at the start, but no pop-ups telling us a pipe bomb's right in front of us, or saying we need to press a button to progress. Overall, I'd say realism is different enough to be a worthy inclusion, but in reality, if you stuck this in the mutation category, I really don't think it'd be out of place at all. It seems a bit odd giving this its own section on the main menu, and even giving it a versus variant, as the set of changes aren't really all that impactful. They're noticeable, as I said, and become more apparent when climbing the difficulties, but are fairly negligible when playing on normal. So, that's the Left 4 Dead series, yet another series coming from Valve that I have to describe as nothing short of innovative, intense, and generally quite genius. There's not as many complexities in my opinion when comparing the Left 4 Dead games to say, a Portal or Half-Life, but I never got the feeling that was ever the intention. This series has had a noticeable influence on many games that came after it. The focus on horde-based survival, the 4-man co-op with a heavy emphasis on teamwork, special infected, all with distinct abilities. When listed out, you might be able to give me examples of games that preceded Left 4 Dead that feature all these elements, but it's more about how all these coalesce to create something genuinely special. While I'd argue the environments have never been the series' strong point, primarily due to the areas we consistently journey through compared to any lack of substance or style, I still think that particularly in the case of Left 4 Dead 2, it not only remains one of Valve's best looking games to date, but when it comes to aspects like the gore and dismemberment systems, those are parts of the games that still stand up and excel past so many other games released nowadays. For two games that were released in 2008 and 9, these hold up astonishingly well compared to many other games that came out during the same period. And as I said a second ago, that's where the rather bland environments we travel through end up being elevated, due to the overwhelming style both games present. The first going for a very dark horror atmosphere, and the second going for a bright, more jovial one. The sound still remains one of the main things that stays with me when coming back to these games. Every gunshot and explosion feels massive. All the screeches and screams from the infected sound horrifically twisted. And the dynamic soundtrack that's controlled by the director perfectly matches the action playing out on screen. And lest we forget, the music itself all sounds fantastic. These might not be epic, lengthy compositions, but with the game predominantly working off multiple themes, both ambient and bombastic, it leaves you with a soundtrack that's far more memorable than you might initially think. And we of course can't forget about the gameplay. Fast, intense, not that deep, but a perfect system when it comes to the type of game this is. That's what I mean when I say it's clearly not as mechanically deep as a game like Portal. The most impressive stuff I feel with this series actually takes place behind the scenes. The AI director I find to be an absolutely revolutionary idea that so many games have emulated since, but as I say, casual players might feel these things, but they won't actually know about them. I think if you want to define both games as yet another two masterpieces coming out of Valve, I wouldn't necessarily disagree. I will say that if we're comparing the three big franchises, those being Portal, Half-Life and this one, looking from as objective a point of view as I can, Left 4 Dead would always be the weakest of the three for me. Now, that's not really saying a lot, as all three series are jam-packed with some of the best gaming experiences you'll ever get to play. But aside from a few issues I've previously mentioned when it comes to certain mechanics and campaigns, most of which I can overlook really because of the insanely high quality of everything anything else. The main thing I'd argue works against Left 4 Dead also is its biggest positive. When you've got a group of friends playing together, all being fully engaged and engrossed in the experience, you can really start seeing why Left 4 Dead is placed alongside Valve's two other esteemed franchises. With a good team, some of these campaigns, with their giant hordes and seemingly never-ending onslaughts, can lead way to the highest highs any video game can offer you as a player. However, there's the flip side to that, one that I experienced when capturing the footage for this video. The single player in this game is still fun, damn fun. In fact, I'd say I find it more enjoyable than the vast majority of FPS games out there, and not just zombie ones either. But when you're playing alone, it does feel like something's missing, especially if you've already experienced what it's like playing and communicating with a group of 4. When you're filling up generators all by yourself and actually being healed by your teammates, instead of arguing over who deserves the last first aid kit, there's a sort of passiveness that can start presenting itself. Coordination, teamwork, and communication are factors in this game that I'd argue are somewhat integral, and you're ultimately missing most of these entirely when playing by yourself. Something that I obviously can't say if I was looking at the Portal or Half-Life games. But regardless of all that, the Left 4 Dead series is in no way what I'd describe as your run-of-the-mill shooter, despite how it may appear on the surface. What lies beyond the rather overdone zombie shooter format that's become so common nowadays are multiple systems working in tandem to create a thoroughly cinematic experience. All elements of the gameplay work off peaks and troughs. You have the calm before the storm itself, and then back to the calm before another storm. It's an addictive gameplay loop that's handled immaculately, and I can very much see why it's yet another one of Valve's franchises where people are desperate to see a sequel. I'd argue that when it comes to the Left 4 Dead series as well, this would be the one that I'd personally want to be the top contender for a future sequel. Not because I prefer it to a Portal or Half-Life, but because of how interesting it would be to see Valve return to a style of game that's now been emulated so heavily. Portal and Half-Life are just far too unique. There's nothing out there that quite matches what those two series bring to the table. People have mentioned the likes of BioShock alongside Half-Life, and I can see what they're referring to when comparing the two, but I find them far too different on way too many bases to be the same as what I see in Left 4 Dead. There's certain FPS conventions that were carried over to games like BioShock, but with Left 4 Dead, what I see is a full-on format being created that many other titles have now worked off, and as a result, I personally find it interesting to see what Valve would bring to the table in a genre of video game that it helped create and has now been expanded on. Now, I'm sure some of you will be thinking, what about Back 4 Blood? But my response to that would simply be, it's not Valve. There's already been tons of speculation about how much Turtle Rock actually contributed to the Left 4 Dead games, and how much heavy lifting Valve did for them. While I don't think Back 4 Blood proves Turtle Rock are incompetent, or that they weren't worthy of praise for their previous work, I don't think you'd be able to point to Back 4 Blood and argue that is what Left 4 Dead 3 would turn out like. Ultimately, if Valve never bites and starts properly developing a sequel, we'll never know what it might have been. It could be the best game in the series, but for the same reasons I speculate the third games haven't been made for Half-Life, Portal, and Team Fortress 2, I think there's a large proponent of expectations at play now. Fans have now been made to wait for so long that I personally feel these games will be seen as a disappointment if they're nothing short of perfection. But understand as well, there's been lots of fans waiting, but they may have been waiting for nothing. I know many will point to the end of Half-Life 2 and talk about how there was supposed to be a third episode, but I'm in the minority that thinks the ending we already have works pretty well. Sometimes I do admittedly look at Valve's notorious third sequel problem as waiting anxiously for another season of your favourite TV show, or wanting a sequel to come out for your favourite film. I'm not saying that sequels will never be made for any of these games, but there's a sense of finality to all of them that leaves me satisfied regardless. The absolute worst case scenario would be a sequel being developed and having it be a bad game, or at least one that doesn't remotely stack up with what came before it. And when thinking about that, sometimes it's good to just appreciate what you have and leave it at that. There's a lot that can be said about Valve's current work ethic, and what they're choosing to focus most of their attention on. But with that in mind, would you really want a sequel put into production when you know for a fact there's no real passion behind it? I definitely wouldn't, and I'm sure most people would agree with that sentiment. So yeah, like Valve's other masterpieces, Left 4 Dead may never see a return, but in my opinion, that really doesn't matter all that much. The impact this series has left on the gaming industry can't be understated, and there's most definitely a reason the sequel in particular is seen as one of the best games ever made. While perhaps appearing generic on the surface, the sheer quality presents itself almost immediately when picking up either of the two games, and consistently delivers fantastic action throughout each of their respective campaigns. Another Valve success, and one that I imagine will still have people playing for years to come.
Let's stop New Orleans!